Shikuki, start with an Izakaya and make everyone cry. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Genius and Idiot, Stagnation and Growth. Just when the Izakaya was closing Tatsuki Resort, the dinner test here has come to an end. When Yoshino Yuki returned to the guest room from the kitchen, she was exhausted from the whole day's training. She could only lie straight on the bed, so tired that she couldn't even move a finger. I'm so tired. I definitely won't be able to survive the end of the day. This residential training program is simply terrible, Yoshino Yuki said weakly. The three of us are doing pretty well. We can finish at least 15 minutes ahead of schedule. I heard that Marui Zenji barely finished a 50-piece steak set in the last few seconds, and after finishing the dinner exam, he foamed at the mouth and fainted in the kitchen, causing a commotion. Even if he is in this state tomorrow, he will probably be in trouble. Ryako Sakuki also looked tired and said calmly, real or fake? Then forget it. I hope he will seek happiness for himself. Yuki couldn't help but sigh a little when she learned that someone was worse off than her. Immediately, she used her last bit of strength to get up from the bed and looked at Yonsu Wei. Zio Wei, you are really surprised. Tonight's 50-piece steak course test, you were able to do it nearly half a minute faster than me and Ryako Sakuki. Is this better luck? Tian Sahu scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Luck? I'm afraid it's not that simple, right, Yoshino? Yuki raised her eyebrows, and then said as if she had some realization, to be honest, I always feel that your cooking skills have improved a lot recently. Really? It might be your misunderstanding. Tian Suhu's face was slightly red at this time, and she did not think that she had made any progress as she said, forget it, everyone is safe tonight anyway, Yoshino. Yuki couldn't help but yawned, then stretched, and said, I am almost exhausted to the point of falling apart, and I have to prepare for a new training event tomorrow morning, so go to bed early. After saying that, she laid down on the bed again, pulled the quilt to cover her, and soon fell asleep. Good night. Seeing this, Tesori Megumi and Sakuki Ryako also fell asleep one after another. Early the next morning, in the first cooking room, the faces of the freshmen gathered here were full of fear and panic because the entire residential training activity lasts for 6 days and 5 nights, and it is only the second day now. They will have the opportunity to meet every examiner, but when they actually faced Shinomiya Kojiro, they were obviously not mentally prepared. What happened? Why could it be him? Wow, it's over. I heard that in the lunch test he was responsible for yesterday, nearly half of the people were wiped out by him. Hey, the average elimination rate of 20% is scary enough, but his elimination rate is going to be 50%. It's so scary. Think about what happened to that classmate who dyed his hair gel. I really did something wrong. It's so scary. Mom, I want to go home. At this moment, listening to the chatter of the students in the audience, Shinomiya Kojiro, wearing glasses, looked particularly gloomy from beginning. Trained as a former UI graduate, the aura he exudes now makes people feel suffocated and fearful. Quiet, if anyone dares to speak, they will be expelled from school. Then, Shinomiya Kojiro frowned slightly and said coldly as soon as he finished speaking, the entire cooking room, which was originally a bit noisy, suddenly became dead silent. All the students tacitly closed their mouths and held their breath. They were so stunned that they didn't even dare to fart in front of this UNIU graduate. The breakfast topic this time is for you to make a French vegetable jelly dish. I have already written the recipe for this dish on the whiteboard in advance. You just need to follow the ingredients available on site and complete the dish alone without forming a team. The assessment time is within 2 hours. Anyone who fails to complete the cooking on time or fails to satisfy me will be deemed unqualified. Then, while cooking, it is forbidden to lower your head to communicate and give each other opinions. After saying this, all the freshmen present took action one after another. After they got the ingredients, they began to race against time to make French vegetable frozen dishes. How come? With a groan, Tazo turned pale and looked at the ingredients she got in horror at first. When she learned that the breakfast question was vegetable jelly, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. because Zhang Fan had made this dish before in an izakaya, and this script is exactly the same as the first class after the start of school, although the recipe provided by SYNOPSIS is Jiaxian vegetable jelly. The vegetables included in this dish are carrots, cucumbers, green beans, corn kernels, cauliflower, cabbage, lettuce, cherry tomatoes, and snow peas. Compared with Cajun vegetable jelly made by Zhang Fan, it has 2 more vegetables, but it doesn't matter. Just follow the instructions provided on the whiteboard. Combined with some of the understanding I got from Zhang Fan, it should be fine to cook this dish again as it is. However, after all calculations, there would be problems with the ingredients on site. She looked at the wilted lettuce on the chopping board, her eyes gradually became dull, and her heart inevitably felt broken. If you use such low-quality vegetables, even if you can successfully complete the dish of Jiaxian vegetable jellies, you will definitely not be able to pass the level of the 4th palace. After all, he can't even tolerate students dyeing their hair with gel, so how can he let go of this problem with the ingredients? Oh? Is she the unlucky student who got the wilted vegetables? SYNOPSIS, who was beside the podium, was observing the students in the entire cooking room. When he glanced at Tazo, he unexpectedly noticed that she was in a panic, always staring at the wilted lettuce, and couldn't help but say to herself the wilted lettuce at the scene was actually put in secretly by him in advance because lettuce is easily oxidized. It is also difficult to cook over high heat. Even poor quality lettuce will seriously affect the taste of vegetable jelly, and the reason why he did this was simply to further screen out the qualified candidates and increase the elimination rate of this breakfast exam. What should I do? At this time, Tazo Wei was shaking slightly, and she was so confused that she was about to despair, thinking to myself, I completed all the assessments yesterday very well. Even the dinner test of 50 fried steak sets can be completed faster than Yoshino Yuki and Sakuki Ryoko. As a result, I never thought that at this juncture, my luck would be so unlucky. Before I even started cooking, I got bad ingredients. Wait a minute, regarding the issue of wilted vegetables, I remember that shopkeeper Zhang once. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her head. She remembered that at the izakaya, Zhang Fan specifically told her what to do with these wilted vegetables. Snapped. There was a loud bang, but he saw her throw up her hands, and then slap her face hard. This sudden movement naturally attracted the attention of the students in the entire cooking room. Even Shinomiya Kajiro on the stage was stunned. Shopkeeper Zhang, thank you, I finally know how important so-called experience is. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Tian saw whose eyes were filled with determination. Finally, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down immediately afterwards. According to the method provided by Zhang Fan, pour some salt and vinegar into the water and stir evenly. Time passed slowly, and when almost 20 minutes had passed, the lettuce soaked in salt and vinegar water magically turned green and fresh. From the initial panic, to the final confidence, from being at a loss at the beginning, to now being able to restore the freshness of lettuce by soaking it in salt and vinegar water, in such a short period of time, she, Tadakoro, was able to complete the transformation, which made Shinomiya's face gradually become serious. 2 hours like smoke drifting in the wind. It will pass quickly. As the last one to finish cooking, Tadakoro was almost paralyzed when she learned that she had not timed out. Then, with an uneasy mood, she presented a 9-gen French vegetable jelly that was as beautiful as a rainbow in front of the 4th house assessor. This is my cooking, please review it. Tian Suhu only promised. Judging from her tone, it is not difficult to tell that she really has no confidence at this time. Shinomiya Kajiro just looked at it coldly and said nothing. Then he took a knife and fork and gently cut a small piece and chewed it slowly. Shinomiya, this vegetable jelly tastes really good, Mom. If you like it, when I grow up and become an excellent French chef, I will cook it for you every day. Silly boy, Mom doesn't ask for anything. I just hope you can be safe. But Mom, I believe in you. I believe you will become an excellent chef in the future. Mom, I will definitely become a chef. When the cold, soft and glutinous vegetable jelly slowly enters your mouth after chewing it carefully with your teeth, the delicious taste that filled your mouth immediately made Shinomiya very familiar. His thoughts suddenly drifted back to his childhood, when his family was really very poor, and they often had to eat one meal at a time and go hungry at the next. Later, when he successfully entered college, his mother saved up money and took him to an expensive French restaurant. When he saw her smiling after eating a vegetable jelly, Shinomiya secretly decided that he would become an excellent French chef. In the end, he got his wish. With his talent and hard work, he successfully entered Tatsuki Academy, and 3 years later, he graduated successfully as the first among the top 10. After graduation, he resolutely chose to go to France. After 6 years of practice and struggle, he successfully established a foothold in the Paris cuisine industry and ran a French cuisine restaurant called Chinos. In the past 2 years, this restaurant was rated as a 2-star restaurant by the WGO Food Organization, and he himself became the first Neon countryman to receive the Order of Prussia. Mother, why did I think of you? After swallowing and closing his eyes, Shinomiya Kojiro slowly shed a tear. After a long time, he opened his eyes and stared at Tazo with a complicated expression. The density of salt water is greater than the density of water. Therefore, it can penetrate into the vegetables, promote cell division and growth, and accelerate the absorption of water. As for vinegar, it has a bleaching effect and a blocking effect in the air, which can prevent further oxidation of wilted vegetables. Also, the slightly sour smell of vinegar itself, it can also be combined with the sweetness of vegetables to make the taste richer and the texture more complex. Listening to Shinomiya's analysis, Tadakoro nodded in agreement. Yes, no matter what you do with the vegetables that are wilted, it's definitely better to throw it away and reuse the freshest quality vegetables, but the ingredients provided on site are very limited, so I can only think of this salt vinegar water soaking method. Who taught you to do this? After hearing this, Shinomiya asked calmly. Yes, I'm the owner of an izakaya. Tadakoro Wei replied reluctantly. Don't you know that the recipes I provide are the most unique in the world? You secretly soak the lettuce in salt and vinegar water to make it fresh again. It seems smart, but in fact you are destroying my cooking and ignoring the rules of this assessment. Me, Tian. Suo Wei was so anxious that she almost cried. Why couldn't she understand why the practice of restoring the freshness of lettuce was a mistake in the eyes of this assessor? Forget it. You didn't make any serious mistakes in your cooking, so I'll just give you a passing grade. After looking at Tadakoro for a moment, Shinomiya could only raise the frames of his glasses with his hands and said calmly, perhaps influenced by his family environment since childhood, he is inevitably very glassy in character, especially when it comes to his views on cooking. He is often neurotic and picky. You can tell this when he starts to stagnate after receiving many honors as a chef. He has become increasingly strict with his employees over the years, not allowing them to overstep and change his recipes at will. This paranoia and mentality made him gradually unpopular, which ultimately directly led to the Chinos French restaurant's goal of hitting the 3-star restaurant this year and ending in complete failure. Thank you, Judge. I will pay attention next time. Knowing that she was lucky enough to pass the exam, Tadakoro seemed to have gone from hell to heaven in an instant, as if she had had a very unrealistic dream. When Shinomiya Kojiro heard this, he didn't say much. Instead, he directly picked up Tadakoro's personal score sheet and wrote the word passed without hesitation. Tosori. Megumi, congratulations on passing the breakfast test on the second day of the accommodation training activity. When the lukewarm voice gently echoed in Suo Wei's ears, the joy was instantly beyond words. Although she didn't know why Shinomiya suddenly changed his mind and allowed her to successfully pass the breakfast test, for her, this ending was really better than anything else. Chapter 152 Food Without Emotion. The biggest illusion in life is, I think I can do it. This kind of illusion has happened to you, me, and Kojiro Shinomiya. Let's take this French vegetable jelly recipe. Even though some students can recite it by heart and know the specific method, there are many things going wrong during the actual making process in the eyes of Shiniguang. A recipe is a standardized and fixed process. The more complex this standard process is, the greater the possibility of deviations. To put it more bluntly, the instant noodles made by Zhang Fan and Li Si will taste different. Therefore, he always regards the recipe as supreme and cannot allow others to challenge or tamper with it. Today, this breakfast assessment beyond Moshi's cooking used the magical power to give Shinomiya a blow in the head. Finally, you know where your problem lies, right? At this time, a loud voice suddenly sounded outside the door, which brought Sigen, who was thinking a lot, back to his senses. Did you see everything? Shiniguang snorted and asked calmly. I saw it all from the moment she served the vegetable jelly. A burly figure slowly turned around from the door and appeared in front of Shinomiya Kojiro, and then said, I thought you would deliberately judge her as unqualified because of your stubborn temper. I did have that thought just now, but her cooking reminded me of something, so I finally changed my mind. When Shinomiya Kojiro heard this, he did not pretend to be mysterious and truthfully stated what he was thinking. A trace of recollection flashed in his eyes. The student's name Tadakoro was actually very similar to his former self. He cooked for others to deny her is actually to deny her former self. Notwithstanding Sigen's bad character, his tone of voice is often annoying. However, as a senior, Jin Dojima knew that Shinomiya was still very kind in his heart, and he was a typical sharp-mouthed person. Well, to put it bluntly, this kind of personality is just like that of a certain God's tongue girl. Son dear, it's been 2 years since you received the Prussian medal, right? At that time, the commander-in-chief and I both believed that your Shinos restaurant would continue to be recognized by the WGO Food Organization and win the honor of a 3-star restaurant. As a result, your performance in the past 2 years has been unsatisfactory. I also heard that all the cooks who used to work hard with you left you not long ago. Can you tell me what happened to you in the past 2 years? Looking at Shinomiya Kojiro, whose eyes became deep, Dojima Jin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He has been unable to tolerate the behavior of dyeing hair gel since he first appeared, and with the elimination rate of nearly 50% yesterday, he more or less understands that Shinomiya has lost some of his enthusiasm for cooking. Humph, a bunch of mediocre chefs just can't keep up with my progress. The set of standardized procedures and recipes I have developed are the best and most professional. They just can't understand them. Yes, the fault is theirs, not mine. Sigen seemed to have been hit in a painful spot, and he actually lost his calm and said to himself angrily, whether it's a chain restaurant or an independent restaurant, its standardization is the fuel that promotes catering to become bigger, stronger and more popular. To put it simply, the burgers you eat at any KFC in China will all taste the same, and this is product standardization. It can make every kind of food and every dish form a standard so that no matter where you are, no matter which chef or staff member, you can eat the same portion of food, and even the same taste and texture. Apparently, after winning a 2-star restaurant and the Prussian medal, Shinomiya Kojiro, whose ambitions are rapidly expanding, wants to standardize all the dishes in the restaurant, and he wants to directly follow this set of standards to quickly promote chain stores across France, thereby expanding his influence in the entire culinary industry. Indeed, his thinking is not wrong after all. If a chain restaurant could process, educate, and standardize how to prepare each dish, then we can even recruit people with no cooking experience, and after only a short period of specific training, they can immediately make a relatively stable dish. In this way, it not only saves labor costs, but also improves efficiency and benefits. For example, there is a Chinese restaurant in Europe, where the employees are all Chinese and cannot speak English or Chinese, but they can make delicious Chinese dishes just because they have standardized Chinese food. For example, when making fish-flavored shredded pork, you only need to take a certain amount of shredded pork and side dishes and cook them directly according to the standards, so that the flavor of the dishes produced every time can be guaranteed to be the same. However, it is easier said than done to come up with a set of standardized things. McDonald's records the thickness and weight of each patty to 2 decimal places. Banyu Hot Pot precisely controls the portion and temperature to achieve the slightly curled angle of the belly. There are also those old restaurants in China that are over 100 years old, such as Gubuli steamed buns. Just the ratio of ingredients inside the meat filling must be meticulous. All in all, let different chefs make the same dish. This is making things difficult for others and also making things difficult for yourself, difficult to reach. For the same dish, some people think it is not spicy enough, while others think it is not salty enough. It is difficult to adjust it so that everyone likes it. Even if they are chefs, their habits and hobbies are not exactly the same. Some chefs like it spicy, some like it spicy, some like it fresh. Because of this, we can eat dishes with different tastes in different restaurants. Therefore, in Dojima Jin's understanding, the success of many chain stores such as McDonald's, Starbucks, KFC, etc. is not due to the value of the food they produce, but to their commercial value. There are no 2 identical leaves in the world, and there are no 2 identical fish. Shinomiya, why do you insist on that set of standardized things? Dojima Jin, who probably knew the reason, had no choice but to put it aside and continue to sigh. Cooking recipes that cannot stand from other people's perspective and cannot consider others will end up being like something produced by an industrial assembly line, without any emotion. I hope you can understand this from that student's cooking. After saying that, Dojima Jin slowly stretched out his hand to pat Shinomiya's shoulder, and finally left the cooking room. After hearing these words, Shinomiya gradually calmed down. He looked back at the unfinished portion of French vegetable jelly in front of him, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. The headquarters of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association is located in Tatsuki Academy. This place is like an ancient palace. The first thing that catches the eye are two big red doors. There is a sign hanging on the top of the door with 4 big characters engraved on it, Chinese cuisine. Walking inside, the interior is not only spacious, but even the various decorations are particularly gorgeous. The entire hall is also decorated with some inverted bell-like flowers, and the 2 dragons on the eaves have golden scales and golden armor, as if they want to fly into the sky. Looking from a distance, it can be said that it is truly carved and magnificent. Senior, why do you come to the Chinese Cuisine Research Association when you have time? At this moment, Teruki Kyuga, who is the leader of the research association, looked tense when he looked at Regent Kobayashi in front of him. What? Can't I come? Seeing his timid appearance, Kobayashi Ringtong couldn't help but blink his bright eyes and said with a smile, "No, of course you can come. It would be an honor for a second-ranking figure like you to come to the Chinese Cuisine Research Association." Kyuga quickly agreed, "Okay, no more polite words. I am here to visit just to tell you that those who understand the current affairs are heroes." Kobayashi Ringtong, obviously not interested in this kind of flattery, gave a serious warning to Kyuga. "What's the meaning?" When Kyuga heard this, a look of confusion instantly appeared on his face from beginning to end. He had no idea what was going on. "Do you have to let me explain it clearly? During this period, you used various means, even using coercion, and intimidation to get a group of freshmen to join your research association. Whatever plan you are planning can be seen clearly by all the top 10. In short, if you continue to behave like this and continue to infringe on the interests of the other 10 heroes and Yuanao, someone will definitely take this opportunity to unite and become your enemy." Kobayashi Gentian reminded, "You mean some of the top 10 have a problem with me now?" HMPH, I knew it was that stinky man with 4 eyes. He must have been coveting my 8th seat for a long time. Kyuga quickly realized that he wanted to go out and challenge Izan Izua right now. "Don't make random guesses. Anyway, my words are here. How to do it is your own business. Senior, how can I not listen to you? You have given such a warning, so I will definitely restrain myself this time, and will never let the situation get into a situation that even you can't handle." Kyuga knew that some things should not be overplayed, so he quickly showed a faint smile and agreed, "Well, take care of yourself." Seeing that he seemed to understand, Xiaolin Ringtong nodded with satisfaction. Just when she stood up and wanted to leave, Kyuga hurriedly called out, "Senior, you're already here. Why don't you let me make some food to entertain you? It just so happens that I can let you analyze it." "What's wrong with my cooking, Kyuga? I have to say that among all the 10 heroes, you are the one who understands my thoughts best. As a big foodie, Kobayashi Ringtong is indeed easy to manipulate in this regard." As soon as she heard that there were dishes to try, she really didn't want to leave. Then, "Wait a moment, I'm going to the kitchen now." After saying that, Kyuga followed the instructions and hurried to the kitchen of the Research Association to get busy. Tofu should be said to be a great invention. Just various derivative products related to tofu include dried tofu, soybean curd, stinky tofu, cayenne, yuba, bean juice, tofu skin, etc. If you look at it from a higher perspective, making tofu is actually food technology and deep processing of food, and the leadership in this aspect is enough to illustrate the height of Ming Dynasty's ancient farming civilization from the side. In the Celestial Dynasty, soy products should have been available in the early Han Dynasty. According to legend, King Huainan, the grandson of Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty, was elegant and fond of Taoism. He wanted the art of immortality and did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to recruit alchemy practitioners. He often accompanied this group of sorcerers, climbing Bishan Mountain to build furnaces and refining elixirs for longevity. One time, soybean juice was ground with clear water, and the elixir seedlings were cultivated with this soybean juice. Unexpectedly, the alchemy failed, and the soybean juice and salt were brined to form a fragrant, white and tender thing. At that time, some people dared to take it and eat it. They found it very delicious, so they named it tofu. Nowadays, there must be at least thousands of dishes using tofu as the main ingredient, but among the many delicious tofu dishes, perhaps the most famous is mapo tofu. First, Kyuga cuts the tofu into 2 cm cubes. Put it in a pot, add salt and simmer thoroughly. Do not boil it in boiling water, just keep it warm. Then, Mince the beef, wash the green garlic and cut into short sections 1 centimeter long. Chop the watercress and black bean sauce finely. Heat the oil in the pot until it is 60% hot. Add the minced beef and stir-fry the water when crispy. Add cooking wine. Stir-fry the bean paste until red. Add chili powder, minced ginger, and tempeh until fragrant. Add soup, tofu, soy sauce, and refined salt. Then use low heat to cook the tofu until the flavor is absorbed. When the soup is slightly dry, add the green garlic and slowly reduce the juice until it becomes thick and shiny. Finally, put it gently into a bowl, sprinkle with peppercorns and serve. When a plate of mapo tofu with rich aroma was placed in front of Xia Linlong, a frightening fragrance began to linger with the heat, constantly wafting out from the plate and filling the entire magnificent hall. Kyuga, do you have bad intentions, you? Let me eat such a heavy meal so early in the morning. Seeing the mapo tofu in front of him, Xia Linlong was speechless. Kyuga looked back, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, and then he could only lower his head and reply softly, Senior, it's not like you don't know, I can only make spicy Chinese cuisine. Well, it is true that this dish is not suitable for eating in the morning, but no matter how it looks, or the fragrance wafting out, it is enough to make people salivate. Unable to help himself, the greedy Kobayashi Gentian could only reluctantly say, okay, I'll just eat and see. She brought a pair of chopsticks, and when eating, she picked up a piece of tofu and dipped it in more hot sauce on the plate. Then, put it gently into your mouth and chew it slowly. First of all, what you can feel is its delicate taste, as light as clouds and as smooth as silk. Then the spicy taste of chili pepper and bean paste spread instantly, stimulating every taste bud. The spiciness made her nose sore and made her take a deep breath. You must know that this kind of spiciness is not a simple spiciness, but a mellow, multi-layered spiciness. Finally, when you swallow it, there will be a faint sweetness, which is produced by the fusion of tofu and various seasonings in your mouth. Gradually, the spicy taste in his mouth seemed to be relieved a little bit, so Kobayashi Gentian continued to eat. Chapter 153 6 Flavors. The magic mapo tofu appears hot. That's how it should be said. Since modern times, it has gradually occupied an increasingly important position in the culinary world. First of all, spicy food can cover up all kinds of ugliness. If the ingredients are not fresh, you won't be able to taste them if they are spicy. If the chef's seasoning skills are not good, if you add some spiciness, it will not be so obvious. Secondly, spicy food tends to produce neurological pleasure, and the more you eat, the more addictive you feel. This allows spicy food to be used at the cheapest cost to enhance the eating experience. Of course, excessive use of spicy food will also destroy the original taste of the ingredients, and some high-end ingredients are still rarely used. This can be seen in the Chinese state banquet dishes, where Sichuan cuisine reduces the use of peppers, Sichuan peppercorns and other seasonings. Kyuga, your cooking skills have improved a bit. The overuse of spicy food has never changed. Finally, a plate of steaming mapo tofu was finally finished by Kobayashi Gentian. She was sweating profusely and felt quite happy. The spiciness seemed to make her lose her mind, forcing her to crazily crave for the taste. No, the pain experience brought by mapo tofu, but after eating, she calmed down a little, but she became a little disgusted. She herself is a master of rare ingredients, and what she pursues is the value, taste and function of the ingredients. This kind of cooking concept that puts spicy as the supreme one completely destroys and masks the taste of the ingredients, which is naturally contrary to her philosophy. Senior sister, I don't want to hear people tell you that spicy food can ruin people's taste buds. After all, spicy food is just a sensation of pain, not taste, and there is no force on the tongue at all. So I just want to prove to the world that spicy food does not choose everyone, but everyone chooses spicy food. When I heard this, I just shrugged. He knew that these words would definitely not convince Kobayashi Gentian, but he also had his own persistence. Cooking is easy but hard to master. There is no upper limit for any kind of cuisine, and there is no upper limit for any dish. If Teruki Kuiga can let people taste this kind of spicy-based cuisine with enough spices, it will also have a variety of flavors. So, isn't it also the right path? Despite his current level of ability, Gentian Kobayashi feels that he should not be able to reach this level. At night, an izakaya with the smell of human fireworks. Any diners who come here can enjoy all the flavors of life in this small square dining place. Chatting and laughing with the owner in front of the walnut wood counter at this moment, a social worker who works during the day is eating mapo tofu, but I saw him first put a piece of shiny tofu, hoo and blew a few puffs of air conditioning. When the tofu was slightly cool, he slowly put it into his mouth. Smooth, tender, numb and spicy, Just chew it carefully. An unexplainable taste bursts out in the mouth instantly, occupying every part of the tongue, and this wonderful feeling made the diner linger although eating Mapo tofu cuisine in an izakaya does have an inexplicable weird feeling, but the izakaya itself has a rule of diners order whatever they want. Moreover, the Mapo tofu made by Zhang Fan is different from many Chinese restaurants outside. The taste is indeed quite proper. In some restaurants, the tofu is made from northern tofu, which is not smooth enough because if you use smooth and tender southern tofu, it will break easily when stir-frying, which will test the chef's spooning skills. Some restaurants, in order to save costs and time, even use hot pot-based ingredients to stew directly, but the taste is inevitably unsatisfactory. Only Zhang Fan's Mapo tofu can make diners think about it for a long time every time they taste it. In Neon Country, all spicy Chinese dishes are called Mapo XX, such as fish-flavored eggplant is Mapo eggplant. It seems that in the eyes of Neon people, Mapo is the creator of the spicy world in order to adapt to the light taste of the Neon people. Zhang Fan naturally made slight changes in the method of making Mapo tofu. He first abandoned the original method of stir-frying over high heat and directly used the gurgling method of simmering over low heat. This method can make the minced beef tender and the flavors of various ingredients can be completely integrated into the tofu, making it more flavorful at the same time. The gravy method is still used 3 times to thicken the soup, so that the tofu cubes are as smooth and tender as water, and can slide directly into the mouth without paying attention, catching diners off guard. As for the taste, it's not very spicy, but the amazing thing is that the aftertaste lingers for a long time every time as long as I eat it once. It feels like the food has been drugged, so delicious that I want to lick the plate at all costs. Shopkeeper, your Mapo tofu is amazing. After licking the last drop of the rich soup on the plate, this unsatisfied diner finally sighed deeply. Immediately afterwards, he asked Zhang Fan for a glass of water. I started to drink it gurglingly, as if to relieve the spiciness. Finally, after chatting with others and Zhang Fan Cheng for a short while, he settled a bill and left the izakaya with satisfaction. Seeing the guests leaving, the assistant cook Mu Kachingo went to clear away the dishes, then use a clean rag to wipe the table clean, then turn around and throw the plate into the automatic dishwasher for cleaning. If Taki Kadazuki saw her former friend, this former graduate of Tatsuki, doing such chores in an izakaya, he would probably want to kill Zhang Fan. However, Kikazi seemed to be enjoying it very much. After all, working as a cook in an izakaya was very tiring for her, but she also gained a lot, at least in terms of cooking skills. She learned a lot from Zhang Fan. What's wrong with me? Suddenly, Mujiazi, who had just finished his work, became a little confused, and the scene in front of him gradually became dark and no longer clear. She hurriedly stretched out her hands to rub her forehead, trying to wake herself up, but in the end, she fell back weakly. While she was screaming in her heart, she felt a hand on her back and quickly pulled her into his arms. As she regained her footing, she gradually regained some consciousness. "Are you okay?" Looking at Mujiazi, who looked haggard, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt and heartache in his heart. "Shopkeeper, I'm fine. Maybe I'm a little tired these days and my body has exceeded the limit it can bear." Taking the initiative to cower in Zhang Fan's arms, Mujiazi felt an indescribable strange feeling in her heart. She only felt that she was indeed tired at the moment, but she also felt very safe. In the past few days, you have to run your own harigoti during the day, and help out at the izakaya at night. Don't say it's you, even I would be exhausted. Don't do anything tonight, just focus on having a good rest, Zhang Fan said softly. "Yeah, I listened to you, Mu." Jiazi didn't show any temper, just nodded quietly. Then she blushed and murmured softly, "Then, what, shopkeeper, can you let go of your hand? I'm not used to you holding me like this." Sorry, Zhang Fan looked down at the side of his hands tightly around her waist, and then he realized and hurriedly retracted his hands. "Ahem, I'm going to entertain other diners." Immediately, Zhang Fan ran away and pretended to be busy doing other things and thinking about the intimate scene between the two of them just now. Mujiazi, who was still stunned, felt even more ashamed and started to think wildly. "Samaji-sama, your constitution is still very weak. Don't run so fast, Annie. While Arena is going to participate in the residential training activities, we have to have a good meal at the izakaya. But, even if you don't want to meet your daughter, you don't have to be so anxious, right? Can I not be anxious? If I weren't worried about meeting Arena unexpectedly at the izakaya, I would have come a long time ago." At this time, accompanied by a hurried sound, Two beauties with different styles pushed open the door and appeared in the Izakaya. The person walking in front was a graceful, mature woman. She usually wears a kimono and holds a folding fan, and her appearance is always very powerful, but tonight, she was wearing a light red backless dress embroidered with exquisite and complicated patterns, which looked very noble. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is that her hair is styled into an elegant bun, with a few strands of hair hanging lightly around her neck. It is easy for people to mistake her for a girl in her 20s. The other beauty behind her is slightly less temperamental, but she is still as fascinating as a blooming jasmine flower. You, too, why are you free to come to the Izakaya again? Seeing it was Nakiri, Shinichi and Annie, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It's not that he didn't expect them to show up at the Izakaya, but he found that Nakiri Shinichi seemed to be more and more dependent on his cooking. Zhang Fan, give me a piece of comet fried rice. Nakiri Shinichi, who chose a seat to sit down, said anxiously, unfortunately, the Izakaya didn't prepare spinach tonight, so I can't make comet fried rice. Zhang Fan replied with a chuckle, if there is no comet fried rice, then where's the light chilled sea bream? Nakiri Shinichi felt a little disappointed when she heard this, but then she raised her head and continued to ask expectantly, that's true. Nakiri Manaji's eyes shone when she heard that she could cook strong chilled Taiwan cuisine, but just when she was about to speak, she was suddenly interrupted by Zhang Fan, but I recommend another dish. Magic Mapo Tofu, Mapo Tofu. When Shinichi heard this, he was stunned. Pay attention to my wording, it's not Mapo Tofu, it's Magic Mapo Tofu. Is there? What's the difference? Yes, Magic Mapo Tofu is the magical version of Mapo Tofu. After hearing this nonsense, Nakiri Shinichi was speechless. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Fan angrily and said, how does the taste compare to the strong chilled sea bream and comet fried rice? There are 6 flavors, what do you think? Okay, let's have some Magic Mapo Tofu. Shinichi lowered her head in thought for a few seconds. Finally, she was secretly surprised and quickly nodded to Zhang Fan and replied, okay, then wait a moment. After saying this, Zhang Fan turned around and returned to the cooking table. The plot at the beginning of The Little Master of China. First of all, it shows people the sex and geographical distribution of Chinese cuisine. Chinese cuisine is divided into several categories: Beijing, Shanghai, Guangdong, Sichuan. Among them, Mapo Tofu from Sichuan cuisine was also the first to appear. Samaji-sama, doesn't the average Mapo Tofu only have spicy and spicy flavors? Annie here could never figure out what the 6 flavors of Mapo Tofu were, so she could only whisper in Shinichi's ear and ask, I don't know. In my impression, if the heat in the protein inside the tofu block is not easily lost, the hotness produced can also be a kind of smell. Huh? Hotness is also a smell, isn't it? Annie blinked her eyes and seemed to have some realization after thinking about it for a while. Well, let's just watch quietly and see how he makes Mapo Tofu have 6 flavors. Nakiri Shinichi's eyes flickered, then he sat up straight and began to observe Zhang Fan heat the pot slightly, add a little more oil, add minced garlic, garlic sprouts, tempeh, and dried chili and stir-fry until fragrant, then the most important bean paste, stir-fry until red oil emerges. Sizzle sizzle as the temperature in the pot gradually rises, a rich spicy flavor also bursts out. This is the first taste, spicy, then the second flavor comes next, fragrance. After saying that, Zhang Fan quickly added the soup stock and mixed it with soy sauce, old wine, sugar, salt and seasonings. Add the soft tofu and sprinkle some garlic leaves. Bring to boil over high heat, then reduce to low heat and simmer until the flavors of the ingredients are completely integrated into the tofu. Manaji-sama, the smell wafting out smells so good. On the side, moving the tip of her nose and smelling the unusually rich fragrance in the air, Annie almost got drunk immediately afterwards. Add starch to water at a ratio of about 2:1 and stir well until ready to be used as thickener. Add the prepared water starch to the tofu to thicken it, 2 spoons at a time, and thicken it 3 times. Only in this way can all the soup be wrapped around the tofu. After the thickening is completed, when the red oil emerges, turn up the heat and cook while gently shaking the pot to prevent the ingredients from being burned. This is the third and fourth taste, color and hotness. After saying that, Zhang Fan sprinkled in the minced meat made from soybeans, put it on a plate, and sprinkled it with the remaining garlic leaves and Sichuan peppercorns. The 6-flavored Mapo Tofu is now complete. Gulu gulu, gulu gulu. When the piping hot magic mapo tofu was served, it was so hot that it was still bubbling. The green scallions and the red soup collide with each other, causing the white tofu to swim in the clear but not too sticky base, which makes people's appetite increase just by looking at it. At the same time, a strong pungent aroma swooped over like a ferocious beast and attacked the entire izakaya. This kind of mapo tofu, looking at the brown minced meat, mixed with tofu in the red soup, sliding down bit by bit, Nakari Shinichi couldn't help but widen his eyes and wanted to get closer and observe carefully. As a result, a dazzling light suddenly shot out from the plate with a whoosh sound, illuminating the entire dark sky. What? It's actually glowing again. After learning that this magical mapo tofu dish could actually shine, Nakari Makoto swallowed and became even more excited because she knows that any dish that shines in Zhang Fan's hands is a good dish. It's spicy, fragrant, colorful, hot, and there's a numbing sensation you didn't mention, but it's actually caused by Sichuan peppercorns. After all, doesn't it mean there are only 5 flavors? Finally, after she calmed down a little, she asked Zhang Fan doubtfully, "Eat first and see, the 6th taste is hidden in it." Zhang Fan replied mysteriously. Chapter 154 Nordic returns. Leonora Nakari appears. Under the catalysis of heat, the overflowing aroma of pepper and numbing made Manaji's index finger move. She subconsciously picked up a small spoon, gently scooped up a complete piece of tofu, blew on it, and thought it was no longer hot, so she opened her mouth slightly to taste it. Ah! Woo woo woo! Unexpectedly, at the moment of entrance, Shinichi's eyes widened. She was already careful, but she still underestimated the calories of the entire magical mapo tofu dish. Whether it is hot or thickened, the heat preservation effect inside the tofu can be greatly improved. The spicy and pungent chili noodles made from Niwak Tiao can make Manaji feel as hot as a volcanic eruption when chewing. The scalding temperature made her burst into tears, but what followed was a trembling pleasure on the tongue caused by xanthoxylin. Immediately afterwards, pixin bean paste made from Sichuan urchin twigs and broad beans was mixed with chopped tempeh and wrapped in warm oil to wrap the tofu cubes, allowing her to taste the spicy but not pungent pepper aroma and the flavor of the tofu. So tender. After the god's tongue has tasted the above information, it begins to upload feedback to the brain, and only one piece of information is obtained. Eat it. Although it's very hot, it tastes really good. Remember that among the many ingredients, you must use pixin dobanjiang, which is unique to China. This should be regarded as an important seasoning in mapo tofu dishes. It requires 7 points of pickled peppers and 3 points of broad bean wedges, and the fermented hot sauce, and this magical mapo tofu. Suddenly, when the minced beef bit into his mouth, there was a pop sound, which made Nakari Shinichi stunned. This is why does ground beef have a crispy texture when you bite it? She couldn't help but close her eyes and analyze it carefully with God's tongue. Finally, a flash of inspiration flashed through her mind, and she suddenly realized it. She opened her eyes and said excitedly, "It turns out that the minced meat used is not real beef, but should be made from soybeans and then fried. In this way, the taste of beef is imitated, and it has a crispy taste when you taste it." Could it be that this 6th flavor is crispy? Right, it's just crispy. Zhang Fan interrupted. When talking about Sichuan cuisine, many people will think of watercress fish, fish-flavored shredded pork, husband and wife lung slices, mapo tofu, dengying beef. These dishes all have one thing in common, that is, they are mainly spicy. So it is natural for people to think of spicy food in Sichuan cuisine, but it would be inappropriate to directly define Sichuan cuisine using the 2 flavors of spicy, because there are many Sichuan dishes, such as boiled cabbage, xiao bai, dongpo pork elbow, leaf cake, crispy pork slices, etc., which are not spicy based. Of course, even mapo tofu is not all spicy. What it embodies is precisely a diversified taste that includes spicy, fragrant, colorful, tender, fresh and crispy. Spicy is just one of them, mainly the aroma extracted from red oil and watercress. In short, from Zhang Fan's perspective, a Sichuan chef often makes mapo tofu dishes closer to the spicy flavor, and to directly use these 2 flavors to conquer diners like Kuagadaruki did is a ridiculous and absurd behavior. At this moment, Shinichi, who was eating it with rice, could truly feel the taste of the magic mapo tofu. It was indeed not just spicy. The bean paste and tempeh together give the tofu the umami flavor. The spicy bean paste and red oil give the bright and attractive color flavor. The essential thickening and the tenderness of the tofu together give the smooth flavor. The Sichuan peppercorns bring the numbing flavor, and the knife-edge chili peppers give the tofu the most hardcore and chewy spicy flavor. Finally, there is the inexplicable pleasure brought by the hot mouth just entering the mouth. These complex flavors enable every taste bud of Nakari Shingami's tongue to receive a continuous and wonderful experience. Slowly, she felt more and more hot. Maybe it was the hotness of the mapo tofu, or maybe it was the spiciness that made her sweat profusely. In no time the hot sweat on her forehead kept dripping down her delicate cheeks, and her consciousness gradually disappeared, and her eyes became blurred. Stop, I can't stop, I really can't stop anymore. Hurry up, I feel so uncomfortable, I'm about to die. So cool. At the end of the meal, Nakari Shinichi trembled all over. Her face gradually became distorted. She began to roll her eyes, open her mouth slightly and stuck out her tongue. Then, Annie and Zhang Fan were stunned, showing an expression that seemed intoxicated, but very confused. So exaggerated. The amount of medicine I administered was wrong. The amount of chili pepper and Sichuan peppercorns I administered was not very large. Zhang Fan was secretly surprised when he saw Nakari Shinichi being completely destroyed by this magical mapo tofu. He thought that this slightly heavy flavored dish would be a bit repulsive to Shinichi Nakari's god's tongue. As a result, I never expected that its effect in conquering the god's tongue would be more intense than the special dishes such as the chilled sea bream mountain and comet fried rice. In the end, Nakari Shinichi ate the whole plate of magic mapo tofu in one go. Even the plate with a drop or two of soup left was shiny from her licks. Although in her mind, this dish is still called mapo tofu, it obviously contains more room for imagination. In particular, the ground beef made from soybeans adds a crispy flavor, which makes her feel that Zhang Fan still has the wisdom of making the best use of everything. Phew, it's really enjoyable. This is the first time in my life that I have experienced such a refreshing feeling. This magical mapo tofu is indeed a Chinese dish that is so magical that it pushes mapo tofu to the highest level. After exhaling a breath and wiping the sweat on his forehead, Nakari Shinichi, who calmed down a little, couldn't help but sigh. There is no doubt that this is Zhang Fan's true strength. I'll give you a glass of water to relieve the heat. Afterwards, Zhang Fan enthusiastically brought a glass of water. Thanks, Nakari. Shinichi took the water glass and next to her saw this and wanted to step forward to stop it, but she was too late and watched as Shinichi drank it. It's over. How can God's tongue adapt to the taste of boiled water? Annie was suddenly very anxious. She didn't know that in normal times, ordinary boiled water could directly make Nakari Shinichi vomit and feel nauseous, but after just eating the magic mapo tofu, the lingering aftertaste in my mouth can quickly cover up the plain water, making it more tasteful as I drink it. In fact, when a portion of magic mapo tofu appears without reservation, it indicates that a new taste experience is about to be opened. This experience is more concrete than ever before. I didn't expect that I wouldn't feel sick even after drinking water. Not long after, Nakari Shinichi finally came back to his senses. That long-suppressed appetite was like a blazing red flame, burning in her heart, and the oily and lustrous magic mapo tofu is always lingering in her mind, and it is unforgettable every time she thinks about it. Zhang Fan, can you give me another plate? Touching her belly, Nakari Shinichi felt that she still wanted to eat, so she raised her head and asked Zhang Fan expectantly. No problem, but considering your physique, you shouldn't eat so many rich flavored dishes at night. I'll make the portion smaller this time and give you an extra bowl of rice. Yeah, it's up to you. Okay, then wait a moment again. The ingredients and necessary conditions required for the dish of magic mapo tofu are easier to obtain than the chilled sea bream. Therefore, Zhang Fan can cook it often, but after all, this dish is not suitable for the weak Nakari Shinichi to eat too much. The night is getting darker. At Tatsuki Academy, it was because of the residential training activities more than 1,000 freshmen have gone to the resort for training, so it is even quieter and more desolate than usual. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of the school gate, and then slowly got out of the car, an attractive mature woman. Finally we're here. I wonder how much Tatsuki Academy has changed now. I saw a pair of watery eyes on a clear and white face, like autumn waves. Very charming. The weak light illuminated her long, soft silver white hair, which looked like a waterfall from a distance. Then use crystal hairpins to tie it up, and the hair will naturally fall down and pass by the ears, adding a touch of charm unintentionally. Although the light was not very good, it was impossible to see her true appearance, but in her body, one can clearly feel a unique exotic charm. In the end, the mature woman did not pause for too long. She straightened her clothes and began to walk towards the interior of Tatsuki Academy with light steps. Tired, so tired, it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. We won't have to continue the assessment like yesterday, right? Meanwhile, at Tatsuki Resort in the lobby of the 5-star Hotel Tatsuki Rikyu, Yoshino Yuki was so tired that she collapsed on the ground, recalling the past 2 days of training. She felt extremely desperate. Although today's elimination rate is much lower than yesterday, you must know that those students with low qualifications must have been kicked out early. The students who can survive until now are naturally extraordinary. Therefore, even if more stringent assessment content and conditions are adopted, the elimination rate will definitely not increase instantly. Zio. Wei, I heard that there are exam questions for breakfast today. The examiner of your #1 cooking room is the senior Shinomiya, who only makes a bad face every day. After Yoshino Yuki complained, she could only stand up again, physically and mentally exhausted, and then curiously asked Tadakuro, "It's indeed Senior Sigan." Tiansu, who was still frightened when he thought of the assessment in the morning. Wow, then you can actually pass his test. When Yoshino heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Can you barely pass? Anyway, it can be considered a near-miss assessment, that's all. But if possible, I really don't want to meet him again in the next assessment. Tian Suhu replied with some helplessness. Hey, he's really not that easy to deal with. I guess you've had a hard enough time this morning. I vaguely remember that on the first day, the examiner I faced was Shinomiya Kajiro. How desperate and nervous I was at that time. She, Yoshino Yuki, could empathize with me the most. Finally, she came to her senses for a moment, and could only pat Tiansu on the shoulder and said with deep understanding, just as the entire lobby was filled with a noisy atmosphere, Jin Dojima, the chief chef and chairman, appeared again. He looked at these students who had gone through 2 days of training and saw the tiredness written on their faces. He nodded secretly with satisfaction, then took the microphone and said, "Everyone, I wish you all passed the training content on the second day. What's the meaning? We don't need to take another test today, okay? Now you can take a shower early and go back to the guest room to sleep." Ansayu. I thought I would risk my life tonight and die from exhaustion at the assessment site, but I never thought that it would end. When hearing this news, all the tired students were excited. After all, with their current mental and physical conditions, they really can no longer withstand another test. Quiet, I haven't finished speaking yet. Dojima-jin signaled that everyone present should not be so excited, and then continued loudly, "Now, I want to announce the breakfast topic for the third day. Starting from 7 a.m. tomorrow, the resort that has been closed for 2 days will officially reopen to the public. By then, there will be many guests coming here, with an estimated number of 2,000 people, and your task is to make breakfast for these tourists. Then, there will be 2 rigid criteria for judging the breakfast topic. The first one is that only eggs can be used as the main ingredient, and you can only make breakfast dishes based on eggs. The second assessment criterion is that within 2 hours, each of you must serve more than 200 meals. Students who cannot sell 200 or more breakfast portions will be deemed to have failed. Dismissed from school. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students were silent and confused. They couldn't understand why tomorrow's breakfast topic had to be announced in advance tonight, and the assessment content was actually more difficult than ever before. Eggs? Make breakfast using only eggs and sell 200 servings. This isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us? Making things difficult? No, you have to understand, it's 10 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 9 hours until tomorrow's breakfast assessment. You actually have a lot of time to think about what to do. Dojima Jin glanced around, then showed a faint smile and said softly, Is this your intention? The words were spoken so straightforwardly that no matter how stupid these students were, they all understood that decking this was going to keep them awake all night. So, they reacted and started heading towards the kitchen of Uirigan, preparing to develop a breakfast made of eggs. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Father's love is like a mountain. A whole egg. It is mainly composed of 3 parts, egg white, egg yolk and eggshell. It weighs about 50 grams, of which the egg yolk accounts for about 15 grams and the egg white accounts for about 35 grams. Of course, the specific weight depends on the size you choose. In the culinary world, whether it is Chinese cuisine, Japanese cuisine, Korean cuisine, Western food, American fast food, Almost all recipes in the world require eggs, so the main ingredient is eggs. For students there are many options and it is relatively simple, but it is undoubtedly very difficult to use eggs to create a breakfast that can attract tourists. What's more, the footfall is only about 2,000, but there are hundreds of students taking the breakfast exam. In other words, everyone is actually a competitor to each other now, and the only thing they have to do is to steal diners from other people's breakfast stalls. Therefore, this time in the middle of the night is naturally particularly precious. It's such a silent night. I wonder what kind of breakfast those students will create during this time. At this moment, in the room where the examiner rested, Dajima Jin looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and murmured to himself, "I heard that they are all in the kitchen, each working on breakfast." On the side, the assessor Guan Shuping said, "It's different from the usual test questions. I'm afraid they are all anxious now, right?" On the other hand, Gan Hinata had a silly look on her face, appearing to be unconcerned about something. Who knows when? Dajima Jin heard this, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. At the same time, in the kitchen of Tatsuki Rikyu, all the students were busy. Oh, what a headache! To make breakfast delicious, it must be completed in a short time so that it can be eaten by many diners, and we must also consider whether the presentation is attractive enough. Standing in front of the cooking table, Ryako Sakuki suddenly felt troubled. "Yeah, I don't have time to sleep at all. I have to develop a new breakfast before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Next to her, Yoshino Yuki rolled up her sleeves and started carrying some eggs over. But, if you don't get enough sleep, your body may not be able to bear the test tomorrow morning, right, Tian? Suahu seemed a little desperate and said softly, "So, just come up with good breakfast dishes as soon as possible, and then make up for your sleep." Yoshino Yuki handed an egg to her hand and said seriously, "Oh, this is the only way." At this time, Tian Suahu could only cheer up. She also stood in front of the cooking table, staring closely at the eggs in her hands, and began to think. In this noisy world, many people are often troubled by the pressure of work and life and neglect to pay attention to their physical and mental health. However, healthy does not mean bland food. Instead, it can be a wonderful adventure for the taste buds, an artistic expression of cooking. As the famous English chef Jamie Oliver once said, "Food is not just about filling your stomach, it is also a way to enjoy life." First, break 3 eggs into a bowl, add 2 tablespoons of milk, appropriate amount of salt to taste, stir evenly, and then filter through a sieve. Strain the egg liquid, and the fried eggs will taste smoother and more tender. In a non-stick pan, add 10 grams of butter and heat over medium-low heat until slightly hot. Drop in the egg batter and it will solidify in 2 seconds. Then pour in the filtered egg liquid. When the bottom of the egg liquid is slightly solidified, stir quickly from the outside to the inside and shake the pan to allow the egg liquid to heat evenly. Finally, when the egg liquid is in a semi-solidified state, use a spatula to gently fold one side of the egg pancake in half, then push it to the edge of the pan. Flip the pan over and fold it into an olive shape. Fry over medium-low heat for 20 seconds, and it's ready to serve. Next, spread English muffins, hollandaise sauce and ham, and add spinach puree to the poached eggs. The omelette, which is as soft as a cloud, is now complete. Omelettes are actually French omelette in Hong Kong and Macau. It is also transliterated to mean lie. Don't think that it's nothing when you see the word omelette. Although on the daily dining table, omelettes are usually just to make up an emergency edition, but in the Western culinary world, there is a saying, an excellent chef should start by learning to make a perfect omelette. At this moment, Irina's just finished egg could be seen glowing slightly under the light, and its surprisingly thin egg skin seemed to explode instantly with just a light poke, and the warm egg aroma, often mixed with a sweet honey aroma, is like a girl from a small family, constantly stimulating the appetite deep in her heart. Without thinking, she gently took a spoonful and quickly put it in her mouth to taste. This kind of taste. The next second, Nakari Irina's eyes widen. The half-cooked egg liquid flows back and forth in every direction in the mouth. It is very moist, smooth and juicy, but also particularly firm in taste, so much so that her whole body was melting, as if she was lying on a quilt that had just been exposed to the sun. The final internal temperature of good omelette eggs should be 60 degrees Celsius, because this temperature can achieve the best taste, and the skin can be gentle and smooth, without any unevenness. Obviously, Irina Nakari, who has the talent of God's tongue, has achieved the ultimate in this aspect without any flaws. Faye Shasha, I'm going back to the guest room to rest. After quickly eating the whole omelette, Irina turned her head and looked at Isako, who was still making soup base not far away. "Hey, miss, have you made breakfast?" Hearing this, Fei Shasha was slightly shocked. Irina did not answer directly, but nodded, and then asked again, "What about you? Do you want to continue?" "Of course I have to continue, because I have only finished half of the cooking," Fei Shasha said helplessly. "Okay, then you work hard, and when we return to the guest room, we can play poker together." After saying that, Irina straightened her clothes, brushed her somewhat messy hair in front of her forehead, and then left the kitchen under the eyes of everyone, as expected of Miss Irina. This kind of style that doesn't even consider pressure is simply awe-inspiring. Looking at the departing figure, Fei Shasha couldn't help but show admiration. Then she looked indifferent and calm again, seizing the time, and continued to try to make breakfast. "Okay, my cooking is done." At this time, Alice Nakiri, who was also in the kitchen, couldn't help but be extremely excited when she looked at the cooking she had worked so hard to make. After all, the idea of using eggs as an ingredient to recreate eggs made her feel like she was really a genius. But when she looked around, she found that Nakiri Irina was missing from the entire kitchen. "Huh? Faster than me again." Alice suddenly stamped her feet in anger. Feeling a little unwilling, she pouted and said to Ryao Kurakaba, who was standing aside, "I'm going back first. Remember to be more upbeat for me. Don't lose to Irina, Hisako and the others tomorrow morning." "Okay, Miss Kurakaba." Ryo, with dark circles under his eyes like panda eyes, his whole body gave off a feeling of sleepiness and weakness, without the vitality of a young man at all. The Izakaya now only has the owner, Zhang Fan, and the assistant cook, Kikuchi Sono. Although it is not very large, every diner who enters the Izakaya can quickly feel warm at this time. As the number of diners gradually increased, another regular customer began to appear. "Manaji, is that you?" Hearing the voice behind him, Nakiri Manaji, who was quietly waiting for the second plate of magic mapo tofu, had a look of astonishment on his face. Instantly losing his usual calmness, she expected that Irina would never show up at the Izakaya, but she never expected that she would meet her father again. Father, why are you here too?" Shinichi was a little unbelievable. "I have a little leisure time these days, so I plan to come to the Izakaya to drink some wine to refresh my mood." Just after sitting down, the commander-in-chief waved his hand to Zhang Fan and said, "Zhang Fan, give me a bottle of sake first." "Yeah, no problem." Zhang Fan nodded, turned around, took out a bottle of sake, and placed it gently in front of him. When the wine enters the mouth, the first impression is that it is relatively clean in the mouth and does not have the strong alcohol feeling of white wine. After tasting it carefully, you can only feel that it has the complex aroma of pears, apples and grapes, and with an alcohol content of 15 degrees. As long as you drink it slowly, you will not feel drunk at all. Of course, although the taste is not very strong, there is always an aftertaste after swallowing it. Perhaps even the commander-in-chief could not have imagined that he would unexpectedly meet Mononakari when he came to the Izakaya when he was bored, so his mood suddenly became happy. "Manaji, why don't you go see Irina?" Putting down the glass of wine, he glanced at Shinichi. The commander-in-chief seemed to be blaming him, but he was more incomprehensible. "Father, I will go see her. But it's really not now. Maybe I don't know how to face her, or maybe I have been choosing to escape." "Right." Shinichi, at the end of the sentence, looked a little guilty and pained. Her expression was naturally noticed by the commander-in-chief, and in the end he could only sigh. In fact, he also understood very well that Nakiri Manaji's fate also foreshadowed what would happen to Irina one day. Irina will be swallowed up by the storm of cooking, and eventually become like Manaji Nakiri, afraid to eat food anymore in order to break the curse of God's tongue. It's not that the commander-in-chief has not worked hard over the years. The first thing he did was to let Irina stay in Tatsuki to study and hone her cooking skills to the extreme. After all, in his eyes, the only person who can save Irina is herself, and if she succeeds, she can use her God's tongue talent to create dishes that conquer God's tongue. Then, it also indicates that his daughter Nakiri Shinichi will also have hope. Therefore, under this concept, he ordered his son Nakiri Munu to collect excellent chefs from all over the world and let them all come to Tatsuki Academy to study. Through communication and discussion with Irina, she can improve her own cooking skills. To put it bluntly, all the students who are now enrolled in Tatsuki are destined to be Irina's stepping stones, and this kind of thing that was planned secretly in the early years was praised by the commander-in-chief as the raw jade generation plan. Uncut jade refers to jade that has not been polished or carved. For example, at the age of 12, Tadakoro was a piece of rough jade after being inspected by Saoi Nakari. In other words, it was the commander-in-chief and Nakari Saoi's plan that Tadakoro was able to go to Tatsuki to study. Of course, in addition to Tadakoro, there are other outstanding chefs who were secretly invited to Tatsuki Academy by Saoi Nakari, such as Hayama Ryo, Tokimi, Isami, Kurakaba Ryo, Nakari Alice, and, who was personally invited by the commander-in-chief, Yukihira Joichiro's son, Yukihira Soma. Then let these raw jade go through layers of training and polishing at Tatsuki Academy to become real jades, then use these jades to continuously stimulate Arena's potential. In this way, Arena may be able to create the most perfect dish in the world and avoid the tragic fate of God's tongue. However, after seeing that Zhang Fan's cooking can break the God's tongue curse, this so-called pure jade generation plan naturally came to an end. Manaji, why do you bother? You should also know that the current Tatsuki Academy and the current Nakari family need you very much. Nakari Thistle has been expelled from Tatsuki long ago. Nakari Saoi's mind has never been on the family business. As the future successor Arena, she is not yet able to take on important responsibilities. The only person who can shoulder the future of the entire family now is you. Out of concern for the family's future, the commander-in-chief couldn't help but persuade him after taking a sip of sake. I am your daughter, and I also have the noble blood of the Nakari family, but, father, you need to know that my current status is still a special executive officer of the WGO food organization. I must be responsible for the WGO. Besides, after all these years, don't you know that I have never cared about the affairs of Tatsuki Academy? Therefore, please forgive me for my willfulness. Nakari Shinichi shook her head and stared at the commander-in-chief. She did not expect that the entire family would not be able to find a qualified successor. Hey, have you done many willful things in your life? You have your own ideas and your own pursuits in life. As a father, what else can I do except understand? What's more, you have suffered a lot on these years, and I really can't bear to make you tired anymore. After saying this, Nakari Shinzaemon drank some sake after learning that he could not persuade Shinichi Nakari to serve as the next commander-in-chief. His mood was inevitably extremely complicated. Seeing this situation, Shinichi could only comfort him. Father, you are strong now, so you will definitely have no problem holding on for a few more years. Well, whatever, if it comes to the point where I can't hold on any longer, it wouldn't be a bad idea to leave my position to my grandson-in-law. The commander-in-chief secretly glanced at Zhang Fan, who was busy at work, and a smile appeared on his face inadvertently, and he said meaningfully. Seeing this, Nakari Shinichi next to him couldn't help but was stunned, and then he reacted. End of chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156: The Two Worlds of Ice and Fire. The dishes that shocked Alice. In an izakaya, no matter what kind of drink you drink, eel rice is always the most common choice. The izakaya on Zhang Fan's side will provide some dishes with more complicated craftsmanship, and grilled cod with soy sauce is one of the representative dishes. Generally, cod is marinated by mixing these seasonings with soy sauce for a salty umami taste, miso for a stronger umami taste, and honey for a sweet taste until the flavor penetrates into the texture of the fish. The grilled cod will be very delicious. It tastes good, and it's cooked using low temperature and slow roasting methods. In this way, first of all, the freshness and tenderness of the cod will not be destroyed, and in this way, the gravy of the cod can be locked inside to ensure the original taste of the ingredients. But because cod has a high oil content, it can feel a bit cloying. So, oh, I see, Chinese tangerine peel juice is the perfect match for cod. The buttery cod meat melts quickly in your mouth, and the rich flavor of the marinade permeates every part of your tongue. At this moment, the commander-in-chief, who was eating grilled cod with soy sauce, couldn't help but said with satisfaction, sure enough, only in an izakaya could he get rid of his fatigue and find some solace and pleasure. At the same time, next to her was Nakari Manaji, who was eating her second slightly smaller plate of magic mapo tofu. Even though he had just eaten it, God's tongue was not disgusted or repulsed by it. On the contrary, the unique fantasy experience of 6 flavors in one forced her to continue devouring it. Think about the time. It should be more than 10 years since Shinichi was no longer interested in any food in the world. The commander-in-chief and her father and daughter never had the chance to eat or chat in the same place, so tonight, It was actually a beautiful moment for the commander-in-chief and her to sit down and have a meal together, but when looking at the rude and embarrassed Nagiri Manaji, the commander-in-chief who had just eaten grilled cod with soy sauce couldn't help but be filled with astonishment and shock on his face. Ever since he was a child, as a father, he has never seen his daughter become so crazy and fond of a dish. Am I dreaming? Can a whole plate of mapo tofu really be eaten? Finally, look at the shiny plate. Looking at Nagiri Shiniji's bulging big belly, the commander-in-chief's eyes almost popped out. Although he had seen Zhang Fan's cooking a long time ago and believed that his cooking could conquer the god's tongue, he still found it incredible when he actually saw Nagiri Shiniji like this. There was a gentle breeze. The paper towels on the table shook slightly. Then, the wind began to get stronger and stronger, and even the curtains kept fluttering. Gradually, the wind became stronger and stronger, like a ferocious beast howling and roaring. The entire interior space of the Izakaya was hit with a crackling sound. The commander-in-chief sitting next to Nagiri Shiniji was already unable to open his eyes due to the strong wind. He was just surprised. This is actually a skill taught by Pulse. Soon, the wind stopped, and everything quickly returned to calm, just like the previous comet. Fried rice, strong chilled fresh sea bream, arhat vegetarian dishes, etc. This time the magic mapo tofu dish still conquered Manaji Nagiri. Yes, he conquered his daughter right under the eyes of the commander-in-chief. If someone had told the commander-in-chief more than 2 months ago that the cuisine of an Izakaya could break the god's tongue curse, and it could even cure your daughter Nagiri Manaji's illness, then he would definitely take it as a joke. But tonight, the astonishing scene before him made him both happy and excited. I have worked hard for 10 years, and I have launched the Pure Jade Generation project in Yuanayu at all costs. I just hope that one day in the future, there will be food in this world that can conquer Arena and Manaji. After saying this, the commander-in-chief drank the remaining half bottle of sake in one breath. Perhaps in the few years of his life, this was what he wanted to see most. After all, to him, nothing is more important than his daughter and granddaughter finally being freed from the curse of God's tongue. Late at night, 12 o'clock, the beautiful night is finally coming to an end. When father and daughter meet, they naturally want to say whatever is on their mind. Zhang Fan, before I say goodbye, I would like to thank you on behalf of the entire Nagiri family. If your cooking hadn't been able to conquer God's tongue and cure Arena and Manaji, I'm afraid the tragedy of 10 years ago would still have happened. After paying the bill, the commander-in-chief was about to stand up and leave, but at this moment he lowered his dignity and thanked Zhang Fan. You're exaggerating. I'm just an Izakaya owner. When diners come here to eat, I naturally want to serve them with the best food and satisfy them all. Zhang Fan shrugged and replied, no matter what, you have solved a problem that has plagued the culinary world for many years, the commander-in-chief said with a deep look. Father, are you going back to Tatsuki? Upon seeing this, Nagiri Shiniji stood up in a hurry and asked softly, well, I'm very surprised to meet you again today, but when I can see you being so obsessed with cooking, I'm also happy about it. What is more regrettable is that neither you nor Zhongwei want to take over the family business and serve as the commander-in-chief of Yuanayu, but I will respect your choice and understand your thoughts. Actually, as a father, I have not been able to find a way to free you from the curse of God's tongue all these years. I can only watch the tragedy happen for 10 years without any power. Think about it. No, in my mind, you will always be a qualified father, and I am an unqualified daughter and mother. After hearing these words, Nagiri Shiniji inevitably felt guilty in her heart. That's all. Saying this will only make it more uncomfortable. Manaji, please take good care of it. The commander-in-chief heard this and knew that saying these words on such an occasion would make both parties uncomfortable, so he could only sigh and focus on Zhang Fan again. For Zhang Fan, he now had a different kind of emotion. On the one hand, I admire him as a person and appreciate his talent. On the other hand, he was secretly regretting in his heart, why is such an outstanding person not his grandson? Time is fleeting. Nagiri Shiniji, and the commander-in-chief all left the Izakaya one after another. Zhang Fan, who had just had some free time, made some fried dumplings using the beef, cabbage, carrots, etc. that were left in the Izakaya. When I took a bite, I felt it was crispy, then with a pop sound, I bit into the soft and juicy filling, and it burst with juice instantly. This strange feeling fills the taste buds with the umami flavor of the meat. Even the chopped cabbage and carrots in the filling can greatly enhance the flavor and texture of the beef. Involuntarily, the assistant chef Muji Aziyuongu, who had not yet left, exclaimed, sure enough, The owner's cooking skills are still as good as ever. Kikuchi, my Izakaya will be temporarily closed for 1 day tomorrow. You should take this time to have a good rest. Zhang Fan glanced at her and said calmly, temporarily closed for 1 day. The tired Mujiazi was a little unbelievable when he heard this Izakaya is running well. Why would it want to suddenly close down temporarily? Don't ask so many questions. Anyway, just have a good rest and don't be too tired. Zhang Fan's attitude was a bit cold. Mujiazi, who had already understood something, hesitated to speak. Feeling a warmth in his heart, she knew the reason why Zhang Fan did this was because he couldn't bear to let her get exhausted from working hard for several days in a row. Why are you always looking at me if you don't eat? Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw that her eyes were always on him. Mikashi Yuongo came back to his senses. His face turned slightly red, and he said with a sigh, No, it's only through you, the owner, that I know that cooking can really bring happiness to people. Ling Dong, the host successfully signed in once. Ling Dong, congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the cooking skill. Hanging cut, a midnight snack of fried dumplings ended hastily in a peaceful atmosphere as Mikazuhinko returned to Chungaodai. The system's sign-in reward finally appeared again. The sign-in reward this time was not a recipe, but a cooking skill that Zhang Fan had never expected. Hanging cut. The so-called hanging cutting, as the name suggests, is the technique of lifting the ingredients for cutting. For example, in the previous Rice Bowl Research Association incident, when Mito Yumei had a cooking showdown with Soma, she used the hanging cut method to process A5 grade beef. Of course, the hanging cutting method provided by the system is actually a more difficult and traditional disassembly method, specially used to deal with anglerfish because the body surface of the anglerfish is always covered with a layer of slippery gelatinous mucus. It is difficult to handle on a cutting board. So professional chefs will use hanging cuts to disassemble it, but this kind of hanging cutting has poor stability. The chef must skillfully cut the anglerfish while it is hanging up. Secondly, the size of anglerfish is very different from that of many fish. It doesn't mean that it's just about slicing. The chef also needs to be very familiar with the structure and parts of the fish itself. Generally speaking, most chefs who don't have many years of experience in this hanging cutting method really don't dare to try it. It's actually a hanging cut specifically for anglerfish. Zhang Fan was stunned when he learned about this sign-in reward. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock sharp on the third day of the residential training event, it was in a place that could accommodate thousands of people. All students came to their respective breakfast stalls according to their assigned numbers. Afterwards, as tourists appeared one after another, and a group of supervising examiners stood at each breakfast stall to supervise the students and prevent them from cheating, the assessment began. Arena, should we say that we are destined? Or should we say that we have always been enemies? At this moment, the person standing at the breakfast stall next to her turned out to be her cousin Arena Nakari. Alice was slightly surprised, but then she clenched her fists, her eyes full of excitement and provocation. It's more of your unlucky than fate. Just wait, I will use my own cooking to make you completely regret it. Arena acted very calm and composed, but if you look closely, you can see that there is a little bit of disdain in her autumn-like eyes. Humph, I don't regret it. In this breakfast test, I will try my best to win you once and let you taste the taste of failure. When Alice heard this, her eyes tightened, and then she hurriedly took out eggs and a lot of instruments and prepared to cook molecular cuisine. After baking, remove the edges of the finger biscuits to make them more regular in shape. Let cool. Apply the soaking syrup. Take some frozen mousse, and place an appropriate amount on the body of the finger biscuits. After the egg whites are beaten, mix in the egg yolks and mix well. Take out the frozen mousse finger biscuits and spread the egg batter around as quickly as possible to form a hemisphere. Quickly enter the oven and set the temperature to 180 degrees Celsius and the time to 5 minutes. After taking it out of the oven, the aroma will overflow. Immediately remove it with a spatula and place it on a plate. Then take a small amount of rum and heat it first to evaporate part of the alcohol to avoid overheating when serving. Ignite the hot wine immediately, pour it on the omelette, and heat it a second time by controlling the amount of wine and alcohol. The burning of the omelette lasts only a dozen seconds, but this stunning scene that does not damage the structure and can be transformed into ice and fire instantly attracts tourists. Wow, the omelette actually started to burn. It's unbelievable that omelets can be made in this way. Mom, I want to eat omelette. Eat the big one. Is one enough? That's enough. That's enough. Thank you, Mom. Mom is so kind. Later, A little girl's eyes sparkled as she held the omelets on a plate. She couldn't wait to use a knife to cut open the burned omelet. I saw the gurgling egg yolk and mousse inside slowly flowing out, combined with a unique hollandaise sauce, exuding a rich fragrance. The little girl was startled by this wonderful sight, but in the end she scooped up a small mouthful of omelet and tasted it happily. When I first entered my mouth, the taste and texture were really indescribable. Maybe it's because the little girl's vocabulary is relatively small. After tasting it, she doesn't know what words to use to describe it. Like a little bird that had just escaped from the birdcage, she could only say excitedly, "Mom, it's delicious." At this time, everyone looked at the little girl's reaction and followed suit to buy the ice and fire omelet. This Western-style breakfast can attract the attention of tourists just by virtue of this stunning scene of ice and fire and its sleek and gorgeous presentation. Of course, the inner taste is what impresses all tourists, that kind of bite with your teeth, but you can feel the sudden touch, which is like melting the tongue completely, which instantly makes many people go crazy. What's going on? Why are your breakfast dishes different from last night's omelets? Next to her, Alice Nakari was very confused, but gradually, she seemed to realize something, and her eyes widened. End of chapter. Chapter 157. The strongest monster in Yuan was born. The doneness of the egg liquid is just right. The outer layer is slightly solidified, but the inner layer still maintains the fluidity of the egg liquid. With one bite, the egg liquid spreads in your mouth, bringing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. At the same time, the crispness of the spinach puree, the freshness of the ham, and the richness of the mousse are all intertwined in your mouth, making you intoxicated. The dense texture of mousse is refreshing and cooling. Every bite of this breakfast dessert feels silky and comforting. After baking, the surface of the omelet has formed a crispy layer, but the inside is still frozen mousse. This cold and hot taste is also unique in the dessert world. The only drawback is that the portion is too small, and I finished it in just a few bites. Yeah, I feel like I never get tired of it no matter how much I eat. Huh? Have I finished eating? 1 more? No. 2. I also want. Ding. Breakfast stall number 78, Arena Nakari achieved her goal of 200 breakfasts and passed the test. Ding. One more notification. At breakfast stall number 78, Arena Nakari has reached 200 copies. Relying on the unexpected ice and fire, Arena's cuisine conquered a large group of tourists. What's even more astonishing is that the time when she was the first to finish 200 breakfasts was finally fixed at 7 hours, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, which meant that less than half an hour had passed since the assessment had just started. Did I hear correctly? It's only been 25 minutes now, and someone has successfully sold 200 breakfasts. As the assessor of the residential training activities, Hikako Inu was almost shocked when she learned at the scene that a student had passed the assessment and successfully sold 200 breakfasts. Arena, if it's this person, it's not surprising at all. Back in the cooking room, she actually changed my cooking in a way that no one expected. On the side, Fuyumi Mizuhara recalled how Arena used the power of God's tongue on the first day of residential training, which completely impressed her. Her surname is Nakari. Could it be that she is the commander-in-chief's granddaughter? Guan Shuping asked in confusion. Yes, she is the granddaughter of the commander-in-chief. Because she has the innate ability of God's tongue, her cooking can often exceed the limits of ordinary people. Dojima Jin explained. Shinomiya Kojiro raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the qualifications of this new generation of Tatsuki are generally very good. Let's put it this way, it might be even stronger than our 69th class at that time. Dojima Jin smiled softly. Sodium alginate, sodium citrate and calcium chloride are ready. Take the mango, cut out the pulp, and add the mango pulp, purified water, sodium alginate, and sodium citrate to the blender. Then take the purified water and add an appropriate amount of calcium chloride and stir evenly. Crack an eggshell with a whisk and pour out the egg liquid, leaving only the eggshell. Finally, put the stirred mango juice into the calcium chloride aqueous solution with a spoon. Slowly condense into the shape and appearance of egg yolk. Take it out and put it into the eggshell. Put the tomato paste into a piping bag and shape it into a plate. Then sprinkle a little chocolate powder to make the egg look more realistic. But when Alice put all the eggs on the display cabinet, she found that no tourists were willing to come to her stall to buy and taste them from the beginning to the end. They were deeply attracted by Arena's ice and fire omelet next to them. Strange. Why are everyone running over there? Seeing that the situation at the scene was far different from what she had imagined, Alice felt a little panicked at this time. At first, She thought of using mango pulp to make egg yolks and then putting them back into the eggshells, giving people the illusion that they were both eggs but not eggs. She mistakenly thought that this kind of authentic and fake food could win the curiosity of tourists. Unexpectedly, Irina's omelette cuisine suddenly made improvements. Simply switched to ice-cold mousse and light rum to achieve a more stunning ice and fire effect. Finally, when she knew that Irina was the first person to finish 200 breakfasts, her mentality collapsed even more. No, I can't sit still and wait for death. If I don't develop a new molecular cuisine quickly, let alone surpass her, I won't even be able to sell 200 breakfasts later. Alice took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Then she removed all the eggs from the display cabinet and continued to cook breakfast again. Ding. Breakfast stall number 78, Irina Nakari has sold 300 breakfasts, successfully breaking the shortest time record in Totsuki's history, at 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 18 seconds. The announcement at the breakfast venue became loud again. Huh? Is it so exaggerated? It's only been 13 minutes since 200 breakfasts were sold, and she sold another 100 breakfasts. When Alice heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned, seeing that she hadn't even sold a breakfast so far, and all the tourists had been snatched away by Irina. She looked even more desperate, to be honest. At this point, she felt a little unlucky that her breakfast stall was so close to Irina after all. Judging from the results, they are indeed not on the same level as her. Breakfast stall number 78, Irina Nakari successfully sold 521 breakfasts at 7 hours, 57 minutes, and 36 seconds. Due to insufficient supply of ingredients, today's breakfast assessment ends. There is no doubt that Irina's outstanding performance today has undoubtedly won the applause of all examiners and all students. In the morning, although people are full of energy after a night's sleep, their stomachs are still in a relatively fragile state. So, if you don't offer a nutritionally balanced breakfast, you're going to have poor sales. The mango egg you just made is very creative, but it still cannot escape its gorgeous and impractical nature. Leaving aside the lack of nutrients, who would eat something so sticky so early in the morning? In comparison, my ice fire omelette is actually a slight improvement on the Scotch egg. In addition to the temporary mousse, there are also ham, spinach, eggs, etc. Of course, rum was used in the end, but the function of the wine was only to ignite and heat it. It was more of a visual effect, rather than using the flavor of the wine to enhance the flavor. So, this ice and fire omelette uses simple ingredients. It's also very convenient to make. You can usually make hundreds of them in about 10 minutes. It's nutritionally balanced, contains both meat and vegetables, and the price is very cheap. If you can spend the least amount of money, buy this kind of breakfast that can fill your stomach and make your children happy. I believe many people will be very happy to buy it, and that is indeed the case. At this moment, Irina, who had just finished, couldn't help but feel surprised when she learned that Alice at the next stall didn't even sell a single breakfast. But then, she pretended to be aloof, and while bragging about her cooking, she also didn't forget to give her a little advice. Long-winded. Breakfast is just breakfast. How can it be so particular? The reason why I can't sell it is that molecular cuisine is too high-end and ordinary people can't understand it. Listening to Irina's words, Alice looked very displeased, but if you look closely, you can see that her eyes flicker slightly, as if she understands something. She had to admit that she overestimated herself and underestimated Irina, and she never fully expected that the power of God's tongue could be so terrifying that it could temporarily change the cooking method. It's no use being stubborn. There's only 1 hour left anyway. If you want to successfully sell 200 breakfasts, I'm afraid it's too late. If you don't understand your own shortcomings and try to improve them, you will only be stuck in your ways. Hearing this, Irina didn't care so much, but was the first to leave the venue early after packing her things. It's really unexpected that I can actually witness Dojima-senpai's record that has been held for many years being broken. At this time, looking at Irina Nakari leaving, Hinatako seemed to be in a dream, feeling that what just happened was so unreal. At the same time, it set records for the shortest time and the largest breakfast portion, and the overall qualifications of this year's students are very good. She can achieve this level among nearly 700 breakfast stalls, which I have to say is truly admirable. Mizuhara Fuyumi's eyes were also filled with shock. If it weren't for the lack of eggs, I'm afraid she could have broken her own record. Guan Shupping's eyes flashed and he exclaimed, Alice, I misjudged her. I thought she was the granddaughter of the commander-in-chief, so I never cared about her talent. I always feel that it should be a matter of course for her to achieve such achievements, but after all, I still underestimated the blood of the Nakare family. It can perfectly utilize the ability of God's tongue to directly open a path to absolutely delicious food, thereby creating many myths that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Perhaps she is the monster material for Tatsuki Academy's highest masterpiece. Finally, Dojima Jinpo sighed. In fact, he didn't have much impression of Nakari Arena, but judging from her performance in residential training activities, she is always the strongest among many students, like a queen wearing a crown, always above everyone else. It seems that everyone in the world is like an ant that can be crushed to death in her eyes, and every dish she creates is like a colorful gem, shining brightly, adding a rare nobility to this dark and decadent era of cooking. Maybe, from the moment she was born with the tongue of God, she was destined to always be superior to others. Cut bananas, strawberries, avocados, mangoes, blueberries and other fruits into cubes. Then, the machine performs 10,000 high-speed centrifugal rotations per minute to separate the pulp and juice. After filtration, transparent fruit juices of various kinds are obtained. Finally, mix it with milk separately and beat it with a food processor in order to increase the sweetness. Careful Alice also added some honey, and then poured these milkshakes into empty eggshells immediately afterwards. Alice Nakari placed some of the prepared poached eggs on the display cabinet not long after it was put up. Some curious tourists couldn't help but come over and ask, "Is this a poached egg?" "No, this is not a poached egg. The egg white portion is a specially prepared mixture of milk, agar, and yogurt. As for the production of egg yolk, it is relatively complicated. Crush fresh mango with sugar, add calcium lactate solution, and then scoop out a spoonful of the mixed solution, slowly. Put it into the sodium alginate solution, and the two will react chemically. This will form a thin gel shell on the surface of the juice and become the egg yolk. In short, you can just understand that this is milk, yogurt, mango, etc. Hey, it's really amazing. Let's have a poached egg." Gently bite this poached egg and the juice inside the yolk will burst out in your mouth mixed with yogurt protein. You can immediately feel a rich, sweet and slightly bitter taste, which begins to linger in your mind. The first thing I felt was the cool, refreshing feeling immediately afterwards. The sweetness of mango and the mellowness of milk intertwined in the mouth, like a wonderful feast for the taste buds. The mango has just the right amount of sweetness without being overly sweet. The silky texture of milk makes the entire poached egg taste smoother. You can taste the mango pulp fiber and the rich milky aroma of milk in every bite, making people unable to resist eating it one bite after another. Obviously, the magic of this molecular cuisine is that it looks like an uncooked poached egg and has no egg flavor. On the contrary, in addition to the flavor of mango pulp, it also has the fragrance of milk and yogurt. This approach can present a new taste experience, and it is also like tasting a wonderful work of art, which is surprising. Wow, it really is mango yogurt. It's sour and sweet, and it tastes very good. As soon as he took a bite, the tourist said in disbelief, "Poached eggs, but not poached eggs. Mango yogurt, but not mango yogurt." Although it may be slightly inferior in taste, this kind of molecular cuisine that breaks traditional perceptions is indeed worth a try. So, the eggs here are not real eggs. Afterwards, the tourist's eyes stopped at some eggs placed vertically next to them, and asked curiously again, "Yes, it's just pouring the milkshake into the inside of the eggshell. It looks like an egg, but it's actually a milkshake." Alice explained, "I see, it's actually a milkshake, so how do you eat it?" "I left a small hole in the eggshell so you can taste it with a straw." "Interesting, can you give me one?" "Can." Later, the tourist bought an egg from Alice, inserted a straw into the eggshell, and took a sip. "Huh? This is, when I first took it into my mouth, I just felt it was warm, refreshing, and had a particularly mellow taste. That sweet taste goes perfectly with the mango milk poached eggs." Just now a strange sense of satisfaction emerged directly from my heart, catching people off guard. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Barren fish. You can't have both. Molecular cuisine can bring surprises to the public and trigger certain thinking. Perhaps from Alice Nakari's point of view, it would be enough if it can bring surprise and shock to diners when the dish is revealed. Indeed, in terms of qualifications, she is inferior to Arena in every aspect. However, she still used her own way to express the unique charm of molecular cuisine to everyone. Soon, more and more tourists gathered around her stall, and towards the end, she finally sold 200 breakfasts. Near miss. Fortunately, it passed, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Alice Felt like she was almost paralyzed with fatigue, but when she saw that all the poached eggs and milkshakes in front of her were sold out, she could no longer hold back the joy in her heart and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It's interesting. At first, Arena stole all the tourists, so we couldn't even sell a single breakfast. When most people encounter this kind of situation, their mentality will probably collapse. But she is not discouraged by this. Instead, she finds out the key to the problem in time and prescribes the right medicine. Being able to respond quickly and fearlessly in times of crisis can save an otherwise hopeless situation. Such courage and courage are indeed extraordinary. At this time, looking at Alice Nakiri, who is the last one to complete the breakfast assessment, Dojima Jin's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation. Hey, it's another one named Nakiri. It seems that the two granddaughters of the commander-in-chief have a bright future. At night, the whole city can be excited. Apart from the hot pot on the harsh winter, there is only a glass of soda that is chilled and still dripping with water. The homemade ginger ale that I drank into my mouth was less pungent and spicy because I added some lemonade and sugar, and it was not overly sweet like ordinary carbonated drinks. It's really enjoyable. The experience brought by this ginger ale is no worse than that of sake. Just taking a sip, I feel like my whole body is surrounded by coolness and coldness, and I also feel that there are many small bubbles jumping on my tongue. At this moment, Kobayashi Ringtong's thoughts were intoxicated, as quiet as water as the business of the Izakaya got better and better. Zhang Fan also made some changes in many things, such as, he added many non-alcoholic beverages, such as the ginger ale that Kobayashi Ryuden is drinking now, as well as cola, orange juice and the like. Therefore, even some diners who don't want to drink can still have a drink here. Shopkeeper, why aren't you open tonight? When I came here, I almost felt cold when I saw the sign hanging outside the door saying, "Our store is closed for one day." Fortunately, you found me on the balcony on the second floor and opened the door to let me in. Otherwise, my trip would have been in vain. After saying that, Xiaolin Ringtong took another sip of soda and looked at Zhang Fandao with watery eyes. I open an izakaya, and I just want to be free. If you want to open your business, you can open it. If you want to close your business, you can close your business. Why do you have to work so hard like a social animal? Hearing this, Zhang Fan, who was wiping his kitchen knife, gave Xiaolin Gentian an angry look. Your business is so good, how much money will you lose if you take a day off? Besides, I just like your cooking. If I don't eat your food for a day, my whole body will feel very uncomfortable. As he spoke, Xiaolin Ringtong held his chin with both hands, his eyes always staring at Zhang Fan, and an intriguing smile inadvertently appeared on his face. Okay, the izakaya will be closed tonight, but we will make an exception for you. Tell me, what food do you want to eat? Sighing helplessly, Zhang Fan could only take back the kitchen knife, then turned to the absent-minded Xiaolin Ringtong and asked softly, "Well, I came to the izakaya tonight just to ask you to help me deal with this." After saying that, Xiaolin Ringtong took out a thick bear paw directly from the sack and put it on the table with a bang. Zhang Fan, unlike the Celestial Empire, which protects wild animals, the Neon Kingdom issues hunting licenses. Hunters are allowed to hunt black bears and brown bears to prevent bears from trampling on farmland and injuring people. They are also allowed to eat bear meat. From Zhang Fan's point of view, he is actually a bit opposed to wild game, especially shark fins. This can be seen from the time he started running an izakaya. Although he had the rule of diners order whatever they want, he never used excessive game ingredients to attract people's attention or please diners. Therefore, he did not regret at all that these game ingredients disappeared from the dining table. After all, being able to cook chicken, duck and goose well is already a great merit. Of course, it would be a pity if those traditional cooking techniques were also lost due to the disappearance of game ingredients. Where did you get it? Zhang Fan asked calmly, looking away. I bought it at the game market. How about it? With your cooking skills, can you cook this bear's paw? Kobayashi Gentian smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. At Tatsuki Academy, she was already an expert at rare game ingredients. At the same time, as a foodie, she can taste everything from insects, centipedes, and ants crawling on the ground, to fish, turtles, shrimps, and crabs in the water, to various birds in the sky. Even when faced with an ingredient like bear paw, she wouldn't think there was any problem. This is your strength? Why don't you just do it yourself? Zhang Fan was stunned and asked again, let me cook the bear paws myself? It will be fine, but I want to see how much better you are at handling bear paws than me, Kobayashi Gentian begged with somewhat blurred eyes. Zhang Fan watched her expression and couldn't help but hesitate when he saw that she really wanted to try his skills. Seeing Zhang Fan's hesitant expression, Kobayashi Gentian continued, "Didn't you say that as long as there are ready-made ingredients, you can order whatever you want? I've prepared the ingredients for you, but can't you make it? Okay, let me help you once, but you should know that cooking bear paws is not that easy and takes a certain amount of time, so, no matter how long it takes, I will wait with peace of mind. Okay, your words are enough." Finally, Zhang Fan nodded, and then started cooking bear paws under her gaze. The Chinese dynasty has been eating bear's paws since ancient times, and bear paw seems to be the most delicious kind of meat, but it just tastes bad. It is said that when black bears hibernate, they often block the valley path with one bear paw, put the other bear paw in front of their mouth, and suck it a few times when they are hungry. If you use your left palm this year, you will definitely use your right palm next year. You will never make a mistake. In other words, when cooking bear paws, you must separate the two paws for cooking, because the bear's paw that is licked and eaten every day will definitely be plump and thick, while the other bear's paw is said to have a strange smell no matter how it is seasoned. I don't know which bear's paw Kobayashi Gentian provided. After muttering something to himself, Zhang Fan put the bear's paw into the pot and stewed it. When the bear is 7 or 8 years old, the bear's skin and hair are peeled off. During this process, the hair on the fingertips of bear paws is difficult to remove, and it must take some time and careful processing to be completely clean. Then prepare chicken, duck, green onions, ginger and other auxiliary ingredients and cook them with bear paws, and simmer the stock over slow fire. After these auxiliary ingredients are cooked to bring out the flavor, the mission is completed, leaving only a cooked and delicious bear paw. Finally, the bear paws are deboned with a exquisite iron bone cutter, then cut it into thin slices. Add it to the pot again with fresh ingredients such as bamboo shoots and mushrooms, and steam it immediately afterwards. Heat the wok with base oil, add green onions and minced ginger to the pan. Add an appropriate amount of chicken stock, season with salt, add some oil after thickening, and pour it on the orchid and vegetable gallbladder. Just like that, a plate of shiny orchid bear paws was placed in front of Kobayashi Gentian. This dish belongs to Northeast China cuisine. In the first national cooking competition in 1983, this dish called orchid bear paw went through many tests and finally defeated 380 dishes to win the championship. The reason why it stands out is because of its ingenuity in many cooking techniques and its extremely demanding and particular ingredients. Even the chef's own cooking skills require years of practice before he can make this dish. At first glance, the plate of orchid bear paws in front of you looks a bit like French puff pastry soup. The puff pastry on the outside is golden in color and fragrant. But that's not the point, huh? So soft. The sharp-eyed Kobayashi Gentian immediately poked it gently with his chopsticks. As a result, the bear's paw, which was golden and shiny and the meat was stewed until soft and tender, could quickly overflow with a trace of rich soup, especially the amazing elasticity that wants to bounce the chopsticks out, which instantly makes Kobayashi Gentian feel shocked. Because bear paws are precious, a lot of ingredients are usually added to stew them together. This can maximize the value of bear paws, but often the ingredients take away the flavor at the same time. Zhang Fan here prepared a plate of hot water, dipped it in with a towel, and said, "There's a lot of colloid inside the bear's paw. If you don't eat it quickly, it will taste even stickier later." "Well, I know." Nodding, Kobayashi Gentian used a spoon to gently scoop out a mouthful. She blew while observing carefully. Just as Zhang Fan said, the bear paws that had just been prepared did have a dark brown quivering gel texture. The soup seems to be rich in collagen and is extremely thick. Taking a deep breath, I felt just one word: fragrant, pure meat aroma, mixed with the aroma of many spices. However, I couldn't tell what the specific spice was. According to Kobayashi Gentian's guess, it should be saffron. It is probably due to the preset conditions due to psychological effects. I always feel that Zhang Fan's orchid and bear paw dish is full of wild flavor, maybe because it is bear paw, right? Finally, Kobayashi Gentian stopped thinking about it and quickly tasted it. When you first take it into your mouth, the rich flavor instantly fills every part of your tongue. The excessive spices did not cover up the taste of bear paws. On the contrary, the more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes, especially the perfect slow fire cooking method, which allows the bear paw to restore the most authentic taste as much as possible. Only those who have tasted it will know that taste. It is the unique richness of bear's paw, not like pig's trotters and beef tendons, nor like the thickest fish lips. Chew it carefully, and the small strips of muscle inside are particularly soft, tender and delicious, and because there is too much colloid, my whole mouth feels sticky immediately after swallowing. Seeing this, Zhang Fan next to him wisely brought a towel soaked in hot water to her and motioned for her to wipe her mouth. Kobayashi Gentian did not respond, but took the hot towel and wiped his mouth. Choose slow cooking methods and thick, insulated vessels. Then, the bear paws go through different preliminary processes and are put into the pot with all the ingredients. Heat it over low heat for a long time to fully bring out the gelatin and flavor of the bear's paw. Amazing, really amazing, relying on time, perfect fire control and various combinations of ingredients, we can make bear paws so delicious. I, Kobayashi Gentian, am really convinced. The bear paws cooked by many people are delicious and have a mellow texture, but it's all made with auxiliary ingredients and sauces, and it doesn't have any of the original flavor of bear's paw. In fact, the originally tough and thick bear meat has naturally changed its appearance after such treatment. At this point, even if Gentian Kobayashi were to handle the bear paws herself, she would unintentionally destroy the original appearance and taste of the bear paws. But in this plate of orchid bear paw, every piece of meat is actually filled with sticky sauce, therefore, it is effortless to chew with your teeth, and the texture is close to that of chewy veal, making it very enjoyable to eat. Perhaps for Kobayashi Gentian, who loves all kinds of meat, this kind of bear paw cuisine is a delicacy worth looking forward to. Of course, don't forget the most essential soup. Just drink a little bit, and your mouth will be full of happiness paired with a mouthful of pickled lingonberries. The sweet and sour feeling instantly makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. As a result, Kobayashi Gentian began to enter a particularly wonderful fantasy realm. But as an adventurer, she traveled alone in a deep mountain and wild forest. The depth and silence around her made her very uneasy. She could only walk along the winding path, silently wary of everything around her. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound not far away, forcing her to stop immediately and listen attentively. Immediately afterwards, a huge black bear sprang out. It had black hair all over its body and a striking white stripe on its neck and shoulders. It was staring at Gentian Kobayashi intently. She tried to stay calm, but there was unavoidable fear in her heart. In this case, Kobayashi Gentian knew that any slight movement might disturb the black bear, so I could only hold on to the hiking pole in my hand tightly and try to stay calm. Ho! Ho ho! The black bear roared angrily at this moment. Finally, it raised two huge bear paws high and patted the small forest Gentian. Huh? This is, I can't do it anymore. However, at this moment, Kobayashi Gentian, who woke up, raised his head and rolled his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 159. Leonora Nakiri first arrived at the Izakaya. In the Neon Country, which is trapped in a low-desire society, Duanchili and Uniqlo are popular. Only ramen restaurants, dessert shops, late-night restaurants, izakayas, sushi restaurants, etc., can still have long queues. Perhaps under the bad economic situation, people have put all their desires into the pursuit of delicious food. Right, what's more, game ingredients like bear paws, something that is not often available in daily life, and something that represents natural growth rather than artificial catalysis, can arouse the desire in the heart, especially when it comes to eating. As a foodie, Kobayashi Gentian actually has the most say. She once commented that she has 3 different looks, namely, she is a gourmet who has eaten all over the world, a serious explorer of unknown ingredients, and a barbarian who dares to handle any ingredient. Even Izakaya, who is currently the 7th seed of the 10 elites, is always in a state of coding every time she thinks about her cooking. It can be seen that Kobayashi Gentian is not just a foodie, she also has more understanding than ordinary people when it comes to strange ingredients. After all, for her, all game ingredients from nature can satisfy a lot of desires. Tender, really tender, there's not even a little bit of odor. The meat is always a bit tough and chewy, and with various seasonings such as honey, the aroma is particularly strong. It is not even an exaggeration to say that its taste and texture are far better than A5 grade beef. After Kobayashi Gentian regained consciousness for a moment, her eyes were suddenly full of greed. She started chewing slowly and carefully, and immediately turned to wolfing down large chunks. I began to constantly want to feel the mellow taste of the bear paw meat being crushed in my mouth and the thick gelatin gradually dispersing in my mouth. In the end, she devoured the entire plate of orchids and bear paws. Even if there was a little bit of gravy left, she mixed it with some rice and ate it all. Shopkeeper, your food is really good. I think that few people can surpass me in bear paws, but you can have a deeper understanding. Anyway, you give me the feeling that you can cook anything and any ingredients. It would be great if I could graduate from Tatsuki Academy immediately and stay with you. Finally, After savoring the delicious taste of bear paws, Kobayashi Ryo couldn't help praising and sighing. Food has its own texture and its own logic. Most of the time, we are busy trying to find food, and we are used to stealing from nature, game. Ingredients often mean unnecessary high prices and irresponsible damage to the ecological chain, so how to continue to eat them is also a test for a good eater. Hearing this, Zhang Fan just smiled lightly and replied. Xiaolin Ringtong was stunned for a moment, then nodded, deeply convinced there is a very mysterious saying about bear meat. Its fat melting point is very low, close to room temperature, so if there's anything that can melt in your mouth, this is it, right? Of course, if you want to make it as sticky and glutinous as Zhang Fan's orchid bear paw, you need extremely high cooking skills on this point. Not even Kobayashi Ringtong himself can question this. In fact, in the original plot, Kobayashi Ringtong's character is actually a bit casual and unrestrained when Nakare Hisashi launched an impromptu coup and she needed to make a choice. She knew that his policies and ideas might cause greater turmoil in Tatsuki, but she still voted in favor. It was precisely because of her vote that Nakare Thistle finally succeeded in replacing Nakare Senzeman and became the new commander-in-chief of Tatsuki. With a slight advantage of one more vote, it can be said that Tatsuki Academy will gradually split in the later period and be completely divided into two forces. She was behind the scenes and played a role in fueling the flames. However, if we look at it as a matter of fact, can you say that she is a complete villain? Maybe she also deeply understands that the so-called elite education model in today's Tatsuki Academy has brought many contradictions and problems. Everything has actually reached a point where it should be overthrown and started over. Judging from various performances in the later period, she was not a true supporter of Nakare Thistle. Therefore, in Zhang Fan's eyes, she is considered a relatively positive character, a character with a distinctive personality. Drinking Alone Under the Moon. The 4 big characters on this plaque are written very beautifully, according to the address provided by the commander-in-chief. The location of the Izakaya should be here, right? At this moment, Zhang Fan was clearing the dishes. A lady in a gorgeous dress hesitated outside the door, then walked into the Izakaya with light and elegant steps. Looking closely, her long silver-white hair was randomly pulled into a loose bun, which looked a bit casual but elegant on the beautiful face. Those eyes looking around are always full of tenderness. Maybe it's because she is from Northern Europe and her skin is very fair. Whether it's a gorgeous skirt or some exquisite jewelry, she can't hide her inner confidence and noble temperament. Am I not dazzled? How could it be her? Zhang Fan raised his head slightly and glanced, suddenly stunned. It's the time of accommodation and training. According to the current plot timeline, she shouldn't appear in Neon Country, let alone in Izakaya, right? Of course, with his arrival, many butterfly effect events have appeared in this world, so he cannot treat them with a previous understanding. Zhang Fan, who wanted to understand this, couldn't help but feel relieved. New here Leonora is naturally very interested in everything here. Although this Izakaya is of average size, it has a suitable environment, especially the handsome owner, whose eyes stayed on him for a long time. Finally, Leonora Nakare came to her senses and asked curiously, "Are you the shop owner?" Zhang Fan, "Well, I am." Zhang Fan responded lightly, "Oh, that's really as the commander-in-chief said, very young, you are also very handsome. No wonder my daughter Alice often mentions you on the phone. No, she praises you, because she had been living in Northern Europe." Leonora's tone of voice was always somewhat colloquial, and some words were even difficult to pronounce. "Daughter Alice? So, you are Alice's mother?" Zhang Fan couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose when he heard this, and asked knowingly, "Yes, I would like to formally introduce you to you. I am Alice's mother, Leonora Nakare." Accepted. By the official commission, I returned to Tatsuki Academy early to prepare to serve as the judge for the autumn selection. Leonora Nakare replied enthusiastically. Although it was her first time here and she was not familiar with Zhang Fan, he left a very deep impression on her, which moved her deeply. After all, compared to a cooking laboratory full of bad old men, this Izakaya with a warm atmosphere will inevitably make Leonora feel comfortable and relaxed. In fact, there is still some time before the start of the autumn selection competition, but on the one hand, I really can't worry about my daughter Alice. On the other hand, I have been living in a culinary research laboratory in Northern Europe for these years, and my life has been quite boring, so I wanted to take this opportunity to go back to Tatsuki and recuperate. Autumn selection? Are you already preparing so soon? On the side, Xiaolin Ringtong was a little surprised when he learned about this. You must know that as the second seed of the top 10, she has the authority to be responsible for various affairs in the entire academy. If she wanted to hold the autumn selection competition, she, Si Yingxi and others would definitely convene a meeting of the top 10, and only after some deliberation could they make a decision. As a result, even the selection of judges for the selection competition has been decided, but she has no idea about it. Oh, it's my fault too. I often give up my job and leave many things to Si Yingxi, knowing that it was his recent laziness that caused the trouble. Kobayashi Ryo sighed helplessly, seeming to blame himself. I heard from the commander-in-chief that your Izakaya has a rule that diners can order whatever they want. Then, Leonora Nakari blinked her bright eyes and asked expectantly. The first time she heard about Zhang Fan's deeds was when Alice told her on the phone after returning to Tatsuki Academy in person. The commander-in-chief also told her everything about the Izakaya. This made her inevitably interested in this very mysterious man, so she came to the Izakaya when she had nothing to do tonight. Didn't you see the sign outside the door? This Izakaya is closed tonight, so we can't entertain you with food. Zhang Fan frowned and explained to her. Closed? Then what happened to her? Leonora, knowing the current situation, was naturally unconvinced. She quickly stretched out a finger, pointed at Xiaolin Gentian, who still had some oil residue at the corner of his mouth, and asked, okay. Zhang Fan touched his forehead with his hand and replied helplessly, for the sake of you being Alice's mother, I will make an exception again. There is a piece of salmon left in the freezer. How about I use it to cook for you? Originally, I wanted a side of sweet and sour pork ribs. After all, I heard from Alice that this dish involves a lot of knowledge about molecular gastronomy, but it was recommended by you, so it's not too bad after all. Leonora Nakari seemed a little embarrassed when she heard this, but in the end she nodded. Okay, just wait a moment. After saying that, Zhang Fan returned to the cooking table and prepared to cook smoked salmon. Compared with Southern Europe, which is known as the Kingdom of Food, the presence of Northern Europe in the food world is much lower, but this does not mean that the food of Northern Europe is inferior to that of Southern Europe. In fact, among the restaurants reviewed by the WGO Food Organization every year, more than 10 stars are awarded to Nordic restaurants. Even Noma, the world's #1 restaurant, is also in Copenhagen. Well, speaking of Northern Europe, most of the well-known delicacies are related to the sea and forests, such as cod, herring, oysters, Arctic bay red shrimp. Some people say that the Nordic people all have seawater flowing in their veins, and 80% of them contain fish. Among many seafood products, salmon and king crab can be called the double wall of Nordic seafood. Smoked salmon, in particular, is a common and classic dish among Nordic cold dishes. It can be eaten in various ways. It can be used as breakfast, as an appetizer, or as an accompaniment to wine. It is marinated with coarse salt, cracked black pepper, dill, bay leaves, thyme and other spices, and uses fruit wood chips as smoker. The finished product has a unique aroma. At this moment, I saw Zhang Fan peeling the salmon and then using kitchen paper to absorb the water. Add the white wine and massage it into the flavor. Prepared dill, basil leaves, parsley, bay leaves, thyme, chopped, and black pepper. Mix brown sugar, kosher salt, dill, black pepper, basil leaves, parsley leaves, bay leaves, thyme, and coriander seeds until evenly spread. Apply to salmon, and massage for 2 minutes. Put the fish skin on, seal it with plastic wrap and refrigerate. Then take out the salmon, remove some of the coarse salt, and wrap it in tin foil. Mix the fruit sawdust, tangerine peel, and black tea evenly to make the smoking material, and put it into the iron plate. Place the iron plate on the fire and heat it to allow the smoked material to fully burn. After the fire is extinguished, immediately put it into the smoker, cover it, seal it, and then smoke it 3 times to make the smoke flavor more intense. Take out the salmon, wipe off the remaining material on the surface, and cut it diagonally into bite-sized pieces with a knife. Strange, isn't he from China? Why does its own cooking technique reflect the style of Nordic cuisine? Leonora Nakari had a clear view of the whole process, and she couldn't help but feel very shocked. In Zhang Fan's eyes, although Nordic cuisine is somewhat unpopular, it has many similarities with Japanese cuisine. First of all, from a geographical point of view, both are in the same northern land, both are surrounded by the sea, and there are no geopolitical and cultural disturbances. Perhaps it is for these reasons that both can develop the purest form of life. For example, when it comes to the treatment of salmon, Japanese cuisine also has a smoking method, as well as smoked salmon. Of course, there must be a difference between the two. For Japanese-style smoked salmon, Low temperature is generally used to slowly push the woody aroma in, so that the salmon will not be smoked so quickly and the meat will maintain its elasticity. The smoked salmon in Northern Europe uses the hot smoking method, using high temperature fireworks to smoke the whole salmon until it is cooked. The whole process is very natural, and no other ingredients are added, focusing on the original flavor of salmon. Don't be stunned. Eat it quickly. This is a Nordic dish that is different from Japanese smoked salmon. I believe you, a foreigner, will like it. Seeing Leonora Nakari, who was stunned, Zhang Fan could only remind her, I see. After hearing this, Leonora Nakari came back to her senses, and then she tasted it carefully under his gaze. Take a bite, and the fragrant and delicious aroma lingers in your nose, especially when you pick up a piece of fish and put it in your mouth. You can feel the freshness and deliciousness of the fish. The sudden umami taste is simply intoxicating. The fish meat, with its sweet and sour taste, seemed to be a fusion of all the flavors she could think of in the world. In short, just one word: wonderful. End of chapter. Chapter 168. Test for the son-in-law? Wow, it's incredible. It tastes really special, with a light smoky flavor. It has a richer texture than salmon sashimi, and it feels like jelly. How can I use words to describe it? Well, let me think about it. It's like gelatin. It melts in your mouth. No, it melts in your mouth, and it's also made with aged whiskey at the end to remove the fishy smell from the tender fish, while adding a touch of aroma and making the meat more chewy. Speaking of which, this method is really clever. You must know that high-quality salmon has a thick intermuscular fat layer, which is rare among fish. The vegetable oil in the branches will actually turn into tiny particles during the smoking process, and then adhere to the fish meat and slowly penetrate it over time. In other words, this combination of fish, salt, and smoke has a clever balance of nutrition and pushes the taste and flavor to the extreme. So, if you can use whiskey, it can do the trick. When she said this, Zhang Fan suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his hand and gently covered her soft mouth. Well, Leonora Nakari suddenly trembled. Stop talking. You are about to lose control. You must calm down. Next, Zhang Fan lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear, "Oh." Leonora nodded quickly. Just like that. After a short while, Zhang Fan saw that her mood seemed to have calmed down, so he let go of his hand. Well, as long as I taste delicious food, an idea will suddenly flash in my mind, and then I will talk about all my thoughts and opinions one by one. So, please understand. After saying this, Leonora Nakari's face turned slightly red. Although she was over 30 and had experienced many things, she felt a little embarrassed when facing Zhang Fan for some reason. It's okay, I have my own reasons. After all, even Nakari Manaji can't resist my cooking, let alone you. Zhang Fan shook his head and replied, the commander-in-chief can burst into flames, and Nakari Manaji and Nakari Arena can cause energy storms, and the Nakari Leonora in front of her was not originally from the Nakari family, but it turned out that she also had a superpower in the plot of the original work. As long as she tastes delicious food, even if she is not good at speaking Japanese, she will directly activate the talk escape and talking skill, completely lose control, and start to give a long explanation to describe her feelings. Of course, to a certain extent, her reaction can be considered cute, smoky, so to speak. It can be regarded as the barbecue cooking method that has influenced the process of human civilization. And it has an equally important status and influence in the culinary world as far as the usual methods of preserving food are concerned. Smoking, drying, pickling, etc. are all good methods. Salmon smoked using the hot smoking method cannot be stored for a long time, so it is usually cooked first and eaten first. Zhang Fan, is it important to control the internal moisture of salmon during the smoking process? After calming down for a moment, Leonora Nakari blinked her bright eyes and deliberately tested Zhang Fan. Of course it's important, because the moisture content of the ingredients itself will directly affect the smoking effect. If the surface of the food is too moist, it will cause the flavor compounds in the smoke to drip from the food or evaporate before it can be tasted. But if it's too dry, it's not conducive to flavor transmission, so the best state is when the meat feels a little sticky but not moist. Zhang Fan replied calmly, what is the normal temperature for hot smoking? After hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, Leonora Nakari felt very satisfied, and then asked again, cold smoking is usually 20 to 30 degrees Celsius, and the time is measured in days, weeks or months. As for hot smoking, It is usually around 50 degrees Celsius, but it is best to reach 60 degrees Celsius, and the time is as short as an hour. In fact, with the development of modern technology, there is now a new liquid smoking method. However, this method currently requires some instruments and a lot of professional knowledge, and most chefs rarely use it. Not bad, as the commander-in-chief said, your cooking skills are indeed very strong. No wonder that kid Alice always misses you. She always gets excited and admires you when she mentions you. Hearing this, Leonora, a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy, continued to look at Zhang Fan calmly, with an expression that was nothing out of the ordinary, as if time and the entire world had stopped. Finally she spoke softly with a smile on her face. This kind of reaction and this kind of behavior gives people the feeling that the mother-in-law is observing her son-in-law. Zhang Fan smiled and didn't answer. After all, he had heard a lot of such words of praise recently and was a little numb. Another thing is that she obviously knows all these common senses. The reason why she deliberately pretends not to understand is just to test herself. Then, when the atmosphere fell into silence, only then did Leonora Nakare focus on the smoked salmon again, and then she continued eating without hesitation. The texture of the fish meat is silky smooth and extremely delicate, blending the freshness of the sea, the mellowness of the wood, and the charm of the vanilla. Every time you take a bite, the aromas of fish, wood, and vanilla are layered on top of each other. It has a more mature beauty than salmon processed with other cooking techniques, like a glass of mellow wine. So unforgettable it is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Fan's smoked salmon has conquered the taste buds of Leonora Nakare, and this unique Nordic cuisine naturally allowed her to find the feeling of hometown again after traveling all the way to Neon Country. In the end, she finished the whole plate of smoked salmon after a feast. In Xianchao, the food there is very good, but as a Chinese from the East, you actually have a high level of knowledge in Nordic cuisine, which makes me admire you very much, and seriously, your smoked salmon dish, the taste and quality are even better than many restaurants in Northern Europe. Opening her hazy eyes, Leonora Nakare looked unsatisfied. After she raised her head and met Zhang Fan's gaze, she couldn't help but chuckle. I used to be a chef in a 5-star hotel and have done some research on Nordic cuisine. Zhang Fan shrugged and replied nonchalantly, haha, no matter what, you are indeed a very charming man. Let me tell you, you can obviously rely on your looks, but you have to rely on your talent. Your personality is, as Alice said, gentle and caring. If we could go back 20 years ago, maybe I would boldly pursue you then. After saying this, Leonora Nakare covered her mouth, her heart wandering slightly. They say that to conquer a woman's heart, you must first conquer her stomach. From the moment she entered the Izakaya, Zhang Fan became more and more lovable to her, especially after seeing his food. She had a lot of favorable impressions in her heart. In fact, although she is a married woman, but Leonora Nakare is the least resistant to handsome little fresh meat like Zhang Fan. During the original autumn selection, she once openly stated that she liked those young boys. This bold behavior was naturally criticized by her daughter Alice. Just kidding, it's just a dish of smoked salmon, not very elegant at all, at least in front of you, a fairy who seems to have fallen from the sky. I feel that this dish is overshadowed. Really? Am I as beautiful as you say? After all, I'm over 30, and my appearance is no longer what it used to be. Are you trying to make me happy? Touching her face, Leonora suddenly felt happy. Although she knew that Zhang Fan's words might be glib, she still felt very happy and delighted. Of course, the moment you came into the Izakaya, my place became more prosperous and brighter. Zhang Fan continued. His words made Leonora feel comfortable again. Zhang Fan, what do you think of Alice? Afterwards, Leonora calmed down a little, but she still didn't forget the other purpose of coming to the Izakaya this time. You mean Alice? Hearing this, Zhang Fan was slightly stunned. In my memory, it seems that Alice Nakare only came to the Izakaya once, and then she stopped coming frequently. Moreover, it was Irina who brought her to the Izakaya that time, and after tasting Boda jumping over the wall and seeing how to make sweet and sour pork ribs, she had a new understanding of traditional cuisine. Thinking about it carefully, I still miss her so much since I haven't seen her these days. Sometimes I can be a little childish, get angry at every turn, and do things impulsively. I have always had a strange sense of superiority when it comes to molecular cuisine, but my knowledge of common people's cuisine is very lacking. After thinking for a while, Zhang Fan said truthfully, are you just talking about her shortcomings, Leonora? rolled her eyes at Zhang Fan angrily and said, "She is my daughter after all. Can't you talk more about her in front of me? Oh, she has a frank personality. Compared with Irina, who chooses to be patient in everything, she is easier to get along with." Zhang Fan said again without thinking, "Right, that's what my daughter is like, although she is the eldest lady, she is not arrogant and always looks down on others." Leonora blinked her bright eyes and smiled. "I can see that with a gentle and virtuous mother like you, I can definitely educate her well," although at this time, he had vaguely understood Leonora's intention in his heart. Zhang Fan still continued to talk and laugh with her. "Okay, you don't have to praise me anymore. Anyway, after a short period of getting along with you, I am really more and more satisfied with you. Of course, that's what it says, but some things should be done in moderation." So next, she wisely stopped mentioning Alice, and continued to discuss some cooking issues with Zhang Fan, because Zhang Fan often has some unique insights into Nordic cuisine. Therefore, as long as it involves this field and related issues, the two of them will talk in depth. This situation made Ringtone Kobayashi, who had not left next to him, feel even more bored, so he simply sat there alone, drinking refreshing ginger ale. But occasionally, she would secretly glance at Leonora, and then look like she was thoughtful. After that, the two of them chatted and got out of hand. Even Zhang Fan, who originally wanted to have a good rest tonight, felt interested and kept talking. It wasn't until more than an hour passed that Zhang Fan and Leonora were shocked to realize that time had passed so quickly. "It's so fun to chat with you, Zhang Fan. It's a pity that it's late. I still have some things to do in Yuanao, so I can only go back first." Finally, Leonora stood up, turned to Zhang Fan and laughed softly. "Well, walk slowly. If you have time in the future, you can come to the Izakaya with Alice." Zhang Fan nodded and responded. Leonora was still smiling at this time, but her eyes looking at Zhang Fan were shining with an indescribable light. Then she left, but when she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and said, "Will you be nice to Alice in the future?" Zhang Fan was stunned when he heard this. "No, this is so good. What kind of drama is it causing? You are the first man Alice admires. Although I am not with her these days, I can feel it." Leonora Nakari seemed a little jealous when she said this, because she was still her daughter after all, so as a mother, her weight in her heart was actually not as important as that of an izakaya shop owner. However, after spending a short time together tonight, she understood a little bit about Alice. It is indeed easy to be tempted by an outstanding man like Zhang Fan. Finally, a trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she turned around and ran out without waiting for Zhang Fan's response. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan was speechless and wondered in his heart, what did Alice say to her mother these days? Oh, these days, being handsome and talented is also a worry. In the end, Zhang Fan couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, he thought about the mother-daughter relationship between Shinichi and Irina. Because of the curse of God's tongue, it has always been very bad, and there is a huge gap, but the relationship between Leonora and Alice, on the contrary, has always been harmonious. When Alice was 5 years old, she had been living with Leonora. Later, even when she was studying in Yuanao, she would often keep in touch with her through phone calls, videos, etc. It can be said that he is also facing his mother. Irina would never tell everything in her heart, but she, Alice, would tell Leonora everything in her heart. Stop being so smug. She is just trying to use you and change her daughter through you. Behind him, Xiaolin Ringtong pouted and felt bad. End of chapter. Chapter 161. Dishes without ingredients. Whatever, who can explain things like feelings clearly? When Zhang Fan heard this, he just looked back at Xiaolin Gentian, and then said, "By the way, you have eaten all the bear paws. Isn't it time to go back, huh?" "Well, actually I'm not full yet, so." Xiaolin Ringtong's face suddenly turned red and he said softly, "I'm really convinced. Tell me, what else do you want to eat?" Zhang Fan, who was not surprised, could only shrug and asked again, hearing that he had not been kicked out and could continue to eat here. Ringtone Kobayashi's eyes lit up, and he quickly shamelessly ordered a few more side dishes and a glass of ginger ale. Tonight, the izakaya is closed, but maybe it was God's will to play tricks on people, but in the end, people like Kobayashi Gentian and Nakari Leonora came here to eat for Zhang Fan. This is actually not a very bad thing. On the contrary, it shows that his izakaya has gradually become more and more popular over time. Early morning, the 4th day of residential training. In a cooking room, dozens of students were waiting quietly on the podium. The examiner Hyagako looked contented and kept eating the snacks in her hands, seaweed shreds. As the second seed of the 80th top 10, she was known as the Empress of the Mist in the Tatsuki era, so there is no need to question her abilities, although they started slightly later than Shinomiya and Mizuhara, who were 1 year older, but with her outstanding talents and abilities, she has gradually gained a decisive position in the Neon Country cuisine industry in the past 2 years. Not long ago, her self-operated Japanese restaurant, Kobayashi, received a 2-star restaurant rating from the WGO Food Organization. You can say that compared to the current stagnant 4th house, her career as a chef has been booming. Examiner, it's already past 7 o'clock, why haven't you announced twice the cooking topic this time? At this moment, among the many students present, the normally timid Byansua, who was the first to raise his hand and asked softly, don't you all know? Hinateko pretended to be surprised, then looked at the entire cooking room and continued, there is no question for the cooking this time, because I didn't even prepare the ingredients for you. No. Ingredients? What is going on? Without ingredients, it's like a soldier without weapons. How can we cook or fight? I'm going crazy. Why are all the training sessions coming up with these outrageous questions? As soon as this statement came out, almost all the students present were holding their heads and going crazy, and their mental state was close to collapse. After all, this ridiculous assessment is really cheating. Nature is a bloody and brutal table, and you either become the eater or the food. As you can see, ingredients are everywhere. It's all around us, right here on our land. Currently, I have fenced off the entire 1-kilometer radius of the cooking room. There are flowing streams, tall trees, and a small grassland here. I believe this place will be a treasure trove of good ingredients. It depends on whether you can find it. In short, seasonings, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and kitchen utensils are all prepared for you. Even fishing rods and other fishing tools can be used at any time. Being able to find ingredients in this area and make dishes that satisfy me is considered qualified. In the end, everyone finally understood what Ganhinata meant. After all, if you don't have ingredients, then you have to collect, dig, pick up, and fish yourself. No matter what method you use, as long as you can find the ingredients and make delicious food, it's okay. How to say, this kind of exam question, which is very random and does not have a single evaluation standard, is actually quite difficult. If you can't find the ingredients, it will definitely be a dead end, but if you find it, you have to consider its own suitability. You may not necessarily have the ingredients for cooking that you know how to cook. If you have the ingredients, you may not be able to cook the food you want. Even if the dish is finally made, the taste and texture may not be comparable to those of Gan Hinata. It is probably for this reason that Hinata asked such a difficult cooking question. After all, when facing unknown and unexpected situations, anyone's vision often becomes extremely narrow, and it is difficult to think quickly and change their thinking to solve the current problem. Therefore, in her eyes, if you cannot stabilize your mentality, you cannot cope with this situation. Even if he is the pride of heaven, he actually has no qualifications to stay in Yuan. Huh? Why are you still standing there? The assessment time has already begun. If you can't find the ingredients and make the dishes within 2 hours, you will fail. Inu Hinata, who was eating seaweed shreds, saw the group of students standing there in a daze, at a loss, so she couldn't help but kindly reminded them, can we form a team? After all, we have to find ingredients and cook. Time is very tight for us. At this time, Takemi stood up and asked Miki Hinatako. Yes, but only in groups of 2 at most. Hinata gently rubbed her chin with her hand, thought about it carefully, and finally reluctantly agreed. Okay, brother, let's set off. Afterwards, Takemi hurriedly called his brother Isami, and they went out to look for ingredients together. Time was indeed very tight, as Takumi said, so many students began to form teams, and then they all took fishing rods and live fish buckets and went out to fish. As expected, most people can only think about fishing. Seeing this, Makihiko could only sigh deeply. In European countries, eating duck has always been a high-end choice. Therefore, it is not that duck is not eaten in Western food, but that some Western restaurants do not have the strength and confidence to make authentic duck dishes. Just as many people were focusing on the fish in the stream, the brothers Takemi and Isami brought a duck. It's actually a duck. Gan Hinata, who was very bored with waiting, couldn't help but light up her eyes at the same time. Takemi didn't think much or stop. I saw him holding a half-moon knife in both hands, and then cutting the duck on the chopping board with force. In an instant, the burst of power, like a beast showing its sharp fangs, surprised even the experienced Hyagako. Although the force is very heavy and violent, it is somewhat delicate under the roughness in the blink of an eye. All parts of the whole duck were perfectly cut out. Then, take the breast meat, sprinkle it with salt and black pepper, and spread it evenly. Brother, it's your turn, immediately. Afterwards, Takumi's eyes tightened and he handed the half-moon knife to his brother Isami. Okay, brother, leave the next steps to me. After receiving the half-moon knife, the originally kind-hearted Isami suddenly became very vicious, exuding a chilling aura. Then, he directly chopped the rosemary and garlic on the chopping board as quickly as possible and sprinkled them on the surface of the duck meat. Press gently to allow the seasoning to fully penetrate. Then put the marinated duck meat into a Ziploc bag. Pour an appropriate amount of olive oil, seal the bag, and marinate. These 2 people. The whole process was naturally thrilling for Hinata. The cooking styles of these 2 brothers are always completely different from their personalities. One is about strength, the other is about speed. However, when they work together, they have a deep tacit understanding, which is perfect and harmonious. So, unconsciously, Miki Hinatako began to look forward to it. After marinating, bake in the oven. Preheat the oven to a temperature of 180 degrees Celsius. Bake for 40 minutes, until the surface of the duck meat turns golden brown, and finally take it out and apply a special seasoning on it. In this way, a plate of Italian roast duck appeared in front of Miki Hinatako. I didn't expect that in less than an hour, you would be able to find the ingredients and make the dish. Looking at the plate of roast duck in front of her, Hinata's eyes showed a hint of appreciation and she said with satisfaction, Italian cuisine is different from French cuisine. It pays attention to simplicity, freshness and nature, focusing only on the quality and combination of ingredients rather than excessive seasoning and cooking. What's more, I don't like to delay the preparation of a dish and make diners wait for a long time. Hearing this, Takumi did not show a proud expression, but responded calmly, okay, not bad. Having this realization proves that you are not a very exaggerated student, Jin. Hinata nodded immediately. Under the gaze of the brothers, she cut a small piece of roast duck breast, slowly put it into her mouth, and tasted it carefully. Duck meat, marinated and roasted for a long time. The flavor of the spices has been fully absorbed, exuding a rich aroma with every bite. As soon as you bite into it, you can instantly feel some oily and refreshing taste, which is the slightest hint of duck fat on the duck skin. Huh? This taste, Jin. Hinata couldn't help but be stunned. I see. The focus is on the sauce, especially the freshly minced rosemary. This spicy spice is really suitable for roast duck. It can remove the fishy smell and greasiness while adding flavor to the meat. The heat is also controlled very well. It will not be overcooked or over-tender. It is crispy but also fresh and tender, with a mellow and rich taste. At the same time, when roasting, I brushed a layer of honey on the duck meat. In addition to keeping the duck meat from burning so quickly, it also keeps the food moist, so it doesn't taste so dry or woody. And honey also contains a lot of fructose, which has a sweet taste and a pleasant smell. After swallowing, Hinata raised her head slightly and said to Takumi and Isami, this kind of cooking is qualified, brother. We have indeed succeeded. When Isami heard this, he smiled and turned to Takumi. Yeah, it's a joke. Although there was no smile on Takumi's face, he was secretly relieved. Generally, even in the early morning in summer after casting the hook bait, you have to wait about 20 minutes before the fish bites the hook. If it is in early spring or winter when the temperature is low, it may take more than an hour for the float to make any movement. And don't forget, there are generally 20 or 30 students who go fishing, but there are only so many fish in the entire creek, which is not enough for everyone to catch. Furthermore, fishing requires patience. In this situation of participating in a cooking test, who can keep a calm mind? Ruined. It's been an hour and I haven't caught a fish yet. Stop talking. The fish will be scared away when you open your mouth. That's right. Can you be quiet? Yeah, there is movement on the float. Hurry up, pull it up quickly. Wow, I finally caught a silver carp, so I can wrap it in egg liquid, stick it with breadcrumbs, fry it in a pan until it's golden and crispy, and take it out. What did you say? Where are you going to find eggs and breadcrumbs in this environment? Look at my memory. I actually forgot that I have to find all the ingredients for this assessment myself. Time passes little by little. The panic among all students is gradually spreading just as Miki Hinata expected. Even if he caught a fish, Even if he found ingredients, it is really difficult to rely on limited space and conditions to create perfect dishes, and many students are bound to hide a wall because of this. Fresh vegetables picked in the morning, it often has an amazing fresh taste that is better than vegetables that have been stored for a period of time. In fact, the most perfect cuisine comes from the ingredients that are healthiest and most natural tasting, born from a close relationship with fruits, vegetables, herbs, beans, mushrooms and grains, of course. It's also because I'm good at local cuisine and ingredients that come out of the soil. Therefore, Tadakoro didn't focus entirely on the fish like other students. She just went to pick a basket of mushrooms, carrots, and onions, and then quickly returned to the cooking room. Then, she cut the carrots and onions into small pieces, poured them into a small pot together with the chopped onions, added water and mixed well, then added sugar, rice wine, oyster sauce and soy sauce. Bring to boil over high heat, wait until the aroma of the sauce comes out, filter out the residue, and then simmer the remaining soup until it becomes thick. Finally, wash the mushrooms again, heat a wok, pour an appropriate amount of oil, add sliced mushrooms and stir-fry. Stir out the water and pour the thick teriyaki sauce over the mushrooms. It's interesting, they're all vegetarian. As Hinatako looked at the plate of teriyaki mushrooms in front of her, she seemed to have some realization from this dish. She could tell that Tazo's dishes were fresh and elegant, highlighting the word element, rather than being fancy and pretentious like Takimi and Isami. The relationship between a chef and the ingredients he uses should be intimate. Although your cooking looks relatively simple, it shows an incredible amount of thought and care. Yes, it's a special way of caring. I think this will be a dish that makes me feel warm and humane. Right. Looking back, Miki Hinatako smiled. Chapter 162. In my mind, the Izakaya is the place I want to go to the most. Teriyaki, a cooking method in Japanese cuisine. It's a simple, sweet sauce based on soy sauce. The sugar in the sauce makes the surface of the ingredients shiny, which is teriyaki. Because it is shiny, it is named teriyaki. The teriyaki mushrooms in front of you seem to have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Just take a small bite and you can feel the fragrance of the fields. The taste of the wild fell into your mouth, and it was so wonderful that it was unforgettable, especially when you bite into it. The juice inside the mushroom explodes in your mouth instantly. It's so delicious, although it's just mushrooms, carrots, onions, and other extremely cheap ingredients, but the fungus aroma of the mushrooms and the rich aroma of the teriyaki sauce mixed together powerfully stimulated the taste buds and breath, making Hinata feel that every bite was extremely delicious. Only mushrooms and teriyaki sauce made from carrots, onions, soy sauce, etc. You can create such delicious local dishes through simple stir-frying. It's really not easy for you. Finally, Hinata sighed after finishing her meal. This kind of cuisine is a bit mediocre, but being able to dare to present such a dish at such an important training event proves one's strength. Based on this, in Miki Hinatako's heart, she, Tasoko, is commendable for her courage. Are you interested? My Culinary restaurant needs a gentle Tatsuki student like you right now. Later, Hiragako came back to her senses and held Tazo's hands tightly, seeming to see a trace of desire in her eyes. Why? What do you mean, Tian? Suhu, who had never seen such a scene before, was immediately frightened and at a loss. I understand everything about Senior Shinomiya. He deliberately put in bad ingredients, thinking of using this method to further eliminate students. Anyone would be a little timid in that situation, but you relied on your tenacious spirit to make the most sincere dish and successfully impressed him. And today, you once again showed me that real cooking should be gentle. So, I am very optimistic about you and want to invite you to Culinary restaurant, Mian. Hinatako looked at the flustered Tadakoro and quickly explained the reason to him. On the surface, the purpose of residential training activities is to train students' practical abilities. However, if students have excellent grades and performance, they can actually be favored by the examiner. After all, these UI graduates have achieved quite good results in the culinary world, but most of them have also reached a bottleneck period when they serve as assessors. On the one hand, they really want to continue to embrace Tatsuki Academy. On the other hand, I also want to take this opportunity to discover those talented students and then offer them an olive branch. No, Hinatako-senpai, I'm just a low achiever with poor grades. How can I be so valued by you, Tian? Suhu never dreamed that a poor student like her would one day be favored by the examiner. She was a little flattered, but she soon came to her senses and refused again and again. What? Do you think so little of my Culinary restaurant? Seeing her refusal, Hinata was not that disappointed, as if she had expected this outcome then. She let go of her hand and asked playfully, "Nothing, senior, I can work in your Kurenai restaurant. It will definitely be the honor of my life, Megumi Tadakoro, but, in my mind, there is a place I want to go to most, Tian." Suhu clenched her fists tightly, thinking of Zhang Fan, who was always willing to stretch out a hand to help her when she was most lost and helpless in life. "Oh, I'm a little curious, what kind of place is worth what you are willing to pay for?" Hearing this, Miki Hinatako narrowed her eyes slightly and asked with a smile, "Senior, the place I want to go to the most is an Izakaya, although my current ability is not enough to help there, but I believe that the final destination of my Tadakoro way must be that Izakaya." Tazakoro was stunned for a moment, and finally her eyes were filled with determination and she responded calmly, "Izakaya, it's actually an Izakaya." Hearing this, Miki Hinatako suddenly showed a surprised expression. At night, silence soothes Yuanai Resort. A faint beam of light refracted in the deepest part, causing the misty clouds to gradually disperse with the end of the last assessment. The remaining 428 students all came to the lobby of Yuanai Palace again. The 5 consecutive days and 6 nights of residential training had already tortured their bodies and hearts to the point of death. "I'm dying. How will this training camp end?" At this moment, among the crowd, Zenji Marui, who was as tired as skin and bones with heavy dark circles under his eyes, was weak and exhausted. "Let's gather here. It's probably like announcing the dinner assessment questions in advance on the first day, right?" Next to her was Ryako Sakuki, who was also exhausted, murmuring helplessly, "Who knows? Anyway, I don't want to participate in this residential training activity anymore." Yoshino Yuki, recalling everything she had experienced these days, could not help but tremble with fear, and her face turned pale just when the panic was gradually spreading again. Dajima Jin, as the chief chef, still appeared on the stage as he had done several times before. His expression was extremely serious. His sharp eyes swept around the circle first, and he was satisfied when he found that there were almost 400 students present. "Congratulations, once again past the training topics of the training camp. Actually, if you want to become a top chef, it depends more on you. The existence of Tatsuki Academy and our group of graduates is just a process of verifying your talents. A chef should always be confident, charming and excited. Only through carefully prepared and creative dishes can he reflect his delicate, elegant and value for money side, and also pay more attention to diners. Those who do any job half-heartedly are not worthy of being a chef at all, let alone a top chef. This is the truth that this residential training activity can teach you. In short, you still have a long road ahead, and there will be many ups and downs, and there will be many setbacks, but no matter what, you tonight will be the best students. Therefore, I announce that we are entering the final stage of residential training. Our Yuanai graduates will cook the food and form a grand celebration. You can enjoy it." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent for an instant, and all the students who were so tired that they barely had the strength to speak held their breath at this moment. Finally, they all came to their senses and raised their hands and cheered. "Wow, woo woo, Zio. Way, great, we are finally over." Hugging Tadakoro tightly, Yoshino Yuki burst into tears immediately, her tears falling uncontrollably. "Yes, it seems to be over." Tian Suoe also had tears in her eyes when she learned that the elimination rate of this training event was 50%. She was so scared that she couldn't sleep that night, so she could only run to the Izakaya to find some comfort with Zhang Fan later. When facing Shinomiya Kojiro, she thought she would be completely finished, but she never thought that the salt vinegar water soaking method provided by Zhang Fan allowed her to successfully restore damaged vegetables to freshness, and finally impressed the 4th house with the improved rainbow vegetable jelly, and successfully passed the exam. Looking back on these days, she felt fearful, confused, helpless, and desperate, but at this moment, she, who was weak at the beginning, was able to face her life with a smile. "Zio Wei, do you think we can taste the cooking creations of these seniors in person later?" Then, Yoshino Yuki wiped away her tears and left Taza's arms. There seemed to be a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, and she asked excitedly, This seems to be it." Tadakoro was startled, then scratched the back of his head and said, "Wow, that's the cuisine of UI graduates. I never thought I would be lucky enough to see and taste it in this life." Hearing this, Yoshino Yuki couldn't help but rub her hands, looking even more excited and expectant. Haha, and what's more, all the boarding students in our Jixing residence have successfully passed the boarding training activities, and no one has been left behind. Ryoko. Sakuki had a smile on her face for her. It was the happiest thing to see that all her roommates were safe and sound. Yeah, we all passed. Hearing this, Yoshinoyuki also nodded excitedly. Finally, led by some staff, all the students came to the wider hall here. As far as the eye can see, there are all kinds of exquisite dishes: squid ramen, gunkan sushi, akabe sushi, lasagna, braised veal shank, pan-fried foie gras, braised noodles, char-grilled salmon, pizza, lamb soup. This grand feast consisting of countless dishes naturally left everyone completely overwhelmed. They all quickly found a seat and sat down, and then couldn't wait to taste it. Making colorful handmade fresh pasta is actually as easy as making regular fresh pasta. The only difference between the two is whether dyeing is added to the dough. For example, green pasta is usually naturally dyed with spinach juice, cabbage juice, etc. Red pasta uses beetroot, tomatoes, etc. As for black pasta, the most common one is made with squid ink, namely squid ink pasta. First experience for Yoshinoyuki. The first thing you can feel is the particularly unique elasticity. The pasta is carefully cooked and has just the right consistency, neither too soft nor too hard. This elasticity allows the pasta to fully mix with saliva when chewed, releasing more flavor. Then, the delicious taste of cuttlefish began to spread in your mouth. It is the soul of this dish, as if the taste of the sea is concentrated in this little pasta. When you take a sip, the delicious taste you can feel is not strong. On the contrary, it is gentle and long-lasting, just like a gentle sea breeze blowing, making people intoxicated. Hiss, is this really the food of toy graduates? Unexpectedly, Yoshinoyuki was shocked. Zio. Wei, hurry up and eat. The quality of these dishes is really beyond what we can compare with. Immediately, she gently pulled Tadakoro, who was still in a daze, next to her, and then reminded her with a mouthful of black teeth stained with squid ink. Well, I know. Tadakoro nodded. She did feel hungry at this time, so she looked around and was finally attracted by a plate of akake sushi not far away, but maybe the distance seemed a bit far, so she could only stand up a little, reached out to pick up a small piece of sushi, and looked at it carefully in front of her. If you look closely, the red scallop meat has a light pink sheen, which contrasts sharply with the crystal clear rice. There is not only red clam meat on the rice, but also some bright fish roe. This adds a touch of freshness and vitality to the whole dish, making it like a work of art that is hard to bear to swallow at the first bite. You can feel the tenderness and smoothness of the red scallop meat, especially when you bite it gently with your teeth. The red scallop meat melts in your mouth, leaving only a rich ocean flavor. This kind of deliciousness is different from the strong taste of other seafood. It is more like a light and long taste, which is unforgettable. Next, there is the softness and delicateness of the rice, carefully cooked. It maintains the right elasticity and a slightly sweet taste. This concept of being able to bring out the true flavor of ingredients without any fancy craftsmanship or overly complicated seasoning is definitely recognized in her heart. It's amazing. The texture of this akabe sushi is really delicious. After saying that, Tadakoro's eyes suddenly lit up. She licked her mouth and couldn't help but pick up another akake sushi and continued to taste it. The sushi I made tastes good, right? At this moment, Miki Hinatako actually came to sit next to her and asked with a soft smile, "What? These sushi?" Tadakoro, who was having a good meal, turned to look at Hinata, and couldn't help but be a little shocked. She didn't expect that the examiner would come to her on purpose and tell her that all the sushi she was eating was made by her. "Hinatako-senpai, your akake sushi has reached a level that amazes me, whether it is the viscosity and texture of the rice, the freshness of the akake, or even the kneading techniques and control of temperature, shape and gaps." Tiansu then truthfully stated what was in his heart. Then, how does my cooking compare with the izakaya you talked about yesterday? Hinatako asked curiously. I think shopkeeper Zhang's food is more delicious and superior. There's no way you can compare with him. Without thinking too much, Tasako replied like this. Oh, it seems I've failed again. You really like that izakaya? After getting the answer she least expected, Miki Hinata could only sigh deeply. End of chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Mother and daughter finally reunited. Looking at it from a cross-section, it's pink inside and the standard is 50% rare. Since 40% of the meat around the steak is still tender, I think it was processed using a low-temperature slow-cooking method below 60 degrees Celsius. Then, use a flamethrower to heat it after it is taken out of the pot to cause a Maillard reaction on the surface. After the surface is quickly heated to high temperature, the meat juice is locked inside the steak, and it also has the color and aroma that a top-quality steak should have. After swallowing, Alice secretly marveled at the tenderness of the steak. Every food has its appropriate cooking temperature. If the temperature is not enough, bacteria will remain and endanger human health. However, if the temperature is too high, some nutrients will be lost and destroyed, and some substances harmful to the human body may even be produced, such as the water-soluble protein in food will form hard lumps when overheated. If the fat in meat is overheated, it will oxidize and decompose, losing the vitamins A and D contained in it. As for the filet mignon that has been slow-cooked at low temperature, the water loss is only between 5% and 8%, and it also looks particularly tender in taste. Strange, low-temperature slow cooking method is usually used in the field of molecular cuisine. How come the filet mignon in front of you? Could it be said that this is the true strength of UNIU graduates? Alice said depressedly while cutting another small piece of steak. Then, she raised her head and looked around, but she still couldn't find Irina in the crowd. Miss, you don't have to look for it. She left early with Ficheo, probably because she wanted to prepare to go back. On the side, the listless Kurakabarao grabbed the big red lobster on the plate with his bare hands, and opened his mouth to bite it regardless of his rude eating appearance. Just leave like that? Sure enough, she hasn't changed at all. She's still so unsociable. Hearing this, Alice couldn't help but murmur, and finally continued to eat the filet mignon. On the other side, in the vast grand square of the resort, a black luxury car had already been parked here. Secretary Faishasha was seen dragging a heavy suitcase and walking in a hurry. Miss, why do we have to leave so quickly? If we leave now, we can reach the Izakaya before it closes at 12 p.m. Irina at the front stopped, then turned slightly to look at Isako, and said so. Instead of going back to Tatsuki, but going to the Izakaya first. When Faishasha heard this, he was stunned. The residential training activity had just ended, but she couldn't wait to meet Zhang Fan. Xiaomei is said to be a side dish sold by steamed bun shops or tea houses in the Qing dynasty. Of course, there is also a theory that the food brought back from Central Asia or the western regions by merchants during the Yuan dynasty corresponds to the Turkic word shirm, which means skin bag or leather bag in the world of martial arts. This kind of food has many names, such as shumei, xiaomi, xiaomei, ghost puff head, open smile. Unlike sealed buns, Siamei usually has an unsealed top. The reason is that tea houses at that time also had processing services, providing dough, wrapping the fillings brought by tea customers, and steaming them until they were fully cooked. Because each tea guest brings different fillings, some bring pork, beef and mutton, some bring ginger, onion and garlic, and some bring radish, green vegetables and dried tofu. Therefore, in order to facilitate identification, an opening is left when wrapping the stuffing so that people can claim it by the stuffing. All in all, the suimai does make a difference with a main course. Maybe its purpose is just to fill your stomach and try something new, but just as food can give people happiness, in the eyes of some people, simple siamei is the meaning of life. At this moment, in the Izakaya, Zhang Fan first put all-purpose flour into a basin, added hot water, and stirred to form a dough. When the flour cools down, use your hands to knead thoroughly until the dough is no longer sticky. Then cover the basin with a wrung-out wet cloth. Wait until the dough is completely cooled. Sprinkle some flour on the work surface. Take out the dough, knead it into strips and cut it into pieces. Finally, the dough is pressed into tablets. Then roll it out like a dumpling wrapper, rolling out the edges a little more. In this way, each piece of xiaomei skin is as light and thin as cicada wings, and the edges are as stunning as lotus flowers. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Fan prepared 4 more ingredients, namely, pork, shrimp, eggs, and rapeseed. These 4 ingredients are common and can even be bought in a supermarket. Chop all pork, shrimp and rapeseed, then add starch, cooking wine, chop green onion, minced ginger, salt, light soy sauce and a little water to the pork filling. Mix evenly in one direction, and finally thicken the meat filling. Hold the xiaomei skin in your left hand and spread it in the palm of your hand. Use your right hand to pull up the xiaomei skin in the up, down, left and right directions. Close the diagonal corners, and hold it firmly in the next step of shaping. The 4 small pockets are deliberately arranged into different sizes and filled with pork filling, shrimp paste, minced rapeseed, and egg filling in a ratio of 8:5:5:5. Bring the steamer to a boil. Add the siame, and steam over high heat for 10 minutes finally. A siame dish that uses the golden ratio in mathematics is completed. Boom. The moment the stove lid was lifted, the water mist that had been hidden for a long time suddenly overflowed and enveloped the entire izakaya. There was a whoosh, but a dazzling golden light burst out from the golden ratio siomai, instantly lighting up the entire night. Good for you, every time. Simple ingredients are used to make the dishes so amazing and earth-shattering. At this moment, looking at the incredible sight in front of him, Nakiri Shinichi couldn't hide the excitement in his heart and said, "Is it not good, occasionally? Let the food shine and add some spice. Isn't it also a sensory enjoyment for diners?" Zhang Fan, who had just finished cooking siomai, just smiled and replied. After that, he looked at Nakiri Shinichi, who came to the izakaya this time, and there was no end by his side. He couldn't help but continue, "It's rare for you to come alone tonight. I guess after these days of training, feeding, you're so stupid. Has your health improved a little? Thanks to you, I managed to escape anorexia, although God's tongue will still hate all the food in the world. As long as it can continue to like you, the food you make, it can slowly regain its vitality." Nakiri Shinichi said with a smile, thinking about everything that had happened recently. She really felt like she was in a dream, from the initial anorexia to the food addiction caused by her inability to resist Zhang Fan's food. She became increasingly inseparable from the izakaya and Zhang Fan. But it's a blessing and a curse, because she can eat. My physical condition is gradually improving, and I no longer need to rely on injections of nutrient solutions to barely maintain my life. Annie must have been exhausted from taking care of your severe anorexia patient all these years, right? Seeing that Nakiri Manaji's face was really rosy, Zhang Fan sighed. Yes. She is the best secretary around me. If I had not had her company and care, I might not be able to survive now. Nakiri Shinichi nodded with deep understanding. Different from dumplings and steamed buns, the small steamed rice dumplings in front of you are cooked in the golden proportions, and their light and thin skin can be penetrated by your gaze with just one glance. You can see the filling that is half covered by the pipa. It is obvious that this is an effect achieved by using hot water and hot noodles, as well as superb rolling skills. The shape of this siomai looks a bit strange. Let's not talk about dividing it into 4 pockets of different sizes. Why do you also put 4 kinds of ingredients into each pocket separately? Looking at the siomai in front of him, Nakiri Shinichi blinked and asked in confusion. Even though she is the special executive officer of WGO, this method of burning wheat is obviously beyond her knowledge. Human taste buds have about 10,000. There are 10 cap 22 acetic acid molecules in 1 gram of vinegar. Even if the taste buds of billions of people around the world are added together, they won't be able to separate this 1 gram of vinegar. So, when tasting food, the tongue's taste buds are usually only sampled. When you come into contact with a taste, you will judge its concentration and then make up the overall taste. And your divine tongue, I think it should be able to concentrate all the taste buds, and then you can distinguish the subtle tastes. Zhang Fan, after thinking for a moment, expressed his opinion. Well, that's true, but what does this have to do with the siomai you make? Nakiri Shinichi particularly agrees with Zhang Fan's point of view in this regard. Your sense of taste is more sensitive than ordinary people, so you should be able to understand that many foods do not have to be in a uniform state. Just like the more uneven the seasonings are sometimes spread, the more exciting the taste experience will be. This siomai dish is based on the golden cutting ratio, and the 4 ingredients are packed into each bag. Golden cut ratio. When Nakiri Shinichi heard this, he was stunned. Soon, she reacted and suddenly realized, I thought you deliberately made the shape of 4 pockets, which contains the 4 meanings of happiness, wealth, longevity and joy. You're not wrong to think so. After all, this siomai dish is indeed somewhat similar to the 6 siomai from China, but in terms of taste and texture, I can guarantee you that it will definitely be the most delicious siomai in the world, bar none. After listening to Zhang Fan's words, Nakiri Shinichi naturally no longer hesitated. Seemingly realizing something, she quickly picked out a small piece of siomai from the basket with chopsticks, then opened her mouth slightly and took a bite. What you can feel for a moment is the gurgling of the soup in your mouth. The sweetness of the pork, set off by the rapeseed and eggs, became rich and vast. making her body gradually heat up and full of strength. Then, the elastic shrimp meat gave her a particularly wonderful taste experience. What the hell is this? Obviously, only 4 simple ingredients are used, but why do I always feel that no matter how I eat it, the 4 ingredients can complement each other? I won't say which ingredient can take over the taste of the other 3 ingredients. This smell is indeed very subtle. After chewing it, Nakiri Shiniji's eyes instantly became blurred, and he began to get addicted to the smell of sayame. Slowly, as the swallowing movement ended, a faint blush began to appear on her beautiful cheeks, and then she trembled all over, as if she had lost consciousness. Not enough, really not enough. The taste of this kind of sayame is simply not inferior to any previous dishes. After saying that, Nakiri Shinichi continued to pick up another small sayame. This time she was no longer graceful and swallowed it directly into her mouth, making her cheeks bulge. It's a bit funny to look like this, and it's completely different from her usual majestic and noble temperament. It turns out that the main character of the whole sayame dish is actually pork, but pork alone is not enough to satisfy my god's tongue, nor is it enough to support the entire sayame dish. That's why we use 8 parts pork, 5 parts shrimps, 5 parts vegetables, and 5 parts eggs, so that no matter how you mix it, it will be a balanced ratio of 8:5, which is the golden ratio of taste. In this way, the 4 ingredients have reached a subtle level, and no matter how harmonious they are, they can have the most perfect effect. Wonderful. It's wonderful. The fillings are made from 4 ingredients: pork, shrimp, rapeseed and eggs, and then distributed according to the golden ratio. This kind of cuisine, I have to say, conquered Shinichi's heart again. However, at this moment a pretty figure walked into the izakaya. As soon as she came in, the smile that was originally on her face suddenly stopped, and she just stood there blankly. Finally, she clenched her fists tightly and forced out the 2 words, "Mom, you are." The voice was a little trembling, but it was still clearly heard by Nakiri Shinichi, who was eating golden cut sayame. She was shocked, completely recovered from the delicious sayame, and quickly looked back. "It's really you, Mom." Finally, seeing Nakiri Shinichi's face clearly, Irina's face suddenly showed a look of compassion that she had never seen before, but she quickly calmed down and gritted her teeth. There was anger, dissatisfaction, resentment and pain in her clear and bright eyes. "Irina, how could you?" Now, the residential training activities seemed to be really over. Looking at Irina behind him, Nakiri Shinichi was also surprised. She was worried that she would meet her biological daughter here, so she often came to the izakaya during her stay and training activities. But despite all the calculations, Irina would come here quickly on the night after the residential training activity ended, and mother and daughter would finally meet again. In this way, looking back, all cause and effect lies in the tongue of God. It is precisely because of the existence of the ability of God's tongue that a series of events such as Nakiri Shinichi running away from home, Nakiri Thistle being expelled from Tatsuki, the start of Tatsuki's Tama generation, and so on happened. Although the highest ideal of chefs has always been to successfully conquer the tongue of God, but whether it is Nakiri Shinichi or Nakiri Irina, in fact, they are all deeply disgusted by the God's tongue that they were born with. Of course, although they both share the same pain, the mother and daughter may not be able to understand each other. Chapter 164. Only by your side can I feel true happiness. She is actually Auntie Manaji. Hisako, who followed closely behind, couldn't help but be stunned when he learned that the noble and majestic mature woman not far away was actually Irina's biological mother. I vaguely remember when I was young I once asked my parents about various situations of Irina's mother, but was warned not to interfere too much in this matter. Later, Irina told her personally that her mother had run away from home after learning the truth. Hisako vaguely understood that everything Irina had experienced over the years was actually beyond what ordinary people could endure. Therefore, she secretly made up her mind to use her meager strength to serve Irina with all her strength and become the best secretary around her. "Irina, it's been such a long time. When I said goodbye to you, you were still so young. I remember that at that time you liked to pull on the corners of my clothes and stick to my back like a coward." Trying to calm down, Nakiri Shinichi was said casually. It can be seen that she has restrained her usual noble temperament and wants to face her biological daughter in an easygoing and normal way of chatting. "You and I just reunited. You didn't ask how I was doing these years, but instead mentioned the embarrassing things I did when I was a child in front of everyone." At this moment, Irina finally accepted that the person in front of her was her mother Nakari Manaji. After knowing that Nakari Shinichi had come to Neon Country and had eaten the dishes made by Zhang Fan at an izakaya, she had imagined countless times in her mind what kind of thoughts she would have if she reunited with her mother one day. To understand her, however, when she actually faced her, Irina suddenly realized that she had no reason at all to choose to forgive her. Irina, can we really not go back to the past and return to the harmonious life before? When Shinichi heard this, his bright eyes were filled with disappointment. Return to the past? Do you think my childhood was so happy? When you suddenly abandoned me and chose to run away from home, you just didn't think about my feelings. And when I was trained by my father implemented the God's tongue devil training, I was tortured to the point of death. Where were you? I hate you. For me, I don't want to go back to the old days at all, and I have never felt that I didn't have a completely unqualified mother like you. As she spoke, Irina clenched her fists, with a look of fear and resentment on her face. After that, she slowly took a few steps back, as if she wanted to deliberately keep a distance from her mother, Nakari Manaji. Seeing her daughter's violent reaction, Nakari Shinichi moved her mouth, wanting to say something more, but in the end she said nothing and chose to remain silent in this situation. She knew that even if she said a word, even if she lowered her posture to sincerely apologize to her, in the end it would only anger Irina even more. However, her heart ached a little when she saw her biological daughter alienating and resenting her like this. At this moment the atmosphere in the entire izakaya was inevitably extremely depressing. Zhang Fan on the side looked at Irina first, then turned to look at Nakari Manaji. Seeing that the mother and daughter finally reunited, but their relationship was so bad, he sighed helplessly. Then he stretched out a hand and put it gently on Nagi's shoulder. He secretly winked at her, seeming to tell him with his eyes, "Rest assured I am here, Irina. Put the matter between you and your mother aside for now. During the residential training period, you must have missed my cooking, otherwise you wouldn't have come directly to my izakaya tonight." Yes, the eldest lady didn't even attend the celebration, knowing that the only person who could convince Irina was Zhang Fan. Fei Shasha couldn't help but stand up and echoed, "Fei Shang, don't talk nonsense every time." After hearing this, Irina, who felt a little calmer, turned to glare at her. Then she looked a little frivolous and arrogant, and said to Zhang Fan, "I just happened to pass by here on my way back to Yuanao. Okay, I've developed a new dish. Do you want to try it?" "Want?" Irina replied without thinking. Then she saw the corner of Zhang Fan's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had read all her thoughts, and her pretty face turned red. She said softly, "What kind of food is it?" "Well, you saw your mother. Ahem. Did you see that cage of golden ratio Xiaomei?" Zhang Fan pointed to the Xiaomei in front of Nakari Shinichi and said, "Golden ratio Xiaomei?" Irina was stunned for a moment, and then she seemed to understand something and replied, "Looking at the name of this dish, it should be the same as the previous shorayu dumplings, so let's have one first." "Okay, then wait a moment." After saying that, Zhang Fan turned around and returned to the cooking table. However, when he was about to take out the ingredients, he found that there was no more rapeseed and he couldn't help but cover his forehead. "What's wrong?" Seeing this scene, Irina's heart skipped a beat. "Unfortunately, I have to tell you that there is no more rapeseed. This golden ratio Xiaomei recipe requires 4 kinds of ingredients. You can't do it without one, so we can't make it tonight. There is none left." Irina felt depressed again. "Don't be discouraged. You can also make another dish called egg chicken." Zhang Fan, seeing Irina looking like this, half smiled. "Egg chicken? How does it taste?" "Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied." Zhang Fan patted his chest and vowed to her, "Well, let me have one. No, 2 portions of egg chicken. Fei Shan and I will each have one." Finally, when she learned that there was no golden ratio Xiaomei and only egg chicken, Irina still did not refuse and followed Zhang Fan's wishes and ordered egg chicken, and this time, she specially ordered an extra portion for Fei Shan. Egg chicken is a famous Huaiyang dish. The main ingredients are hens and eggs. After all the ingredients are fully prepared, cut the ham into cubes, wash the meat, steam it and cut it into cubes, peel and cut the winter bamboo shoots into cubes. Chicken, cut open the back and scoop out the entrails, then remove the guts from the chicken tripe, cut open the chicken cavity, peel off the inner skin, wash and set aside. Put the processed chicken livers and a series of internal organs into a casserole with a bamboo grate on the bottom and boil. pour some water. The amount of water selected is enough to cover the chicken body. Add onion knots, ginger slices and Shaoxing wine. Bring to boil over medium heat. Skim off the foam. Cover the pot. Simmer over low heat until crispy. Remove the gizzards and liver and cut into cubes. Then, spread the eggs into egg skin. Dip the shrimp in starch to make shrimp paste. And finally wrap the shrimp with egg skin. Then sprinkle diced ham and chopped coriander on top. Put it in a steamer and steam it until it's done. Then place the egg siomai around the chicken, and then put some cabbage on the side of the plate. Add a little salt to the chicken soup in the original casserole. Boil it and pour it on top of the chicken. In this way, the egg chicken is completed. Look carefully at the head in this dish. After simmering over low heat, it has become crispy and bone-free without losing its shape. When placed on a plate, it appears plump, shiny and moist. Under the light, egg siomai is placed around it, like plum blossoms, making the whole dish more beautiful. No exaggeration, the colors of the entire dish complement each other. It turns out that the chicken is surrounded by roasted wheat with eggs, and then steamed with wine until it's very rotten. After looking at it, Irina was a little surprised, but she still picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. The egg smell is rich, tender and delicious. You don't need to chew it carefully. You can feel the egg siomai squeaking in your mouth. Even if it is swallowed, it will be unforgettable. Then paired with a fragrant chicken, the taste is even more perfect, turning it into a kind of satisfaction that can be brought by chewing with your teeth. I see. The chicken is very tender and it's delicious to eat in large pieces. At the same time, coupled with the smoothness of the eggs, the taste is fresh and slightly sweet, but not too choking. Even with the elasticity of the shrimp kernels, it can achieve a calm and balanced taste experience. Although the ingredients used are still very simple, the overall taste is harmonious, and there will be no discomfort in seasoning, texture, etc. It is full of harmony. I believe that no Izakaya or any chef can prepare such a dish. In the end, Irina, who still had more to say, inevitably became excited. This dish, it is similar to the previous parent-child rice bowl. The main ingredients are eggs and hens. Irina, you may not be able to understand the pain of anorexia now, but at least you can understand that your mother never wanted to abandon you when she chose to run away from home. God's tongue? This is something passed down by the entire Nakare family, but for 2 consecutive generations to have the tongue of God, it is a phenomenon with a very low probability of happening. So, when you were born, your mother must have been filled with despair, and she could only accept it all silently. In the end, in order to find her way to crack God's tongue, she would rather suffer the condemnation of her conscience, leave you, and abandon the entire family. I can't say how great she is, or how selfish she is, but one fact that cannot be denied is that as long as the curse of God's tongue is never broken, tragedies will continue to be repeated. Your mother, your grandfather, your father, and even you, can only watch this happen. However, as long as I, Zhang Fan, are here, I will use my own cooking to heal both of you, mother and daughter. Zhang Fan said slowly. After saying this, Nagi Nakare, who was sitting on the chair over there, was a little lost in thought. She always felt guilty and sad when faced with her daughter's blame. When Zhang Fan said just now that he could no longer make golden ratio siomai and could only make chicken with eggs, she vaguely sensed his intention. I just didn't expect that Zhang Fan would be able to say such words in the end. At this moment, I have to say that Nakare Manachi was indeed moved. She did not expect that Zhang Fan and herself, Irina, and Zhang Fan would be willing to save them. I still remember that when I was at the Izakaya, I wanted to entrust my daughter Irina to Zhang Fan. At that time, I thought he was just reluctantly agreeing out of favor, but I never thought that he really valued Irina very seriously, and even tried to persuade her tonight so that she wouldn't hate him so much. False intentions. I don't need your healing and redemption. Irina's beautiful eyes began to blur. She just kept staring at Zhang Fan, and finally she couldn't stand it any longer and said, Zhang Fan, actually, during the residential training period, I was thinking of you all the time. I know you are very good. Even with the simplest ingredients, you can make dishes that satisfy my God's tongue. I also know that the only person in this world who can crack God's tongue is you, but I'm also very afraid. I'm afraid that the ideas I have adhered to for many years will be shaken by you. Even the confidence that God's tongue has given me over the years will make me fall into self-doubt again. But after spending time with you, I discovered that you really use your cooking to bring happiness and smiles to diners, and only by your side can I feel truly happy and happy. So, fool, You don't have to say that. Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but come to Arena and reached out to gently caress her forehead. Well, Zhang Fan, I hope you can be by my side when I encounter this kind of thing again in the future. The first time he touched her forehead, Arena didn't feel disgusted. On the contrary, she still had a slight feeling in her heart, which made her a little upset, like an electric shock. Mom, I still have resentment towards you in my heart, but I will slowly try to understand you. Finally, after Zhang Fan's enlightenment, Arena, who seemed to have been opened up, came back to Nakari Shinichi and said this. Nakari Shinichi's body couldn't help but stiffen, and then she raised her head again and looked at her daughter affectionately. Finally, the emotion that she had deliberately suppressed and didn't want to show exploded at this moment, and she raised her beautiful hand to caress Arena's delicate little face. It's been 10 years. I can't even remember what you look like, Arena. In fact, I am indeed a very selfish mother. In order to escape the pain of God's tongue, I had the heart to abandon you. In the end, because of my departure, you were given a cage education by Nakamura-ji, and in such a painful life, I was never by your side. I didn't take good care of you, and I failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a mother. I caused all this, so you should resent me. Nakari Shinichi retracted his hand and sighed softly. End of chapter. Chapter 165. Divorce. You must divorce him. Sometimes, the more upscale the restaurant, the better the enjoyment it brings to diners. Various nameless izakayas hidden in the streets of Neon Country may have unexpected dishes. Encountering them by accident is like winning a lottery ticket, full of fun. If you look closely, you will see a brightly lit izakaya on the slightly deserted food street, which is inevitably a bit bland, but the moment I opened the door, I felt a thick human fireworks. There were many diners sitting inside, and when they first came in, the chef Kachizano took the initiative to greet them. After walking through the long and narrow aisle, after some twists and turns, they were able to find a seat to sit down. Of course, upgraded izakaya, its scale and luxury are still incomparable to those of a 5-star hotel, but all the places are very clean and simple. There is no trace of oil fumes, and 1 or 2 people can keep it organized for the time being. Then, as the chef, Zhang Fan will take the initiative to come over and say hello while you are looking around, and ask you carefully what you want to eat. Finally, as delicious dishes were served, everyone took off their hypocritical masks and relaxed completely. These years of separation already. Nakari Manaji and Nakari Arena have downplayed their affection for each other. The crack in the heart is destined to be irreparable in a short time, and even the mother and daughter cannot face it honestly. However, here in the izakaya, there is one thing that resonates with them, and that is cooking. Well, that's what it feels like. It's not too big, but it has a solid taste. The thin sumi skin is slightly tough, and the filling is sufficient. The 4 ingredients seem to be ready to come out. Take a bite and all the flavors hit the tongue. It's mixed and harmonious. It's better than any richness of shiome. It's quite enjoyable. Occasionally, you can chew shrimp and rapeseed, which adds a lot to the overall taste. Everything is an extremely common ingredient, but it can create the most beautiful and unexpected flavors. Continuing to eat the golden ratio of shiome, Nakari Manaji couldn't help but touch and cover her hot face, and praised again and again with excitement. Look at her like this. It's as if the pain she felt just now because of her daughter's appearance has disappeared with this dish. Afterwards, she picked up the shiome with chopsticks again, and started eating with a loud gulp. Mom actually likes to eat siame. No, I should say I like Zhang Fan's cooking. On the side, Arena, who was also eating a chicken with eggs, was secretly surprised when she saw her mother devouring it like this. Even the commander-in-chief with the title of the Demon King of Food, when faced with Arena's cooking, will finally activate the skill of ripping clothes, and the clothes will explode instantly. And this is one of the happiest things for Arena after Nakari Thistle left Tatsuki. Although her cooking skills had been recognized by many chefs when she was young, every time she cooked for her mother Nakari Manaji, she was always disgusted by her. Finally, one day, she chose to run away from home because she couldn't bear the pain caused by God's tongue. Hatred. Definitely I won't say that after experiencing these things, she, Arena, can choose to forgive. However, even she cannot deny that all the chefs in this world, including herself, are actually unable to conquer Nakari Shinichi's God's tongue with cooking. Yes, in this matter, even I, who also possesses the tongue of God, feel powerless. But just like her first visit to Izakaya, Zhang Fan was able to conquer her mother Nakari Shinji with just a simple Xiaomei dish. This situation inevitably shocked Irina, but at the same time she was also very happy. After all, her biggest ideal, in addition to bringing noble cuisine to a higher level, is to use her cooking skills to make her mother truly like cooking again. And in the end, the person who helped her fulfill her long-cherished wish was none other than the chef of this Izakaya, Zhang Fan. Irina, I have heard from the commander-in-chief what Nakari Thistle did to you. At this moment, Najeri Nagi, whose mouth was full of greasy food, calmed down his happy expression and turned to a serious face. I really didn't expect that he would dare to do such a thing in the end. The reason why I dare to run away from home is because I know that he still exists in the whole family. I put all my hope in him, always thinking that even if I leave, he can take care of you on my behalf and take care of the entire family's affairs for me and my father. Result: what he did was so outrageous. After saying that, Nakari Shiniji's eyes were deep and he couldn't help but feel deep regret. Mom, I don't really want to recall what happened during that time, so don't talk about it anymore. Irina paused and recalled some past events in her mind. Suddenly, her face turned extremely pale, and her whole body tensed up, obviously out of fear. Oh, don't worry, if I have the chance to meet him, I will choose to divorce him. I will never let him do that to you again as a father, and I will never allow him to drag the entire Tatsuki Academy and the entire Nakari family into the quagmire. After giving Nakari Irina a sideways glance, seeing how scared and uneasy she was, Nakari Manaji's heart ached even more. Time passes quietly as the celebration ended. Many students in Tatsuki Resort got on the bus again and returned to Tatsuki Academy. This means that the 6 days and 5 nights of accommodation and training activities have come to an end. After the training activities, all students also ushered in a short vacation. Some students will take advantage of this holiday to prepare for a trip back to their hometown. For example, Tadakoro Megumi wants to go back to Zhuanghuan, and Yukihira-sama wants to go back to reopen Yukihira's restaurant. Some students were hiding in the kitchen. Oh, no, it's a laboratory, ready to develop new dishes non-stop. But seeing Alice Nakari in a white coat, she was washing a melon and then using a juicer to directly squeeze the melon juice. Then, she mixed 500 grams of water, 2 grams of algin, 2.5 grams of calcium lactate, 80 grams of melon juice and algin, then mixed it with the remaining melon juice and set it aside. After that, water and calcium lactate are mixed and placed in a large container. On the other side, use a small needle to absorb the alginate melon juice and drop it into the calcium lactate solution drop by drop. After 1 minute, take it out and drain it into clean water. Just like that, caviar made from melon was a success. As we all know, caviar is extremely expensive, but in the field of molecular cuisine, cold oil spheroidization technology can be used. Take common ingredients like melons, strawberries, mangoes, raspberries, and even coffee and turn them into caviar. At this moment, looking at the crystal clear and plump melon caviar in front of her, Alice could not conceal her excitement and began to taste it eagerly. Ah! Ba, what's going on? It looks exactly like caviar, but it tastes like melon. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took a bite, Alice's face suddenly turned ugly. He quickly spit out all the melon caviar in his mouth and said disgustedly, in fact, after this residential training activity, Alice has already realized the gap between herself and Irina, especially during the breakfast topic on the 3rd day. She realized that not only was she making progress, but Irina was also constantly relying on the power of God's tongue to transform, and it's obvious that she's progressing much faster than Alice. In other words, if you don't change yourself in time, let alone surpass Irina, the gap between the two will only get wider and wider. I remember that the autumn selection will be held soon. That is the best time for me to be promoted to the next top 10, so there really isn't much time left for me. After muttering to herself, Nakari Alice's eyes became firmer and she continued to develop new caviar molecular cuisine. Autumn selection. This is an important cooking competition after the residential training. Although in this competition, losers will not be forced to drop out of school, but for any participating student, its significance and influence are definitely not comparable to this residential training. Although the residential training activities are cruel, the elimination rate exceeds 50% every year. However, for the outstanding Nakari Alice, Yukihira Soma, Nakari Irina, Nito Hisako, Hayama Ryo and others, as long as you don't make any big mistakes and make dishes according to the assessment requirements while blindfolded, you can basically pass easily. However, the autumn selection competition is different. In short, it was carefully selected by the 10 Elite Council, and among the more than 400 remaining students, 60 top students were allowed to compete. And considering that every year with the arrival of the graduation season, the top 10 will be reselected, so if you can stand out on the autumn selection, you will actually be a candidate for the next top 10, which is not far away. At the same time, the judges of the autumn competition are also different from the judges of the residential training groups such as Dojima Jin, Shinomiya Kojiro, Miki Hinatako, Mizuhara Fuyumi, etc. They are all big influencers in the cooking and gourmet circles. Coffee, for example, Leonora Nakiri, the director of the Nakiri International Research Department. Another example is the curry queen of Hub Food Company, Natsum Chidata and Ori Chidata. Therefore, not to mention Alice Nakiri. For the entire Tatsuki High School first-year students, the upcoming autumn competition will be the most important performance stage in their lives. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Just as Alice was about to pick up the dropper, her phone rang. Seeing that the caller message was her mother Leonora, Alice didn't dare to neglect and quickly pressed the call button. Mom, why are you calling me so late? Alice, if I remember correctly, tonight should be the end of the residential training activities, right? 4, 6 days and 5 nights. You didn't even call me. Do you know how worried I was about you during this time? A clear and sweet sound appeared on the phone. Mom, don't worry, it's just a residential training activity. I will definitely pass it smoothly. But, Mom, you don't know how amazing Arena's performance was during the breakfast task on the 3rd day. Due to the residential training, Alice and Leonora have really had little contact these days, so this time the mother and daughter have a lot of things on their minds that they want to express. You're telling me that it's been an hour since you took the breakfast assessment and you haven't sold a single breakfast yet? Yes. In the end, we temporarily changed our approach and managed to pass it. So, you haven't been expelled. With my strength, how could I be expelled from school? That's good, but it doesn't matter if you are expelled from school, Alice. Anyway, say hello to the commander-in-chief then, and you can still stay in Tatsuki. Leonora Nakiri covered her mouth slightly and said as if joking. Alice looked indifferent. Mom, although I am the eldest lady of the Nakiri family, I have the blood of the Nakiri family. But because of this, I need to rely on my own abilities to prove to the world my talent. Well, you are indeed my precious daughter. Leonora couldn't help but feel a little relieved when she heard this. She paused for a moment, and then continued, by the way, Alice, for this year's autumn competition, I have been entrusted by UNIU officials to serve as the judge of the finals. What? What? Mom, are you a judge for this year's autumn selection? Alice was obviously shocked, but then she thought of something and couldn't help but feel happy because this means that in the near future, her mother, Leonora Nakiri, will be able to come to Tatsuki Academy and reunite with her. Okay, so we can finally be together again. Mom, you don't know how much I miss you during this time. I don't even have a true friend in Tatsuki. My cousin Arena is still the same as before. She doesn't like to talk to me very much. Ryo and Kurakaba are busy with their own affairs. Mom, I'm very lonely here. As she talked, Alice couldn't hold herself any longer. Her eyes widened, and she began to want to tell Leonora all the pain hidden in her heart. Well, you have been with me since you were a child. Suddenly you have to live so far away by yourself. You will definitely be a little unaccustomed to it and feel very uncomfortable. Leonora Nakiri comforted her. Oh, Mom, you really understand me best. When Alice heard this, her heart suddenly warmed up, and she replied with some choking. To be honest, now she wished she could meet her mother Leonora right away, but she knew that this idea was too naive, not to mention how far away the Nordic country is from Neon country. For now, the residential training activities have just ended, and there is still some time before the autumn selection. End of chapter. Chapter 166. There are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the mountains. I was on the phone for more than an hour then. In a moment of reluctance, Alice hung up the phone and refocused her energy on developing new dishes. Fixing water is a very cool thing in itself. The simplest way is to freeze the water, but how to fix the water above the freezing point, for example, 15 degrees Celsius, think jelly, and the popping beads of popping milk tea. Just use 2 different methods to completely stop the flow of water. It should be said that the gelation phenomenon and spheroidization technology are driving the revolution of molecular cuisine. The principle of making caviar from water juice is almost exactly the same as fixing water. It still doesn't work. It seems that Zhang Fan is right. Molecular cuisine mostly only focuses on technical aspects, often ignoring the essence that food should be based on taste. Yeah, I'm so stupid. Caviar, made from water juice, no matter how it is made, will always retain its fruity flavor, and if in a cooking showdown, my opponent uses real caviar, then what's the point of my fake cooking? Oh, is it true that my cooking will be stepped on by arena for the rest of my life? Zhang Fan, if you use other ingredients to make caviar, how would you do it? Looking at these unsatisfactory failed works in front of her, Alice Nakari only felt physically and mentally tired, and she felt increasingly confused. Alice, you are in a hurry to create new dishes just after you come back, although Yuanayu is a place with cruel competition. You should also need to balance work and rest at this moment. A familiar voice sounded behind her, which reminded Alice of her days in Northern Europe, where she was often preached like this by her mother. So, she frowned slightly and replied impatiently, I know, can you please leave me alone, Mom? Huh? Is it really? Alice, who seemed to have thought of something, slowly turned around. The person standing behind her was indeed her mother, Leonora Nakari. The long silver hair that flows like catkins adds a bit of charm to this mature woman who is over 30 years old. Her skin is as oily and fair as milk, with a gentle smile on her face. Her noble and elegant temperament, as well as her exotic and beautiful style, often make people intoxicated. Alice, are you surprised to see me? Seeing her daughter, whose eyes were about to pop out, Leonora couldn't help but chuckle. Mom, why are you here? Isn't it right? Could it be that you returned to Yuanayu early for the autumn selection? Alice, surprised and delighted. Well, I know your situation here, so I can't help but worry. Leonora said this. After hearing this, Alice felt a little moved and rushed over to lie in her arms. Mom, as expected, the person who loves me the most in this world has to be you. Okay, first tell me everything about your stay in Yuanayu, including accommodation and training. Looking at the daughter in her arms, Leonora could not help but show a doting expression, and then she spoke again. Mom, you don't know, time passed like this little by little, and the sky gradually became darker at this time. Leonora, who was listening intently, suddenly asked, where's the Izakaya? Why haven't I heard you talk about what happened there? Zhang Fan's Izakaya. Alice was stunned for a moment, then blushed slightly. There's not much to say. After all, I've only been there twice since the beginning of the school year. Only twice? I thought you kept praising him on the phone because you have a close relationship with him. When Leonora heard this, she understood something. Mom, it's nothing. I only met him once, so I can't say we had that kind of relationship. Alice's face turned red instantly. Haha, it's always hard to explain things clearly about relationships. Sometimes even a one-sided relationship is enough to make you fall deeply into it. Actually, I went to an Izakaya 2 days ago. The owner, Zhang Fan, is indeed, as you said, a very charming man with extremely superb cooking skills. To be honest, if he could make me 20 years younger, maybe I wouldn't be able to control myself because of him. After saying that, Leonora's heart also fluttered slightly. Right now, I just want to improve my cooking skills and win the championship in the autumn competition, so I don't have the mood or time to fall in love. When Alice heard this, she began to say guiltily. There was a moment of hesitation in her voice, and Zhang Fan actually appeared in her mind. Okay, it just so happens that you and my daughter are reunited. Why don't we go to Zhang Fan's Izakaya for a meal together? Alice's expression was noticed by Leonora, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she suddenly missed Zhang Fan's cooking. That's fine. Thinking about it, I haven't been there for a long time. Alice nodded and responded, a good bowl of ramen represents all the good things in life. This sentence is said by the film director Juzo Itami, and it is also the voice of the vast majority of people in Neon Country at this time. In the Jakusai dormitory, Yukihira Soma poured out the thick black garlic pork bone soup and noodles separately, and finally stacked a large piece of thick grilled barbecued pork on the noodles. Senpai, this is Yukihira Nitorayu, sauce noodles. The name of the dish was still the second best, but as a judge, Isaku behaved unusually calmly. Different from soup noodles, the soup base and noodles are separated. When eating, the noodles are dipped in the soup and eaten. This way of eating is not afraid of the soup scalding your mouth, but also retains the elasticity of the noodles. Therefore, it is popular in Neon. It was very popular in the country. If you look closely, you will see the fermented Kinjo tamago noodles, the tonkatsu and bonito soup that is cooked under high pressure for 1 hour, and the ingredients of black garlic and bamboo shoots. It gives the impression that a lot of care has been taken. Involuntarily, Isaku looked away, and quickly picked up the noodles with chopsticks, dipped them in the black garlic tonkatsu soup, and slurped and tasted them. Taking a closer look, the temperature of the soup is not as warm as expected. So when the noodles are dipped in the soup, it's like soaking stiff limbs in low-temperature water. I don't think anything has changed, and the texture of the noodles is still a bit hard, but it was precisely this strange feeling that made Yisahu a little intoxicated. Then he took a piece of barbecued pork and a piece of pork belly into his mouth. A thick barbecued pork is big enough, and the meat is firm when you bite it, but it's not very spicy. The pork belly is a bit sweeter in terms of seasoning, a bit like braised pork, but it obviously has a light wine flavor. Finally, there is the flavor of bamboo shoots, which is very pungent. Fortunately, the black garlic neutralizes it, making the flavor of the whole bowl of noodles more harmonious. Objectively speaking, I can tell that the soup is made with enough ingredients, including pig, bonito, kombu, and even chicken, so that the soup has a very thick taste, but the seasoning is very light, and it does not feel too salty. Very sweet, but the so-called thickness still feels unreal when you eat it. I think compared with the clearness of Shiancheo Lanzhou beef ramen, this bowl of noodles with sauce is very heavy. After swallowing, Isaku slowly opened his eyes, then thought about it carefully and began to analyze. "Senior, what is your evaluation?" Chu Eunsun couldn't help but ask expectantly after hearing this. "Compared to before the residential training activities, I have indeed made a lot of progress." Isaku nodded and praised without thinking. "Add the prepared laksa paste and coconut milk to the shrimp shell soup, stir evenly and bring to boil. Add the shrimp, ramen noodles, and fried tofu, simmer over low heat for 5 minutes, place the bean sprouts at the bottom of the bowl, pour over the soup noodles, and cook with a residual heat. Finally, put boiled eggs and fish cakes on the soup surface and it is ready to eat. It's really amazing." As expected of Zeha. No, I should call you Yukihira-senpai. Your cooking is still outstanding as always." After looking at the ramen made by Joichiro, Ishikike said with a smile on his face, "Well, this is laksa noodles, just for the spices in the soup, I used a total of 18 kinds." Joichiro shrugged and smiled. 18 spices, all in one bowl of ramen? Dad, if you use so many spices, won't they affect the aroma of other ingredients? On the side, Soma was in disbelief. After all, in his knowledge, there was no bowl of ramen that required so many spices. However, in the face of his doubts, Joichiro just smiled and said nothing, without explaining. Then, knowing that this bowl of ramen might be far beyond his imagination, Isaku couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick and take a big mouthful. Although the noodles have been soaked in rich soup, they don't feel soaked when you slurp them into your mouth. Even the taste is still smooth, chewy and elastic. The chewy shredded chicken, the crispy bean sprouts, the soft egg skin, and the combination of several ingredients also have no sense of disharmony, and the taste is very rich, so much so that after sucking it into your mouth, you can't help but taste it carefully. Acid, sweet, salty, hot, fresh at first taste. The flavor is really complex. The slippery noodles and rich soup make it feel like a complete army every time it is in your mouth. It is impeccable, but when you taste it carefully, it has a tongue-twisting flavor at the same time. Under the sour and spicy appearance, there is a salty softness and the flavor of coconut milk. It's strange, the soup uses 18 kinds of spices, but why doesn't it always taste strong? After swallowing it, Yisaku was inevitably stunned. "Coconut milk, I added coconut milk to it," Joichiro explained. "Huh? Coconut milk?" Wei still felt puzzled. "Coconut milk plays the role of peacemaker in this bowl of ramen. It's important to balance the spices without letting one flavor overpower the other. Because of the blending of coconut milk, laksa noodles taste rich and mellow. Let's put it this way, before you taste laksa yourself, it's hard to imagine what a dozen spices mixed in the soup base taste like. When I was traveling in Southeast Asia, I saw that local laksa cuisine often uses coconut milk to neutralize the pungent taste of various spices." "I see. So this is Japanese cuisine, but does it also have Chinese ingredients and Southeast Asian flavors?" Hearing this, Yisaku was even more surprised. It is obvious that Yukihira Joichiro's cuisine is always complex but also highly inclusive, which is really intimidating. As for the father and son's ramen cooking, it has long been known who is superior and who is inferior. Therefore, Wei directly announced the judging results of this cooking competition. "Chongzhen, you are indeed not as good as your father." "Ha ha ha, Chongzhen, in this case, Including this cooking competition, you have lost a total of 499 games to me. At this time, knowing that he had won his son Soma again, Yukihira Joichiro couldn't help but reach out and pat him on the shoulder without forgetting to mock him. Soma, who lost again, said with a depressed face, "Dad, you are better at cooking than me, but your memory is far worse than mine. Counting this game, you have only played 498 games, it's only one game away. Next time you just need to lose to me again to achieve it, right?" Seeing Soma's appearance, Joichiro laughed even more. "I remember that when he was at Yukihira's restaurant, he would often cook dishes with his son Soma and then let the diners judge them. Of course, no matter which diner it is, or which competition it is, the result is that his food is better. Through this method of cooking duel, Chuang's home continues to grow at an unusual speed. After all, he can learn from each failure and make improvements. This is his strongest weapon." Although he has lost a total of 498 games, Chuang's home does not feel lost or desperate. On the contrary, he has already begun to deduce in his mind what is so good about his father Joichiro's cooking. This can explain why Soma did not fall after the incident of the Donburi Research Association. After all, he has experienced the word failure many times since he was a child. In other words, there has never been anyone, and there has never been a dish that can easily defeat him. "Senior, I really didn't expect that. You and our roommate Yukihira Soma are father and son. I didn't expect that you even changed your last name, but your ramen cooking this time is still an eye-opener for me, too. Be honest, with my strength, I can't taste all 18 spices. I only remember red pepper, capers, tamarind, lemongrass, vanilla. The soup also has a strong scent of lemongrass. I'm not familiar with other spices, so it's hard to describe it. At your level, I don't think anyone can surpass you in terms of seasoning." Izakaya himself is the 7th among the 10 elites and has considerable strength, so he especially understands the gap between father and son Salma and Joichiro. At the same time, he also knew very well that this senior, who was once in the same class as Dajima-jin, was far more complicated than he imagined. Yes. Way, there's an old saying in the Celestial Dynasty that there are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. The biggest feature of my cuisine now is that it can bring together characteristics from all over the world. But that's just because I have been wandering around for many years, witnessed and learned the cuisine of many places, and then I can take the essence and integrate it. The person who is truly a master in the culinary world is that bartender Zhang from the bar. Chapter 167. The simplest dish, egg fried rice. 11:30 p.m. The Izakaya is almost closing. Nakari Shinichi, who has never left, still feels embarrassed and guilty even when facing her biological daughter, but in order to get closer to her and increase some family affection, he told her everything he had experienced since he ran away from home. She talked about how she became the special executive officer of the WGO Food Organization step by step, and also talked about the world-class chefs she had seen, and how bad their cooking was, and how she could never conquer God's tongue from beginning to end. Irina listened with interest. Perhaps deep down in her heart, she was also curious about her mother's past over the years. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting warmer, Nido Hisako, as a bystander, felt happy about it in his heart. Then, she looked at the sky outside the window, then turned to look at the clock on the wall. She couldn't help but carefully tugged on the corner of Irina's clothes, and asked softly, "Miss, should we go back? It's really late, Mom. Let's leave it like this for tonight." After regaining consciousness for a moment, Irina was a little reluctant and said to Nakari Shinichi, "The reunion with you indeed gave me a lot of bad memories, but I'm happy for you knowing that your anorexia was successfully treated." Irina, Nakari Shinichi finally swallowed what he wanted to say. "Mom, if you feel embarrassed about some things, you don't need to say them. I understand." Seeing this, Irina showed a particularly strong look and replied calmly. Immediately afterwards, she took the initiative to come to Zhang Fan. Her face turned slightly red, and she asked in a low voice, "Zhang Fan, do you still remember the last agreement? Remember, there will be a period of vacation after the residential training, and you want to work part-time at the Izakaya." After giving her a deep look, Zhang Fan finally continued with a slight smile, "You can come over on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow night." I will." Irina seemed a little excited, then nodded and agreed. In the end, she said nothing and turned around to leave the Izakaya under the gazes of her mother and Zhang Fan. Shasha behind him saw this, quickly paid for the bill, and left together, looking at the retreating figure. Nakiri Manachi was a little lost in thought, but in the end, she inadvertently showed a faint smile. After all, judging from the current results, it was much better than she imagined. Zhang Fan, thank you, ever. Since I met you, I feel like Lady Luck is always by my side. First, the anorexia that has troubled me for many years was successfully cured by your cooking, and I finally no longer have to live a life of being hungry all day long. And tonight, when faced with Irina's resentment and incomprehension, it was you who used egg chicken dishes to enlighten her. Actually, I know that you still have some ingredients that can continue to make golden ratio xiaomei, but you have paid so much in order for Irina and I to understand each other and to improve the relationship between our mother and daughter, too. Be honest, I feel like I owe you a lot on this life. These words came completely from Nakiri Manaji's true feelings. After all, for her, the happiest thing in her life was meeting Zhang Fan. Don't think so, my Izakaya is meant to bring happiness to diners. Hearing this, Zhang Fan just laughed and said, and listening to his words, Nakiri Shinichi couldn't help but admire his broad mind. After that, her eyes turned slightly red, and she seemed a little touched, so she could only whisper softly, if only I could meet you earlier, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Mom, hurry up, the Izakaya will be closing soon. At this moment, there was an urging voice outside the door. Mother and daughter, Alice Nakiri and Leonore Nakiri, came to the Izakaya unexpectedly. As soon as she entered the door, Leonora saw Nakiri Manaji and was stunned. Hey, are you Nakiri Manaji? Is it Leonora? It's been so long. You haven't changed at all over the years. No, you seem to have become more beautiful. Looking back at Leonore Nakiri behind her, Manaji Nakiri seemed to be very calm. Maybe it was because she had just reunited with her daughter and had not yet gotten over that emotion. Could it be? And Alice looked confused when Nakiri Shinichi ran away from home. She was still very young and didn't have much memory of it, therefore, she felt strange when she first saw Nakiri Manaji, but as she tried to recall it, she finally realized that she was Irina's mother. Are you Alice? Like Irina, you have changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. Turning his gaze to the silver short-haired girl next to Leonora, Nakiri Shinichi quickly knew who it was and couldn't help but sigh. Things are unpredictable and life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that in just one night, she, Nakiri Manaji, would reunite with her biological daughter, sister-in-law, and niece? You? How are you these years? Leonora asked with a somewhat complicated mood. It was precisely because of her running away from home that the entire Nakiri family had undergone earth-shaking changes, and some things even made people sigh in retrospect. It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly when I have time. After taking a deep look at Leonora, Shinichi could only shake his head and sighed. It's an unlucky time for you two to come. My Izakaya is about to close. At this moment, Zhang Fan actually took out a bottle of iced plum wine and placed it in front of Leonora. It seems that he deliberately wanted to destroy this melancholy atmosphere, and then asked with a chuckle, now we only have some rice and eggs. How about I make you egg fried rice? Okay, it's up to you. Leonora nodded after regaining consciousness. Alice, what about you? Mom has no problem with it, and of course I have no problem with it either. Alice quickly agreed. Okay, then you mother and daughter, wait a moment. After saying that, Zhang Fan returned to the cooking table and prepared to make egg fried rice. Behind every dish, there is actually a story that belongs to it. Take the simplest egg fried rice. The origin of it is particularly interesting. Xizai, the imperial cook of Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, recorded a kind of broken gold rice in his book Shi Jing. The so-called broken gold, what it describes is a golden egg that is fried and mixed into rice. It seems that whenever Yongzhou is mentioned, it is inseparable from Emperor Sui Yang. When Nanjun was destroyed, he was the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Before becoming the prince, he was the general manager of Yongzhou, and later he dug the Grand Canal, sat on the dragon flower, tasted crabs. Every major event in his life had the imprint of Yongzhou behind it. Of course, egg fried rice is also included with a promotion of the steel filing method. The quality of steel smelting was significantly improved at that time, and the cost was further reduced. In addition to creating famous weapons in the history of cold weapons such as the Mingguang armor and the Tang Mo Dao, iron works with round bottoms, thin edges, fast heat conductivity, and high turning efficiency began to become popular among the people during the Sui dynasty. Since then, frying, roasting, boiling, and steaming have taken a backseat on the Chinese food spectrum. Stir-fry, which has higher technical content and requires more complicated cooking utensils, has gradually taken over the absolute dominance. In particular, rice, a food with extremely high starch content, is easy to burn. When suitable cooking utensils are not available, it can only be cooked slowly by steaming. However, after the birth and popularization of the Chinese wok, the technical foundation for fried rice with hot oil, rapid flipping, well-charred aroma, and strong wok gas was established. So, to some extent, the emergence of egg-fried rice is of epoch-making significance in the culinary world. Today, many people also love egg-fried rice dishes. The reason why I like it is that this dish is very easy to make and the ingredients are very simple. But no matter how this dish changes in the end, it will always be inseparable from eggs and rice, which raises a particularly interesting question. Fried rice or scrambled eggs first? And the answer to this question is both. The only difference may be that if you scramble the eggs first, the egg liquid will not stick to the rice. Of course, there is also a third situation, where the egg liquid and rice are mixed first and then fried together. At this time, Zhang Fan was preparing egg yolks, salt, green onions and rice, then mixed 1/3 of the egg liquid with the rice, and fried the remaining 2/3 separately. This way, you can not only ensure the golden color of the rice, but also achieve the tenderness of the egg white and the fragrance of the egg yolk. It is the best ratio of rice and eggs to complement each other. Wait until the pot is hot and smoking, then quickly add an appropriate amount of oil, then turn to medium heat and stir-fry slowly. When the aroma of the rice in the pot bursts out and fills the entire izakaya, quickly turn to low heat and pour in the egg liquid. Continue to stir-fry quickly over medium heat. Slowly, the rice in the pot has turned into golden color, which is very attractive. Finally, add salt and black pepper and stir-fry a little. Add scallions and sauté until softened. When you can smell the obvious freshness and sweetness of the shallots, turn the heat to maximum and stir-fry for a few times, and it's ready to serve. Okay, this is egg fried rice. Tinking took a look and saw that almost every grain of rice in the egg fried rice placed in front of him had distinct grains, and while the grains were loose, it appeared to be soft and hard at the same time. What's even more amazing is that every grain of rice is stained with egg yolk. The green scallions embellished in it make the whole dish colorful and pleasing to the eye. Even under the light it was vaguely shiny, as if it was about to glow. This egg fried rice, it looks like it has a glittering effect. Nakari. Alice rubbed her eyes, thinking that she had seen it wrong. Her bright blood-red eyes were full of disbelief. The egg fried rice in front of her uses extremely simple ingredients, and the portion is not very large. But for some reason, the rich aroma of rice, egg and green onion keeps arousing the greed in Alice's stomach, so she couldn't wait to take her chopsticks, then quickly took a mouthful of egg fried rice and chewed it slowly. As soon as I entered my mouth, the smell of egg fried rice was irresistible. Every grain of rice feels particularly chewy when you eat it, like a child jumping around in your mouth. The overall taste experience is oily but not oily, eggy but not burned, and the aroma of green onions is overwhelming. Involuntarily, Alice's eyes lit up. Before she finished the egg fried rice, she impatiently took another big mouthful and stuffed it into her mouth. In an instant, a smell of oil, an indescribable aroma of rice, immediately rippled from the mouth. Such a taste it really cannot be described in any language in the world. Is this still the egg fried rice I remember? At the same time, Leonora Nakari also started eating egg fried rice. Unlike Alice, her reaction was obviously a bit exaggerated. She showed shock after taking just one bite, then immediately closed her eyes and began to reminisce. I just think that the egg fried rice made by Zhang Fan has a smooth and sticky texture. Bite it gently, and you will find the crystal clear rice grains hard to chew. Then, the rich aroma of rice lingers in your mouth, and the warmth between your lips and teeth instantly spreads along the rice grains to your heart. No doubt the bowl of egg fried rice in front of you definitely contains endless temptations for your taste buds. The denseness of the rice and the tenderness of the eggs perfectly blend together. If I had to express my feelings, it would be in 2 words: tasty. A bowl of egg fried rice. The eggs are so fragrant. If the rice is soft and rotten, or if it is as hard as a stone, then I really don't want to take a second bite. That's why I chose this kind of indica rice, which has less water content and less stickiness. It may be a little dry and hard when used for cooking, but it is very suitable for making egg fried rice. The final product is also very good. The eggs are scattered like broken gold in the rice with distinct grains, and the green onions add a fresh green color to the burnt aroma. Take a bite. It has the aroma of eggs and the fluffy and dry rice. It's hard to imagine that this is a dish that can be cooked in less than 5 minutes. Rice that dances in your mouth, and fresh egg yolks, probably what happiness looks like, right? Unknowingly, Leonora Nakari had fallen deeply into it and began to enter a wonderful fantasy realm. She only felt that her whole body was wrapped in eggshells, and the surrounding environment was dark and sticky, as if soaked in egg liquid, locked tightly and unable to escape. Egg fried rice is both the simplest and the most complex. There is no need to study too much about the ingredients. There are two really key points: tips for flipping the pot, precise control of heat. As for a perfect bowl of egg fried rice, you must first check whether the rice grains are plump and distinct. If you stir the pot, you can basically pass it, take a bite and see if the rice grains are delicious. This can tell you how long it took to stir the pot. Taste again to see if there is any gas in the wok. If there is any gas, it means the chef paid careful attention to the heat. If it is a little burned, it means it is not up to standard. Obviously, Zhang Fan did a very good job in these aspects, without any flaws. Chapter 168. How far can you lead everyone under the tide of the times? The night is deeper. It's time for the Izakaya to close. However, tonight, Zhang Fan was not in a hurry to drive away the diners. After eating the fragrant egg fried rice, Leonora and Alice laughed and joked for a while, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious. This made Shinichi next to her envious, and a strong warmth suddenly emerged in her heart. She thought to herself that if there was no God's tongue, she and Irina could be like this, right? Manaji, have you met Irina? Just when Nakari Shinichi fell into daze, Leonora's eyes fluctuated a little, and she couldn't help but ask her softly, "It's a coincidence that I met her just now at the Izakaya, but after so many years of separation, she and I have long been like strangers, and we no longer have any affection for each other." Shinichi's eyes were a little sad. "Well, some things have happened, so just accept them calmly. I believe that one day she will be able to understand you and feel the pain you experienced back then." When Leonora heard this, she could only look at her deeply and comfort her. "No, I don't need her understanding. I am very happy to see her again tonight and see that she has grown up a lot. Now, I just hope that she will no longer repeat the path I took and have the same fate as me." "That's enough, Nakari." Shinichi said. "So, yes, the tragedy of that year cannot be repeated again." Leonora Nakari nodded with deep understanding. Over the years, she has witnessed the ups and downs of the Nakari family, and she is fully aware that all this has caused irreparable harm to many people. "Sanji, what are you going to do next?" Then, Leonora picked up a bottle of iced plum wine next to her and poured it gently into the exquisite wine glass. Then, she sipped a little, slowly exhaled a mouthful of refreshing wine, turned to Nakari Manaji and asked softly, Before, what I want to do most is to find a dish in this world that can conquer God's tongue, but Zhang Fan from the Izakaya has helped me fulfill this dream, and I can finally be completely freed from the curse of the God's tongue." After saying that, Nakari Shinichi secretly glanced at Zhang Fan, who is wiping the kitchen knife over there. "Really? It seems that the commander-in-chief is absolutely right. He once told me that Zhang Fan's cooking is absolutely unparalleled in the world and no one can surpass him. At that time, I thought it was a bit exaggerated, but after visiting the Izakaya twice and seeing Zhang Fan's cooking twice, I became convinced." Leonora was silent for a while and then replied calmly, "So, in your opinion, can he change the entire decadent culinary world in the future?" Shinichi Nakari suddenly asked. Leonora Nakari was stunned. She had never thought about this problem. "Leonora, I heard that you established a research institution in Northern Europe to specialize in studying new technologies and concepts. I'm not sure whether molecular cuisine can lead a new era in the future, but according to the current situation, it's really time for a change in the culinary world." Nakari Shinichi said as if in a dream. "What about me? My abilities are limited and I can't change anything, but relying on my own God's tongue ability and the entire WGO food organization behind it, I can build a stage for world-class chefs to compete. Then, let those outstanding chefs from all over the world use their own way to profoundly influence this era and this culinary world." "Did you mean?" Leonora's breath hitched. "If we follow Manaji Nakari's idea, new dishes may be coming soon. You are in Northern Europe. Do you know anyone who cooks late at night, Nakari?" Shinichi asked again after thinking about it. "I stay in the research laboratory all year round and rarely ask about things in the outside world of science." Leonora regained her composure for a moment and shook her head. "Well, now in some areas of the Americas, Northern Europe, and Southeast Asia, the balance of table cuisine has been broken by this group of late-night cooks, and all chefs are helpless. So, In the near future, the entire culinary world will be at war, or even in chaos. Nakari. Shinichi said truthfully, could it be that you are behind this kind of thing, Leonora? Nakari was even more shocked to learn that such a big thing had happened in the entire cooking world, but soon she thought of something and couldn't help but look at Manji blankly. However, Nakari Shinichi chose to remain silent. Obviously she did not want to reveal too much on this issue. The tide of the times will only force everyone to move forward, but if you want the years to be peaceful, how far can you lead Arena and the others? Think about it. I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, Nakari Shinichi glanced sideways at Zhang Fan and just murmured to himself, Ling Dong, the host successfully signs in once and will be rewarded with a special recipe of Zhanhan noodles and dongpo pork. It was not easy to meet Shinichi, and both Leonora and Alice had a lot to say, but unfortunately it was already past the closing time of the Izakaya. Therefore, in order not to disturb Zhang Fan and the assistant chef Mujiazi, they left quickly. At this moment, Zhang Fan also received a sign-in reward from the system. When talking about dongpo pork, many people will think of the song Ode to Pork written by Mr. Dongpo from the Song Dynasty. There is good meat in Huangzhou, but the price is like dirt. The rich will not eat it, and the poor will not know how to cook it. Even subconsciously, dongpo pork and braised pork are acquainted with each other. After all, judging from the appearance of the two dishes, it is indeed difficult to tell them apart. However, dongpo pork is mainly cooked by stewing and steaming. The overall taste is smooth and fragrant, especially the dongpo pork, which is well cooked. The fat in the meat has been steamed and is almost negligible, leaving very little after steaming. These fats will penetrate into the meat, so the dishes will become more tender as they are steamed. When braised pork, pay attention to the reddish color of the meat. It is mainly blended with sugar color. The meat is slightly hard on the outside and soft and waxy on the inside at the same time. It is fat and thin. The more you chew, the more delicious it becomes, and the whole dish becomes stronger and unforgettable. Although it would be a bit strange to let diners eat dongpo pork or something like that in an izakaya. However, there is also a jiaozu dish in the Neon Country, which is slightly improved on the basis of dongpo pork to cater to the tastes of the Neon Country people. Then, there is the special recipes Zhanhan noodles. It is still from the Little Master of China, and its biggest highlight is that it uses only one noodle to make the dish. Yes, just a noodle to make it. You only need to spread out the dough and cut it into noodle. It is very simple, but just such a simple pasta dish, in the original plot, can gradually calm down the aloof emperor, which I have to say is quite surprising. In fact, the so-called Zhanhan noodles are roughly the same as the one noodle in Chinese cuisine. As we all know, Shaanxi has 4 major noodles, namely, knife noodles, one noodle, the knife cuts the noodles, picky, among them, one noodle originated from Pingding in Taiyuan areas according to the dough kneading method. After smoothing, kneading and beating the dough, roll it into a long strip as thick as your finger, brush it evenly with oil and place it neatly in cold water in a circle because there is only one noodle in a bowl and only one noodle in a pot. The essence of the whole dish lies in the taste of the noodles themselves, not the taste of the seasonings. Even without adding soy sauce, the taste is still delicious. Good. For now, izakaya, I just need dishes like dongpo pork and Zhanhan noodles. Zhang Fan, who had just received a sign-in reward, could not hide the joy in his heart. He couldn't help but smile slightly and said to himself, but he felt a little tired tonight, so he still stretched, went to wash up, and then fell asleep directly. At this point, the izakaya that had been bustling all night was finally speechless. Early morning in the gymnasium of Tatsuki Academy, on the basketball court, the atmosphere at the scene was naturally full of tension and anticipation, but figures were seen galloping, colliding, and jumping under the lights, and that round basketball kept drawing elegant arcs in the air, and the sound of pop, 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 pop echoed throughout the stadium, like a wild symphony. At this moment, Miyoko Hojo, who was standing on the three-point line, began to take a deep breath. She had sharp eyes, firmly grasped the basketball with both hands, and then jumped up to shoot. At this moment, the audience on the court held their breath, stared at the trajectory of the basketball, and prayed in their hearts with a clang. The basketball finally jumped into the basket immediately. The whole place was boiling with excitement, and thunderous cheers broke out one after another. Finally, as the referee blew his whistle, the basketball game ended with the team represented by Miyoko Hojo winning. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You are indeed the person I like. This basketball skill is better than those who have practiced for more than 2.5 years. At this moment, Miyoko, who was sweating profusely, wanted to leave the game, But Teruki Kuga came from the audience and blocked her way. You. Again, tell me, what exactly do you want to do, Hojo? Miyoko glanced sideways at the slightly shorter Kuga from the corner of her eye, and Miyoko Hojo was obviously unhappy. Again, I would like to invite you to join the Chinese Cuisine Research Association, and this time I come here with sincerity. As long as you nod your head and agree, I will immediately give you the second-in-command position, Kuga. Teruki blinked and without thinking too much, directly stated the purpose of the trip. Sure. Enough, you are sincere enough. I was really tempted by what you said. Hearing this, Miyoko Hojo couldn't help but chuckled and replied after hearing her answer like this. Jiuga suddenly felt happy, thinking that he had succeeded in winning her over. I said, don't you think it's a shame that a chef like you who can only cook spicy food can occupy a position among the top 10 and serve as the leader of the Chinese Cuisine Research Association? Unexpectedly, Miyoko suddenly snorted, her watery eyes filled with mockery. Haha, so what if you only know spicy food? In this field, who in the entire Tatsuki Academy can surpass me? You. No, Yuanayu itself lacks the soil to promote Chinese cuisine. With so many students enrolled every year, how many students specialize in Chinese cuisine? Now, through my continuous efforts, the Chinese Cuisine Research Association has almost developed into the largest research association. Isn't this enough? Yes, I admit that you are right. I took Chinese cuisine in a spicy direction, but without me, Yuanayu's Chinese cuisine would be an unpopular culinary major. Few people know about it, and few people learn it. Kuga. Teruki frowned slightly, then smiled confidently and explained to Miyoko, a bunch of fallacies. If this method is used to promote Chinese cuisine to the entire Yuanayu, or even the entire Neon Kingdom, then I am willing to let it die. I think you should just change the name to the Sichuan Cuisine Research Association. No, let's forget it is the Spicy Cuisine Research Association. Kuga. Teruki, I have to say, these words really silenced him, but after all, he is also one of the 10 heroes. He is not the strongest person in the entire Tatsuki Academy, but at least he can be considered a hero. He only raised his arms and shouted, and there were at least 200 to 300 students following him, but it happened that the silly young man Hojo Miyoko in front of him had never given him a good look. In Neon Country, the number of Chinese restaurants compared to Japanese restaurants and Western restaurants, there may be fewer, but they are also more common, especially in bustling big cities, such as Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya and other places. It is easy to find Chinese restaurants. When she was young, Miyoko Hojo had been helping out in a Chinese restaurant in Osaka because the chef of the restaurant is the father she is most proud of in her life and the father she wants to surpass the most. So during that time, she often worked harder than other chefs, and she also put in a lot of effort secretly. However, she was deeply influenced by the patriarchal mentality of the restaurant. Even if she was extremely talented, she was destined not to become a chef like his father in this life. Even other chefs kept mocking her and questioning her because of her identity as a girl. This unfair experience eventually made her hate men and wanted to prove herself later. Through unremitting efforts, she defeated all the chefs in the Chinese restaurant, including her most admired father. After that, she came to Yuanayu, hoping to achieve higher achievements in this highly competitive place, so as to prove that women are not necessarily inferior to men. Finally, relying on her own strength, she quickly became famous in the academy. Even Teruki Kuga, the 8th member of the 10 elites, admires her talent very much and has been trying to win her over to the Chinese Cuisine Research Association. However, although both of them are good at Chinese cuisine, there is a huge gap between their cooking concepts. So Miyoko Hojo has always refused his request. She thinks that Kuga Teruki is too obsessed with spicy food. Chinese cuisine is inherently broad and profound. Is there nothing else besides spicy food? Chapter 169 Hanging Cut. At night, the newly opened Izakaya was a little lively because Arina Nakiri, who came from Tatsuki Academy, started working part-time here. If we say that among Japanese food, tuna is definitely in the top 3, and the process of turning a tuna into sashimi is often a performance of fish cutting skills. At this time, Arina, who was in front of the cooking table, skillfully pulled up the fins and carefully cut open the neck part of the tuna, then cut open the back and remove large pieces of back fish, then separate the meat and fish bones on both sides of the tuna belly, and place the knife and fish at a 90-degree angle, then cut straight in and quickly slice the fish into thin slices. How? Taking back the kitchen knife, Arina glanced at Zhang Fan and asked softly, Admit that you are very talented. Looking at the smoothly sliced tuna meat on the chopping board, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then, of course, after all, I have also served as the supervisor of major restaurants. Irina felt a little happy after receiving the compliment. Well, go ahead and cut the sausages next to them into octopus shapes. Recently, many diners like to eat octopus sausages, so remember to cut more. Okay, no problem, Nakari. Irina agreed without thinking and continued working. At first, Zhang Fan was worried that her arrogant personality would cause a lot of trouble for the Izakaya. However, he never expected that she would work so hard as a part-time worker for the first time. With her help, he and Mikashi Yuano were more at ease. Wine is the core of an Izakaya. Many neon people will only love one brand and one kind of wine throughout their lives. Many wineries can be passed down for hundreds of years because of this love and persistence. Of course, besides wine, there are also other things, such as, recently Zhang Fan made some brown rice tea. The so-called brown rice tea is just fried brown rice and then mixed with green tea. However, it may be that the name of brown rice tea is not pleasant, so it is called brown rice tea. With just one sip, you will feel the faint aroma of neon traditional green tea and the special aroma of roasted rice. Quiet and elegant, warm and mellow, especially when janmecha spreads in your mouth. You can feel its rich layering and delicate taste changes. This inexplicable taste experience gradually made Tanakoro feel happy. When she came to the Izakaya tonight afterwards, she slowly opened her eyes and was slightly startled when she saw Nakari Irina, who was handling sausages next to her. Although she and Irina were both in junior high school, they had already enrolled in Tatsuki Academy. However, in fact, the two of them don't have much interaction, and their relationship can be said to be strangers. After all, their status is there. One is the noble eldest daughter of the Nakari family, and the other is a country girl from the countryside. I really didn't expect that Miss Irina would be at the Izakaya. Withdrawing his gaze, Tian Suahu sighed slightly. How can't I be here? Hearing this accidentally, Irina stopped what she was doing, raised her head and took a deep look at Tazo. She might have met Tadakoro once or twice when she came to the Izakaya in the past, but what really impressed her was during the residential training activities. When she was in junior high school, a low-achieving student like Tadakoro was too lazy to even glance at her when walking on the street. But it was this unknown little man who could pass 5 levels and kill 6. Well, finally survive the cruel training activities with excellent results. No, I mean you. Why are you cutting sausages, Tian? Suahu was so frightened that he waved his hands hurriedly and replied awkwardly, as you can see, during this holiday, I chose to work part-time as a temporary worker here, Irina said calmly. Temporary worker, Tian? Suahu was startled. Finally, her face became extremely surprised. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Nakari family, who was famous in Tatsuki Academy, would even think of working part-time as a temporary worker in such an Izakaya? Frightened, she quickly picked up the teacup and took a sip of brown rice tea. The fragrant brown rice tea slowly penetrated into the throat, and Tian Suahu could feel a long aftertaste in an instant, which gradually calmed down her impetuous heart. Soon, her thoughts drifted to her child's life 10 years ago. I vaguely remember that her hometown is in Ibaraki Prefecture in the northeast. It snows heavily in that place in winter and is very cold, but because it was close to the port, she could often see fishermen fishing, and they would soon return home with a full load after setting off in their boats. What impressed her the most was that when she saw fishermen fishing, if they were lucky enough to catch an anglerfish, they would immediately use the hanging and cutting method to deal with it on the spot, and that kind of slaughtering scene shocked her every time she recalled it. Out of curiosity and for the sake of her mother, she began to study with this group of fishermen for a period of time. She finally learned this hanging cutting method. Shopkeeper, thank you very much. This time, you don't know how strict the assessment conducted by Senior Sigan was. As for me, I was unlucky. I actually got a bad piece of lettuce. I almost cried at that time. Fortunately, I thought of a way to restore the freshness of damaged vegetables, and finally managed to pass with the improved vegetable jelly. Tian Suahu slowly opened his eyes again and glanced at Zhang Fan beside him. In the end, she was able to tell him about the thrilling assessment in a calm manner. I just gave some tips and it can't affect anything. On the contrary, under those circumstances, you were able to successfully convince Shinomine with your improved cooking, which is what I least expected. Zhang Fan, after hearing the ins and outs of this matter, knew that due to his appearance, the matter was very different from the original work. and he couldn't help but feel a little confused, just like Mito Ikmai last time. Tazo's own life trajectory has also quietly changed. Shopkeeper, you're welcome. I know very well that the reason why I have made rapid progress during this period is actually all due to your help behind the scenes. So, at the end of the residential training, the first person I thought of was you, followed by my mother and my neighbors in my hometown who have been silently encouraging me. By the way, I'm going back to my hometown in 2 days. I will bring some souvenirs back then and give some to the shop owner as a token of my gratitude. At the end of the sentence, Tian Suahu blinked her bright eyes, seeming to be a little excited and looking forward to it. In the past, because of her poor grades, she was always embarrassed to go back to her hometown to face her mother. But things are different now. Not only did she get rid of the dilemma of dropping out of school, she even successfully passed the residential training activities with an elimination rate of 50%. Therefore, she wanted to take advantage of this vacation to go home and bring the good news to her mother in person. Oh, I can see it. You are a good girl who takes good care of her family. Whoever gets to marry you in the future will have the confidence that takes 8 lifetimes to cultivate. Seeing this, Zhang Fan just smiled lightly. No, how can I be as good as the shopkeeper said? Tadakoro's face turned red when she heard this. Then, in order to change the embarrassing topic, she added, shopkeeper, can you handle anglerfish using the hanging cut method? Of course, and coincidentally, I happen to have an anglerfish here, so do you want me to show it to you? Zhang Fan shrugged and replied confidently, why, you really know how to do it? Then, I'm a little interested. I want to see if your hanging cutting skills can match those of those fishermen. Tian Suoe was slightly surprised, and then said with shining eyes, in fact, in the plot of the original book, the cooking topic of the first game of the autumn selection is curry. Tadakoro used the hanging cutting method to process the anglerfish and successfully made an anglerfish curry hot pot. In the end, she even squeezed into the top 8 with an extremely slim advantage. Huh? Is it that kind of hanging cut? On the side, Mujiazi, who was entertaining diners, was also curious. After hearing this conversation, he took out a huge anglerfish and hung it up. When they saw that Zhang Fan was serious about cutting the anglerfish, all the diners at the Izakaya came to watch. There are actually many types of anglerfish, with a total of 265 species and 16 families, but no matter how many types there are, their appearance is roughly the same, and one word, ugly, can sum it up well. It can be described simply as an exaggeratedly large flat head, with a bloody mouth that is almost the same width. Then, the body became smaller, the eyes were on the top of the head, and a strange fin protruded from the forehead. This shape resembles a lantern. So it is also called lantern fish chop. After a sound in just the blink of an eye, the fins of the anglerfish were removed. Such bold and skillful knife skills immediately won the cheers and applause of many diners. Even Arena and Kikuchi on the side couldn't help but gasp. It's amazing. He actually knows how to handle anglerfish with a hanging cut. At this time, Muji Azingo exclaimed, since the surface of the anglerfish is covered with a layer of slippery gelatin, it is very inconvenient to handle it on a cutting board. Therefore, one can only hook the lower jaw of the fish's mouth and lift it high, while hanging the fish in the air and cutting under extremely unstable conditions. This special lifting and cutting method naturally requires superb skills. On the other hand, Zhang Fan's hanging cutting skills also shocked Yan Suahu. The fins were removed. The next step is to remove the fish skin, because the whole body of the anglerfish is full of treasures. Even the skin is a precious ingredient. But if you want to deal with the fish skin, you can't just chop it off with a knife as you just did, because you have to make sure that the entire fish skin is intact. In other words, just the action of peeling the skin requires the chef to do it in one go. So, Zhang Fan tightened his gaze, gently cut open the fish skin with a knife, and then tore it all off with force. Hiss! In an instant, the tempting fish meat was displayed in front of everyone. This scene of peeling fish skin is the most thrilling, especially the smooth technique, which simply blinded everyone's titanium alloy eyes. Then, remove the gills. This step is actually the beginning of breaking down the anglerfish flesh, and then skillfully removing the liver. At this time, Zhang Fan was seen using his knife to separate the fish flesh. Perhaps it was because of his speed that all the diners present could see that he had already cut the entire anglerfish before they could recover from their amazement. Finish. Is it so fast? I have also seen chefs cutting anglerfish, but no one can process all the anglerfish in such a short period of time. At this moment, after watching the entire cutting process with concentration, Irina's heart could not calm down for a long time. Cool, that's great, shopkeeper, your hanging cut is so perfect. I have never seen such a shocking live performance in my life. Later, Zhang Fan took back the kitchen knife over there. Tosako couldn't help but clenched her pink fists tightly, and stood up in excitement and said, the whole set of movements for handling the anglerfish is really very skillful, without any flaws or hesitation, especially the action of peeling off the fish skin just now, although it made all the fish meat inside appear bloody at once, but such a scene is shocking enough to make people's blood boil. Thinking about herself, it took her several years just to learn this hanging cutting technique, so tonight, seeing Zhang Fan perform such a shocking hanging cut, she could not help but feel a deep admiration for him. Is it hard, isn't it just cutting up an anglerfish? See how excited it makes you, seeing this situation. Zhang Fan could only chuckle. Shopkeeper, not everyone is like you, right? The anglerfish itself has a layer of sticky body fluids on its surface, so it can only be processed by hanging and cutting, and because it is covered with food, you can only use a special fish knife or fish pliers to remove the internal organs of the anglerfish. In this process, the bladder and gallbladder must not be ruptured, and the skin and liver must not be damaged, so it really tests the chef's skills and patience. To be honest, it took me a few years to learn it reluctantly. Gulu, Gulu. While he was talking, Tian saw whose stomach growled like those hungry and thirsty gluttons protesting and begging for food. The sudden situation made her stunned for a moment, and then her face turned even redder. Are you hungry? Zhang Fan looked down at Tian Suahu, who was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a place to hide, and couldn't help but suppress the smile in his heart. Well, I'm really a little hungry, Tian. Suahu could only touch his belly and replied awkwardly, that's the case. How about using the freshly cut anglerfish ingredients to make a dish? Okay, then I'll help you. After finishing speaking, Zhang Fan turned around and continued to work. End of chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Another master who is good at Chinese cuisine. The delicious anglerfish is a specialty of Neon Country, especially Ibaraki Prefecture. Its body is huge, soft and smooth and difficult to dismantle. The locals invented hanging cutting to disassemble and cut it. There's even a hanging cutting display event held every year in Ibaraki Prefecture at the Ajiro Festival. In the food world, there is a saying, Western River Dolphin, Eastern Angler. This means that the only fish that can compete with a top-notch delicacy such as pufferfish is anglerfish. First, fry the anglerfish liver in a pan until the oil is released, then boil the liver oil in miso to make a golden soup base, and finally add the fish as well as the so-called 7 treasures of angler such as fish skin, fish fins, fish liver, fish stomach, fish gills, etc., are cooked in the pot with some tofu, vermicelli, and various vegetables. During the cooking process, no additional water can be added. Finally, throw some mushroom ingredients into the gurgling soup and blanch them quickly to lock in the freshness and sweetness of the ingredients themselves. Various curry spices are used to trigger the flavor, so that the rising mist has a rich aroma, which invisibly inspires everyone's yearning for a better life. Perhaps this is the healing that anglerfish curry hot pot brings to people. In fact, there is no such thing as hot pot in Japanese cuisine. The ingredients, the pots in which they are cooked, and the dishes that are packaged and served together are collectively called pot items. Of course, if you say that there is no hot pot in Neon Country, some people will probably express dissatisfaction, but no matter what, in terms of the diversity of ingredients, Neon Country's hot pot should not be inferior to Chinese hot pot at all. In addition to the common miso soup, there are also special soup bases such as soy milk and curry. The contents also include all kinds of edible food from the 3 realms of sea, land and air. For example, the anglerfish hot pot made by Zhang Fan even includes the fish liver. At this moment, I looked at the bubbling golden soup base. There were also the bean skins that vibrated up and down with the heat, the fresh fungi floating above, and the tender anglerfish meat. Tadakoro was stunned. After that, she regained consciousness for a moment, picked up a small spoon, took a small sip of soup, and tasted it carefully. Sizzle. Tadakoro couldn't help but make a slight noise while drinking the soup, but after just a brief taste, her whole body trembled, and her eyes revealed disbelief. Then she picked up a small piece of anglerfish liver with her chopsticks. It tasted very smooth as soon as she entered it. The fresh and delicate texture reminded her of the taste of fine foie gras, but unlike foie gras, the umami taste is fresher in terms of taste. It seems to be more delicious, and it is obviously less greasy than foie gras. Maybe it's because anglerfish liver doesn't artificially fatten like foie gras and is richer in unsaturated fatty acids. This kind of fish liver seems to have been processed without any fishy smell. After swallowing, Tasako's expression showed satisfaction at her current level. It is difficult to delve into the reasons why this anglerfish curry hot pot is so delicious. Although she can analyze it a little bit, it is really difficult to explain clearly. Not gorgeous, however, it has a solid taste and an extremely pronounced umami taste. It is not even an exaggeration to say that it only needs the simplest cooking to maintain its original deliciousness, which is enough to impress people. Although pufferfish and angler are both delicacies in the food world, but things often have two sides. One is extremely poisonous, and the other is extremely ugly. After Zhang Fan's careful processing, the terrifying appearance of the anglerfish was gone, leaving only the alluring delicacy. Even if you pick up a piece of cooked anglerfish with chopsticks and tumble it into the curry spice soup base, your life will feel complete the moment you take it into your mouth. At this moment, under the weak yellow lamp, Tadakoro's fair and tender little face turned red from the heat, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on her forehead the moment the heat rises. She may feel that there is nothing that cannot be solved by a meal of anglerfish curry hot pot. In other words, when faced with such a dish, she is willing to completely forget all her worries. Well, it really smells good after eating. There is always an indescribable aftertaste lingering on my lips and teeth, and this smell can't be dissipated for a long time. I vaguely feel that it has the unique deliciousness of anglerfish, even. The aroma mixed with curry spices, mushrooms, vegetables and other ingredients can linger in your mouth for a long time, making it unforgettable. In the end, Tian Sahu, who drank even a drop of the soup in the pot, said with a satisfied face, "Hot pot is definitely good news for people with choice phobia. You don't have to make a choice. Just simmer everything together and then it's all in your stomach." Anglerfish curry hot pot in front of you. There is no doubt that it is definitely the best and most delicious hot pot dish in Taguoke's heart. Gradually she only felt that all the energy in her body had become extremely abundant. Obviously, this kind of anglerfish curry pot was completely beyond her imagination. Shopkeeper, your anglerfish curry hot pot is really unique. No, it's not only unique, but also the selection of ingredients, the processing of the anglerfish, and the fire control are all perfect. Tian Suahu opened his eyes and said to Zhang Fan in amazement. She has witnessed Zhang Fan's cooking skills many times and tasted many of Zhang Fan's dishes, but she has to say that every time she comes to the Izakaya, she is shocked and amazed by Zhang Fan. If so, let her make such an anglerfish dish. Even if she could cut and handle anglerfish, she would never be able to reach the level and height of Zhang Fan. The anglerfish itself tastes very delicious. It not only brings out the effect of curry spices, but also combines the flavors of other vegetables and mushrooms. Of course, the most important thing is the fish liver, which is more delicate than foie gras. The taste of fish liver is very dense but also delicious, so the curry spices should be a little lighter. This will make the entire anglerfish curry hot pot taste lighter, but bring back a little sweetness, making it mild in the mouth and with a long aftertaste. And then, about the vegetables, the principle is just one: put as much as you have, don't be too little. Zhang Fan glanced at Tian Suahu for a moment and saw that she seemed to have some understanding, so he said lightly, "I see, angler fish curry hot pot, there are so many details." After listening to these words, Tian Suahu couldn't help but lower his head and think. Seeing Tian Suahu's reaction, Zhang Fan didn't say anything. He just packed up the things on the table and turned around to leave. In terms of settings, what Tasakoro is best at is not actually local cuisine, but the kind of cuisine full of family atmosphere. Put it another way, it just doesn't have any strong irritation, nothing that makes people's eyes brighten. This can be seen in the plot of the original novel, in the ramen cooking showdown between her and Kurakawa Ryo in the quarterfinals of the autumn selection. Maybe it's because of her cooking style that she can't take advantage in the fiercely competitive culinary school in Toyo, of course. On the other hand, Tian Suahu doesn't have much ambition himself. When she came to Tatsuki to study, her biggest vision was not to achieve success in the culinary world, but to stand at the top and stand out like Irina. But I just want to be able to inherit my own hotel. Therefore, from beginning to end, she is different from the aggressive Nakari Alice and Yukihira Soma. And she does not have much desire to compete. She never thought about who she wanted to win or surpass. She just didn't want to lose or be dropped out of school. She must be grateful to Zhang Fan after all. With her abilities, she might not be able to pass the first test of the semester, but it was precisely because of meeting Zhang Fan that she had the courage to take action, and through repeated training, she was able to grow up. She is a grateful person, and she also knows that Zhang Fan will always be the most important person in her growth process, right? None of them. Late at night, the Izakaya became even more lively because in 2 days, Tiansu will go back to his hometown. And there are many things that need to be packed and dealt with in a hurry. Therefore, after eating the anglerfish curry hot pot, she hurriedly paid the bill and left. After that, more and more diners came to the Izakaya. Tonight's business is hotter than before, but fortunately with Arena as a temporary worker, Zhang Fan is not so busy. This Izakaya. At this moment, a girl with a particularly hot figure walked into the Izakaya. It can be seen that she is wearing a curvy crimson embroidered cheongsam. Her graceful figure is even more graceful against the cheongsam, like a delicate peony flower. The simple hairstyle and a slightly longer hair make her overall physique more elegant and beautiful. It's actually her. Seeing that the person coming was Miyoko Hojo, one of the few students in Tatsuki who knew Chinese cuisine, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel confused. After looking around for a while, Miyoko was finally amazed by how exquisite the layout and decoration of this Izakaya were. The overall environment was particularly suitable, which made her feel more comfortable. The more she looked at it afterwards, she couldn't help but look away. Then he chose a more remote location and sat down. Hello, this is an Izakaya. Our restaurant has a rule of ordering whatever you want. Of course, it must be something I can cook and there are ready-made ingredients. Zhang Fan took the initiative to come to her side and greeted her warmly. His voice was magnetic and contagious, sounded real and beautiful, and instantly broke Miyoko's thoughts. She could only raise her head slightly, looking up and down at Zhang Fan in front of her, and found that he was younger than she thought, probably 20 years old at most, and he didn't look like a waiter at this Izakaya, but more like a shop owner. Of course, the most important thing is that he is handsome and has a very good appearance. Are you the shopkeeper? Blinking her eyes, Miyoko Hojo asked softly in an unsure tone. Yes, I am the owner and a chef. Zhang Fan smiled. What, is he really the shop owner? It's really enviable that I can run an Izakaya by myself at such an age. Hearing this, Hojo Miyoko was slightly surprised, but also a little envious, to know her family also runs a Chinese restaurant with a good business. Her biggest ideal in this life is to inherit this restaurant from her father, but because she is a daughter, no matter how hard she works, she does not have this right to inherit. After that, she became more and more interested in this Izakaya and looked at it again, only to find Arena Nakari. She couldn't help but be stunned, as if she understood something. That, Tasoko, is she very familiar with you? Do you think she often comes here to eat? Miyoko Hojo reacted and asked Zhang Fan out of curiosity. Regular customer, also a good friend. She is a very gentle and kind-hearted girl, so I don't really dislike her. Zhang Fan frowned, and finally, confused, he replied truthfully, oh, so, her cooking, what do you think? Do you think that she will be able to stand at the top of Yuaniu in the future and surpass all men? Knowing that his relationship with Tazo was not what she imagined, Hojo Miyoko couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then continued to ask Zhang Fan, you want to say whether she can become one of the top 10, or even number 1? I don't know why you have such inexplicable thoughts. Although Tadakoro does have great potential, to be honest, it is absolutely impossible for her to become the strongest person in the future, not to mention those in the same class as her. There are Nakari Arena, who has the talent of God's tongue, molecular cuisine expert Nakari Alice, meat master Mito Yumei, etc. These people's talents and abilities may not be worse than hers. On top of this, there are also the current top 10, such as Asiwei, Kobayashi Gentian and others. Zhang Fan said calmly. At first, he was a little confused as to why Miyoko was so concerned about Tazo's affairs. She even recognized her and looked up to her in her heart, and then she walked directly into the Izakaya not long after Tadakoro left. After thinking about it, the reason for this is probably the same as the plot of the original work. Just because of the extraordinary performance of Tadakoro during the residential training activities, she successfully attracted the attention of Miyoko Hojo. In fact, in the later Nakari Hisashiku incident, Soma, Ishiki and others were ranked very high as the heroes who defeated the 10 heroes. In particular, Chuang Zhen himself has become the first among the top 10. But he has a role that seems to be missing, that is, Tadakoro Wei. It's hard to believe that she is only ranked 10th, but judging from various information, this ranking may be very scientific. It can only show that although she is very talented, there are many people who are better than her in that class. Chapter 171 Beyond Joichiro. Jixinglia Dormitory, room 303. It was pitch dark here. Chuangzhen sat on the edge of the balcony, holding his chin in his hands and looking at the moonlight outside the window. Suddenly, a gust of evening wind blew gently by, making him feel a little chilly, but his half-dazzled eyes showed a complicated look, as if he was thinking about something. Hey, I wonder what happened to the diners who often come to the dining room. Finally, Salma Yukihira sighed softly. As soon as the residential training was over, he had the idea to go back and reopen Yukihira Shashiko. What he didn't expect was that his father Joichiro would come to Tatsuki to meet him, and he also learned that his father was a Tatsuki genius who could compete with Dojima Jin. Chuangzhen, what are you thinking about? When he first came in, he saw his son in a daze, so Joichiro asked, Dad, are you really not planning to continue running the Yukihira dining room in the future? Soma asked after looking back for a moment. Well, it's no longer in business. In 2 days, I will leave Yuan Iu to work as a chef in a 5-star hotel owned by an old friend of mine in France, Europe. Joichiro walked to Soma's side, admiring the scenery outside the window with him, and then said calmly, 5-star hotel, is it a hotel of the same size as Tatsuki Rikyu? And he is also the chef. When Chuangzhen heard this, his eyes were inevitably a little shocked. Haha, do you suddenly feel that Dad is more powerful than you thought? Seeing his son's reaction like this, Joichiro felt happy. After all, he rarely mentioned anything about himself in the past in front of Soma. Dad, you've really been hiding this from me all your life. Zinping, Chuangzhen said helplessly. Afterwards, the father and son were speechless. The atmosphere in the whole room seemed a bit awkward, and maybe because he knows Joichiro's thoughts, he is no longer in Yukihira's dining room, and he also knows that neither he nor his father can return to the original life, so Soma always has a depressed face. Seeing that he was not in a good mood, Joichiro patted his shoulder with his hand and said with a smile, Listen to Ishiki-K, you were exhausted not long after school started. The beef rice bowl I made was defeated by that guy with a score of 5-0. Mito, Dad, it's been a long time since that happened. Can you please don't take this opportunity to ridicule me? Chuangzhen's mentality was even more broken, which part was not mentioned, but he had to mention this thing that made him still brood every time he thought about it. Ha, this is my son. I have lost a total of 499 games to me, and I will lose to someone else one more time. Unexpectedly, Joichiro burst into laughter. This situation made Soma on the side even more speechless. He could only say angrily, Dad, you are so happy when I lose to someone else, right? And what about losing? I'll give you 498 games, not 499 games. Well, are you afraid of failure? Joichiro stopped to smile and suddenly turned serious, and asked, Dad, you still don't know me. It was just a disastrous defeat. Although it was really incredible at the time that the opponent could win the game in that way, I quickly thought about it. Think about it. Before I came to Tatsuki Academy, my mentality was always relatively frivolous. I even thought that these students who are hiding in the Chailyo Cuisine Academy and studying all kinds of cuisines will definitely not be as good as me, a chef who has been running a restaurant with you since I was 6 years old and has rich practical experience. But this defeat made me completely understand that this academy is not what I imagined. Dad, you are actually right. If I keep hiding in Yukihira's restaurant, I will just be like a frog sitting in a well, lacking knowledge of many things outside and becoming arrogant at the same time. Chuangzhen finally told his father all the thoughts he had suppressed in his heart for a long time. Hearing this, Joichiro was stunned for a long time. Finally, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he felt extremely happy in his heart. The stars hung in the sky, and the cool breeze blew slowly, making the night even more peaceful. Chuangzhen, do you know the curse of God's tongue? In the end, Joichiro just looked at Soma deeply and asked, I know about God's tongue, but I don't know about the curse. Chuangzhen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Well, it's okay if you don't know. Anyway, in this era where cooking is paramount, most chefs actually care too much about something they can't see. You must know that once what you insist on cannot solve the current dilemma, it will easily lead to psychological collapse. The Chef has been unable to recover due to psychological problems. I've really seen a lot in my life. Speaking of this, Joichiro's tone became very sad. These words were not only describing his past, but also talking about all the chefs who once had great glory, but eventually collapsed because of being too attached to something. Dad, don't worry, I really won't fall completely because of 1 or 2 losses. Now, Soma, of course, still couldn't understand the meaning behind Joichiro's words. He just naively thought that his father wanted to encourage him in this way. Did it really want you to come to Yuaniyu at the beginning? This place can indeed help you improve your strength quickly. However, how many geniuses have fallen here and fallen here? As someone who has experienced this, I naturally don't want to see tragedy happen to you again, Yukihira. Joichiro thought for a while, and finally sighed, but now that I see you, I am very happy, because you are really completely different from me. Maybe in the near future, you will completely surpass me, and even grow up to the point where even I can. A state that has never existed before. The night is getting deeper. At the Izakaya, I heard Zhang Fan's analysis. Miyoko Hojo soon realized that she had indeed looked down on Tazo a little bit, and her purple autumn eyes couldn't help but feel a little sad, but then, her eyes gradually brightened, and after staring at Zhang Fan for a while, she said, "Shop owner, can you order whatever you want as long as there are ready-made ingredients or you know how to cook?" "Yes, that's the rule." Zhang Fan nodded. "Well, because I am a chef who specializes in Chinese cuisine, I would like to try dongpo pork. Is that okay?" After thinking for a moment, Miyoko Hojo asked softly, "Dongpo meat?" Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment. "I just got the dongpo pork sign in reward, but this stranger who came to the Izakaya for the first time actually ordered this dish. Is there some kind of fate that is destined to exist? Then, what do you want? A bowl of dongpo pork and 2 bowls of rice? Okay, then wait a moment." After saying that, Zhang Fan turned back to the cooking table and prepared to cook dongpo pork. Dongpo pork was created in Suzhou, perfected in Huangzhou, and famous in Hangzhou. The main ingredient is definitely pork. The characteristics of the dish are thin-skinned and tender meat, bright red in color, mellow and juicy, crispy but not broken, fragrant and glutinous but not greasy. First, prepare the skin on pork belly. Heat the Chinese iron pot and rub the skin of the meat toward the bottom of the pot until it is charred black. The purpose of this is to remove residual pig hair, and it is also the key to removing the fishy smell of pork. Then, soak the pork belly in clean water and scrub clean. Put it in a pot and blanch it until it takes shape. Take it out and let it cool. Then cut it into pieces with a kitchen knife. Take out the hemp rope to fix it. Blanch it until it takes shape. And prepare for the next step of cooking. First, use a large casserole and place the shallots on the bottom of the casserole. Add the ginger slices, then arrange the processed pork belly evenly in the casserole. Finally, add rice wine, rock sugar, light soy sauce, fermented glutinous rice wine, dark soy sauce, star anise, cinnamon, white cardamom, bay leaves, yellow gardenia, and cover. After the fire comes to a boil, turn to low heat and simmer for 1 hour before serving. Miyoko Hojo couldn't help but twitch the tip of her nose. The unique aroma emitted by the fat and seasonings of the pork belly after being simmered for a long time made her instantly intoxicated. Looking carefully, the dongpo pork served in a ceramic bowl has a red luster, as attractive as onyx. The shape is neat, and each piece of meat is similar in size and shape. They are all square, and coupled with a layer of dark meat skin, it looks very layered. Even if you look at it a few more times, you can't help but swallow your saliva. Huh? What happened? Is the meat so soft after just stewing it for an hour? Immediately, Miyoko, who was greedy, couldn't wait to use her chopsticks to gently touch the skin of dongpo pork. Because the dongpo pork has been slow simmered for a long time, the meat is already crispy and rotten. It can be separated with just a touch of chopsticks, and the rich soup quickly flows out from the inside of the meat. Then part of the soup is absorbed by the lean meat, and the fat and lean complement each other, making it especially delicious and soft. Although shocked, Hojo Miyoko didn't think much, but started to pick up a large piece of dongpo meat, opened her mouth wide and started to bite. There was a puff sound, and as soon as I took a bite, my mouth was filled with rich soup. But when you continue chewing, you can feel the texture of the whole dongpo pork. It is warm, soft and glutinous, and the pork is fat but not greasy. The texture of the sauce-colored meat is like fine jade. The rich layering and fragrant aroma immediately spread on the tip of the tongue, and the whole piece of meat slowly melts in the mouth. The charming aroma and its delicious taste permeate every taste bud, and if you taste it carefully, you can also find that the taste is sweet and mellow, and alluring fragrance can whet the appetite in an instant, making Miyoko want to leave. What a surprise! Izakaya can actually make such delicious dongpo pork. Look at this pork belly. It's coated in sugar sauce on the surface, so it tastes a little crispy, but when you bite into it, it's very soft and chewy. The sweetness melts in your mouth and lasts for a long time. Well, it's not boring at all. It's really chewy. The aroma and texture make people want to pick up a piece and put it in their mouth. As Miyoko Hojo, who works in Chinese restaurants all year round and is also good at Chinese cuisine, she can naturally taste Zhang Fan's dongpo pork in one bite and how delicious it is. Actually, slow cooking dongpo pork is just that. It takes time to create a delicious dish, therefore, there is no doubt that the perfectly stewed dongpo pork in front of you, no matter how delicious and sweet it is, does not seem to hide that it is a piece of fatty pork. However, for Miyoko, but she didn't feel disgusted by it. On the contrary, she felt that the dongpo meat in front of her was really delicious if paired with fragrant rice. The taste will be just one word: absolutely amazing. There are many legends about the origin of dongpo meat. The most famous one is when Su Dongpo was the magistrate of Huangzhou. One winter, he wanted to cook a meal for his friends, so he bought a piece of pork belly and planned to boil it in water and slice it for the table. However, he was busy writing poetry and painting and forgot to turn off the fire. As a result, the water was boiled dry and the meat became charred and hard. Su Dongpo felt so ashamed that he could only put the meat back into the pot, add some soy sauce and sugar, and simmer it slowly over low heat. Unexpectedly, the meat became tender and delicious, and his friends all praised it after tasting it. Since then, this dish has spread and was named after his trade name dongpo. At this moment, Miyoko, who was silent, took another bite. Chew it carefully, and the rich sweet and salty taste can instantly fill your tongue. I can only feel the fluffy and tender dongpo meat floating in my mouth, not filing my teeth at all. The taste of fat meat is interspersed with it, soft and smooth, fat but not greasy. Taking another sip, the taste became more intense, and the meat juices in the mouth sprayed out, creating a feeling of complementing each other. This dongpo meat, it's fragrant and glutinous but not greasy in the mouth. It's sticky and stays between the teeth. It can be said to leave a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. After swallowing it, Miyoko Hojo's eyes were filled with excitement. Good Chinese food is hard to come by in Neon Country, and she might be really hungry, so she abandoned her elegant eating attitude and started to devour it. It has to be said that until now, this dongpo meat with complete color, aroma, taste and nutrition has completely conquered her heart. Perhaps it was this kind of dongpo meat that allowed Miyoko Hojo to slowly see through something. Not being greasy does not mean that you are pure-hearted and stoic, but that you should not be defeated by the difficulties in front of you, and then always stick to your original intention. Maintain enterprising spirit, creativity and thirst for knowledge. At this moment, Hojo Miyoko, who had some understanding, was finally relieved, and unknowingly shed tears. Why, I'm obviously better than others, but just because I am a girl, I have been afraid to inherit the Chinese restaurant. Is it wrong for me to be born? No, I don't want this fate where I can see my head at a glance. I just want to resist to the end, and I just want to prove to everyone that women are not necessarily worse than men, and they can also do anything well. Miyoko Hojo couldn't help but recall the time she spent at a Chinese restaurant in Osaka, with a look of reluctance in her eyes. Chapter 172. The most delicious cuisine in China. Slice the zucchini into thin slices and heat for 2 minutes before tossing with a card roll. Although the method is very simple, Nakari Irina, who is good at making noble dishes, is enjoying it at this time. Observe carefully. There are only 3 staff members who can be found in this izakaya, namely, Zhang Fan, Muji Azingo, Nakari Irina, but they all cooperate very well with each other. Perhaps in Zhang Fan's eyes, as long as he can take care of the diners' emotions and truly satisfy their interests, it will be easier to make food that they find delicious. And food is naturally not the only criterion for judging an excellent izakaya. An excellent izakaya should be more humane, more market-like, and have a more suitable temperature. At this time, Miyoko Hojo, who had just eaten, looked around with her eyes. She soon discovered that all the diners in this izakaya, no matter what their identities were, could show their truest side in front of the owner if it is a customer who is more familiar with him. He may even be willing to share some of his inner thoughts with him. I wish I could be like him. In the future, I can run a Chinese restaurant myself, and then serve every diner with the best cuisine, and try to listen to their voices, Finally, when her eyes rested on Zhang Fan again, Miyoko's eyes showed envy. After all, in terms of age, Zhang Fan is only a little older than her, but he can already run an izakaya by himself. Shopkeeper, this kind of dongpo meat, how can we make it fat but not greasy? Afterwards, Miyoko seemed to want to talk to Zhang Fan, so she randomly found a topic. The first is the selection of pork belly. The pork skin must be thin and the surface pores are fine. Then the thickness of the first layer of fat meat under the pig skin should be 1.5 to 2 centimeters and cannot be any thicker. Otherwise, the dongpo pork will be greasy, which makes people lose their appetite. Finally, the total thickness of the pork belly cannot exceed 6 centimeters, and the size must be moderate, so as to avoid the separation of the layers after the dongpo pork is cooked. Zhang Fan explained. As expected, it seems you are different from Kyuga. Hearing this, Miyoko Hojo knew that the owner of the izakaya in front of her did have two skills. Judging from the original work, this Tatsuki student who is good at Chinese cuisine is actually seriously underestimated. Chinese food is inherently broad and profound. Plus she has strong wrist strength and can easily tip a heavy iron pot, which puts her ahead of many people. Secondly, before she entered Tatsuki, she was already the chef of Hojo House, the #1 gourmet restaurant in Yokohama's Chinatown. Yes, it's the chef, not a helper as a cook, let alone a handyman or a waiter. So in the autumn selection, she was slightly behind Tadakuro by 1 point and missed the quarterfinals. It can only be said that she was killed by a forced script. Due to family and personal life experiences, she has always been misogynistic, especially not very fond of male chefs. But on the other hand, she also respects the strong. The main reason why he has been reluctant to join Kuuga's Chinese Cuisine Research Association is definitely not because Kuuga Daruki is a male chef and has always rejected him. This is the direction of his research on Chinese cuisine, and he has always been obsessed with spicy food. Zhang Fan was different. The dongpo pork he cooked was of a very high standard, and she still found it very delicious. When she recalled it, it is no exaggeration to say that this dish directly refreshed her knowledge of Chinese cuisine, so in her heart, she still admired Zhang Fan a little. Shopkeeper, it seems I haven't officially introduced myself to you yet. Miyoko Hojo's pretty little face blushed slightly, and then she said softly, I am a first-year student in the Tatsuki High School, Miyoko Hojo, because during the live accommodation training activities, Tadakuro Megumi performed very well. I heard that she used an improved French vegetable jelly and successfully convinced and impressed Shinomiya-senpai. This story of a female chef being able to conquer men by relying on her own abilities make me care about her very much. Tonight, she came to this izakaya. Out of curiosity, I secretly followed him all the way, and after seeing your bowl of dongpo pork, I understand why she likes this place. As long as you like it. Facing Miyoko Hojo, whose temperament had changed somewhat at this time, Zhang Fan's emotion was still very calm in his eyes. He just thinks that Hojo's best area is Chinese cuisine. Therefore, she likes dongpo pork, which is also a Chinese dish, more than anyone else, and knows the technical content of this dish better than anyone else. Innkeeper, although you are the owner of an izakaya, however, judging from your dongpo pork, it seems that you also have high attainments and deep insights into Chinese cuisine. Blinking her eyes, Miyoko Hojo, full of curiosity, couldn't help but ask again, okay, after all, I originally came from China. Zhang Fan shrugged. Celestial Dynasty. Miyoko Hojo couldn't help being surprised when she learned that he was originally from the Celestial Dynasty, but soon, her purple eyes lit up slightly, and she said excitedly, as expected, it seems that you, the owner, are the one who can thoroughly promote Chinese cuisine and even make a name for himself in the Neon Country chef. This is an exaggeration. I am just a small izakaya owner. How can I push Chinese cuisine to a higher level in the world? Darling, it's just an ordinary bowl of dongpo pork. Why do you need to hold me up so high? No, it's not that, although now I can only see a few of the izakayas, but I know very well that the dongpo pork you make is different from the simmered pork horns, braised dongpo pork and other sexy dishes made in all Chinese restaurants outside. It can definitely capture all living beings. I believe that you definitely have the ability to promote Chinese cuisine. After speaking, Miyoko Hojo's eyes were full of determination. Haha, this topic is too mysterious. It's better to keep it for later and let time verify it slowly. After Removing the ceramic bowls on the table that she had eaten open, Zhang Fan could only chuckle. Hojo didn't speak, but stared blankly at the man in front of him with a particularly gentle and sunny smile, and his heartstrings trembled imperceptibly. What's wrong? It's just a bowl of dongpo pork. Don't worship me so much. Waving his hand in front of the dazed Miyoko Hojo, Zhang Fan inevitably muttered. Miyoko Hojo came back to her senses and still looked at him intently. It took her a long time to summon up the courage to ask him a difficult question. Shopkeeper, among the many Chinese dishes, which dish do you think is the most delicious? If only I could answer this question, then he will definitely mention spicy dishes like mapo tofu, saliva chicken, kung pao chicken, etc. without hesitation. But now Miyoko Hojo wanted to hear the answer in Zhang Fan's heart. Which dish would it be? Boiled cabbage, Peking duck, mapo tofu, dan dan noodles, Yunnan bridge noodles, wenchang chicken rice, or is this bowl of dongpo pork tonight? Chinese cuisine itself is a very broad concept. From the perspective of geographical location, there are 8 major cuisines. From the perspective of consumer targets, there are home cooking, official cuisine, market cuisine, temple cuisine, palace cuisine, medicinal cuisine, etc. It's fair to say that China has one of the most diverse food scenes in the world. It's almost impossible to come up with a single list that actually contains the best dishes, not to mention the most delicious, the worst, the most powerful, the first, the second, the ordinary, the complicated. Are these all important? Any delicacy must have its own value. As long as it can make diners feel delicious and happy, then it will be great. After hearing this, Miyoko Hojo was silent for a long time. Yes, the world's cuisine should be colorful. No matter where you go, you will definitely see bustling food in Neon Country. There are many touching stories behind a piece of sushi, a piece of tempura, and a small rice ball in China. There is also a pot of soup that is hundreds of years old, a piece of aged ham, a piece of carefully preserved old noodles, a chicken that has been cooked for 2.5 years. Even if it's the same place, the same cuisine, the style, taste and texture of their dishes, and even the food culture they contain, may be different. As the saying goes, one dish, one grid, 100 dishes in 100 flavors. Maybe Zhang Fan is right. Among the various Chinese cuisines, which one is the most delicious? It's nothing more than a dish. Each has its own beauty and taste. Senior Yin, are you stingy too? You clearly agreed that after the accommodation and training activities are over, in order to thank us for our efforts, you will treat us to a big meal. But this is what happened. As soon as she opened the door and looked at the scene inside the Izakaya, Mizuhara Fuyumi turned around angrily and faced Dojima Jindao. Is it an Izakaya? I remember during that assessment, Tadakuro-san said the place she wanted to go to the most in the future. Miki Hinata, who was following closely behind, was stroking her chin with one hand, looking cute. Don't you think this place is interesting? Whether it's the dining atmosphere or the food that diners eat, it's completely different from other izakayas. Shinomiya Kojiro, after looking around, couldn't help but slightly raise the frame of his glasses with his hand, and said calmly, "Everyone, please have a meal here before I say goodbye. It's not that I'm a small person and I'm not willing to spend money on you, but it's the owner of this izakaya. His cooking skills even make the commander-in-chief and I forget to come back." Dojima Jin, who led them to the izakaya, quickly explained, "General Commander? Even he likes it here." Upon hearing this, Hinata took a deep breath, and then continued to look at it carefully. Then, she saw Ango Kikuchi, and Arina Nakiri, who had performed brilliantly during the residential training activities. Kikuchi, why is she here? She looks like a waiter at an izakaya. During the residential training last year, Hinata and Kikuchi and Oko were the examiners together, so the two of them knew each other. She just didn't expect that after only a year of seeing each other, this Tatsuki graduate who was once like her would be reduced to working in an izakaya. Isn't this Dojima Jin? You are very good at taking care of my business tonight, and you actually called so many people. As the shop owner, Zhang Fan stepped forward to say hello to Dojima Jin. Owner, these are the examiners of the residential training activities, and they were all graduates of Yuanai. They will leave Yuanai Resort tomorrow morning, so I have to invite them to your place for a delicious meal as a way to express my gratitude to them. Dojima Jin said with a smile, "Well, it's a coincidence that I have a brand new dish here, Zhehan noodles." After briefly looking at Shinomiya Kojiro, Mizuhara Fuyumi, Miki Hinatako, Guan Shupei, Donato Wu Tuangda and others. Zhang Fan then withdrew his gaze and spoke to Jin again. Soul. Noodles, okay, I'll have a bowl first. What about you, Dojima? Jin nodded after thinking, then turned back to them and asked, I'll have a bowl too. The name of the dish is quite strange, but it still managed to rouse my interest. In the end, Sigan and others probably didn't know what to eat for a while, and they were probably curious about this henhen noodles recommended by Zhang Fan, so they all ordered the same dish. Okay, then you guys just wait here. After finishing speaking, Zhang Fan turned back to the cooking table and got ready to work. I knew he had developed a new dish, Zenhon noodles. What kind of ramen cuisine is this? And Arena Nakiri, who was acting as a temporary worker over there, learned that Zhang Fan had a new dish, and couldn't help but look forward to it. In the Western Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty said, Xiangshu says that the longer a person's philtrum is, the longer his or her lifespan will be. If a person's philtrum is 1 inch long, he or she can live to be 100 years old. After hearing this, Duangfang Shuo continued, Pangzu lived for 800 years, and his face was only 8 inches long. So how long is his face? Face? Is face? The face is long, that is, the face is long. Therefore, people borrowed long noodles to wish them longevity. Gradually, this practice evolved into the habit of eating noodles on birthdays, which is called longevity noodles, also known as long noodles. Later, by combining traditional pharmacology and diet, the formula was continuously improved, and based on the ramen techniques, the world-famous one noodle finally appeared. In fact, don't look at it, there is only one noodle from the initial kneading to the final preparation and serving. It requires more than a dozen extremely complex processes, so generally speaking, few ramen chefs are willing to make this kind of noodle dish. End of chapter. Chapter 173. The soul-crushing side that shocked all UNIU graduates. First, use 65 warm water and start kneading the dough. Make the dough, knead it for 10 minutes, let it rest for 10 minutes, knead it for another 10 minutes, let it rest for another 10 minutes, repeat this 4 times. After that, it's time to make noodles. Yes, it's kneading, not cutting out the noodles with a knife, but I saw that Zhang Fan kept kneading until rope-thick noodles appeared, then rolled them into a round plate, brushed them with oil, covered them with a damp cloth and let them rest for about half an hour. Just making endless noodles takes a long time. Therefore, in order to prevent Dojima-jin and others from getting bored here, Zhang Fan took out the iced fruit wine and let them drink it. Entrance doesn't have a strong alcohol smell. The fruity aroma of green plum is actually very fresh, and it tastes refreshing with a sweet aftertaste. The state of drinking and being tipsy. Slightly tipsy but not hurt is just right for a woman like Miki Hinata, who is not good at drinking without getting drunk. It tastes good and is a high-quality green plum wine. Sigong, exhaling the smell of alcohol, praised, Shinomiya, do you plan to open a Shinos restaurant branch in the urban areas of Neon Country? Putting down his wine glass, Dojima-jin glanced at Shinomiya Kojiro, who always had a cold face next to him, and asked, yes. During this day, I already figured out that it might be too early for me to open up a new path in the foreign cuisine world. At the same time, in order to regain my original intention of running a restaurant, I need to go back to the starting point. Shinomiya stared at the wine glass with half a glass of wine left in front of him, and couldn't help but think of the French vegetable jelly dish he was facing before. You have your life choices. As a senior, I naturally can't give you any advice. Bringing you to this Izakaya tonight isn't just to treat you to a meal. What the owner insists on is the business philosophy of diners ordering whatever they want. This is fundamentally different from the idea that all dishes must be standardized, so I think Izakaya might touch you in some place and make you change. After all, even a cup of green plum wine can be brewed with such a long and beautiful aftertaste. It's me, and I can't help but be tempted. Dojima Jin continued to drink a sip of green plum wine and felt a little senior. I admit that he is indeed very capable. As long as Shinomiya Kojiro wasn't blind, no one would question Zhang Fan's ability with his dough kneading and kneading skills just now, but he himself is a stubborn donkey. How could he change his mind so easily just because he had a meal of ramen at an izakaya? One noodle is what I care about most. It's the craftsmanship of stretching and throwing the noodles, as well as the unique secret seasonings and the specific little taste. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time Zhang Fan finally picked up the noodles that had just been kneaded like twine. As his arms kept twisting, the noodle was like a white snake flying flexibly in midair, showing off its graceful figure crazily. Gradually, the noodles become longer and thinner. With a pop sound, the noodles finally fell into the boiling water pot with lightning speed. After this operation, all the diners present, including Dojima Jin, Shinomiya Kajiro, Miki Hinatako and others, were dumbfounded. Only now did they realize, the so-called Zhang noodles are actually just one noodle. A noodle. He worked hard for so long, and all he got out of it was just one noodle. Jin Hinata was so shocked that she covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Oh? That's really interesting. How long is that noodle just now? On the side, Mizuhara Fuyumi blinked her bright eyes curiously and asked, I don't know, it's too fast. Guan Shupping shook his head. I thought he was going to make knife-shaped noodles, hollow noodles, or dried noodles, but I never thought he was going to make the most difficult noodles. After being stunned for a moment, Dojima Jin's lips curled up slightly, and he inevitably smiled bitterly. Although any noodles are slightly different in terms of ingredients, thickness changes, and taste, the texture is actually the same, and they all need to be chewy. Therefore, the quality of a bowl of pasta may not have much to do with the quality of the noodles themselves, but has a lot to do with the preparation of the soup base, the matching of ingredients, the control of the heat, etc. However, there are exceptions to everything. Among all pasta dishes, the noodle that has the highest quality requirements is the noodle. After all, a truly excellent bowl of noodle dishes, even without adding sour seeds and marinade, still tastes very delicious. Pick up the noodles topped with special mutton noodle soup and a little marinade. Just like that, the 6 bowls of Zhang noodles, all of which were almost the same in size and kept exuding heat, were completed under the dim light. The noodles protruding from the tip of a large bowl of noodles in front of you are oily and shining with golden light. Whenever you think about the fact that there is only one noodle in the whole bowl, you can't help but sigh. This side, it's long and wide like this bowl, it's big and round. At this moment, I picked up the ceramic bowl as big as a bamboo hat and took a closer look. It was inevitable that an Atako would be surprised. What a benefit! Nowadays, there is still such a purely manual method, and noodles that look smooth and flexible like this in the bowl are rare, not to mention in the Neon country, even in the mainland of China. Strangeness is the length of the noodles in the bowl 2 meters. Suan Fuyumi, who was also observing carefully, was always struggling with the length of the noodle. It should be more than 2 meters. He chose the low-temperature natural facial awakening method, which took a little longer. Although it is time-consuming and labor-intensive, this method can ensure that the noodles that come out have a particularly smooth and chewy texture and are not easy to break. During this period, you have to keep applying oil on the surface to prevent the noodles from sticking to each other. This is a great test of the chef's skills. That is to say, so much prerequisite work was done. If the noodles are only 2 meters long, it feels very unreasonable. After finishing speaking, Dojima Jin lowered his head slightly, trying to roughly guess the length of a noodle in the bowl through visual inspection and mental calculation. Stop trying to figure it out. I'll announce the answer directly. All of your Zhang noodles are 3.8 meters long. Zhang Fan stood up and said, in the cooking world, no one can stipulate the length of noodles in a bowl of noodles, and it must be within a certain numerical range, and if the flour used is not strong enough, or the dough mixing technique is different, and the making technology is rough, then even if you want to make noodles more than a few meters long, it will be difficult to do so. Also, if the noodles are too long, it can also easily affect the taste experience of diners. Therefore, due to various factors, in reality, most of the noodles that can be seen in pasta dishes are within 1 meter in length, isn't it? The noodles in this bowl of noodles are actually 3.8 meters long. After learning the specific value of the noodle length, Mizuhara Fuyumi couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Actually, we can make it longer, but considering your appetite, the combination of other ingredients, and the capacity of the largest ceramic bowl in my store, the length of the noodles is 3.8 meters, which is just right. Looking at the slightly surprised Sui Yuan, Zhang Fan could only chuckle and reply, I'm convinced. I've been studying pasta. Oh no, I've been studying noodles for so many years. I've never seen any noodles in the world that are so outrageous. Mizuhara Fuyumi had not been able to recover from her shock until now. Just because you haven't seen it, doesn't mean you don't have it. The length of one noodle in Sulao Sanai ancient noodles from Wishan Mountain in China once reached 1,704 meters, setting a Guinness record for the longest noodle in the world. Zhang Fan explained again, 1704 meters of noodles, isn't that scary to death? Hinatako was mumbling as she slowly picked up the noodles in the bowl with her chopsticks. At this time, drops of slightly bland soup began to flow back into the bowl along the straightened noodles. The 3.8-meter noodles are already longer than an arm. Looking from a distance, they look like a white jade curtain, delicate and yellow-white, hanging out of thin air. Coupled with the curling white mist, it really looks like, so beautiful. After that, she had an expectant attitude. Of course, I was so greedy for this bowl of Zhanhan noodles that I quickly blew it into my mouth. As soon as I entered my mouth, I felt very hot, and it was so hot that I felt like my tongue was gasping for air. But next, you can feel the tender white and smooth noodles, chewy texture every time I bite it lightly with my teeth. I can feel the aroma of wheat filling my mouth, and the fragrance of scallion oil lingers between my lips and teeth, making my stomach happy at the same time. Dajima-jin and others also used chopsticks to hold the noodles and stuffed them into their mouths. Even if one's lung capacity is quite good, it is impossible to eat all such long noodles in one go. Therefore, in the process of tasting, you have to bite it with your teeth first. At first, everyone didn't take it seriously. But the rich taste completely overturned their impression of Zhanhan noodles in an instant. At the scene, all the diners were also staring closely at Dajima-jinki. Seeing them eating a noodle very happily, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and their throats felt a little thirsty. Suck. The silky noodles suddenly bend and bounce when they enter the mouth. Every moment of small folds and breaks, Dajima-jin and others feel a particularly pure fragrance of grains. I see. The most important thing about this bowl of Zhanhan noodles is not that there's only one noodle, it's about the various ingredients that blend with each other in the clear soup, creating waves of different umami flavors. As a result, when you first taste it, you can feel all kinds of subtle flavor molecules rolling over your tongue like a tornado. Only by closing your mouth tightly can you suppress the taste. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. I bet this seemingly ordinary, seemingly light soup is the soul of the entire pasta dish. Dajima-jin, who had just finished a bite of noodles, couldn't help but exclaim this bowl of Zhanhan noodles was completely beyond his imagination. All the regretful emotions for a noodle seem to be wiped out at this moment. All the grievances between crops and meat products are reconciled in this bowl of Zhanhan noodles. The strip-shaped staple food and some inconspicuous ingredients are bathed in a clear soup full of rich flavor, constantly wafting out temptations. Human scent. In fact, the experienced Dajima-jin I know very well that the most authentic noodles should be like Zhang Fan's, not about the recipe, but about the strength and occasion. If the ingredients are only flour and water, no matter how good the noodles are, they will be a bit boring. The supporting roles in life such as salt, alkali and eggs are very helpful in changing the texture of noodles, and can often make the taste interesting. He knew that Zhang Fan secretly added some salt during the process of making noodles. The sodium ions and chloride ions in it could prevent the charged parts of gluten from mutually repelling each other. This results in the formation of a strong and uniform gluten network during kneading, increasing the elasticity and extensibility of the noodles. To be honest, a noodle can be stretched to 3.8 meters. This phenomenon is certainly not divorced from reality, but can be explained by some scientific principles. Afterwards, Dajima-jin, who felt that he was still unsatisfied, couldn't help but take a big sip of the noodle soup. Although the noodle soup always looks bland, it is obvious that this bowl of Zhanhan noodles has a so-called great simplicity concept. At the same time, Dajima-jin also understands that behind this kind of simplification is often the complexity that has persisted over the years. If he hadn't tasted it himself, he probably wouldn't have known that there were many things in the Zhanhan noodles made by Zhang Fan that made him marvel and admire. Suck. In the Izakaya, the sound of eating noodles and drinking soup could be heard constantly. The balance between the noodles and the soup was so perfect that the consciousness of Dajima-jin and others gradually blurred, and only the bowl of soul-stirring noodles in front of them was left in their minds. The specific taste experience is beyond verbal description. Simply say the noodles are particularly chewy. It's not as chewy as rice noodles, but it's very refreshing to smoke. Many noodles are not resistant to cooking or soaking, but Zhang Fan's Zhanhan noodles are still as clear as water after the noodle soup is cooked. Finally, after the soup was drunk into the mouth, the aroma rushed into the nose and throat. From the top of the head to the soles of the feet, a bowl of Zhanhan noodles made Jin Dajima, Kajiro Oshinomiya, Hinatako Miki, Fuayumi Mizuhara, Xiaoha Iseki, and Donato Gauta start to slowly close their eyes and quietly savor the taste with their hearts. They finally understood why this bowl of noodles was called Zhanhan noodles. Afterwards, they all seemed to have had a long dreaming that they had traveled far far away and saw many, many things along the way. However, when he woke up in an instant, he found that he had not gone anywhere at all, but had been sitting here in the Izakaya. Then, there was only an empty ceramic bowl as big as a bamboo hat in front of me, and the handsome shopkeeper and all the diners holding their breath. End of chapter. Chapter 174. 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Quiet, very quiet. The air in the entire Izakaya seemed to be frozen at this moment. Dajima-jin and others were still sitting in their original positions, stunned. Maybe it was because the power of the soul-calming noodles was so great that they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. This bowl of noodles, what on earth is going on? By the end of the meal, I could gradually calm down. After a while, Mizuhara Fuyumi, who was the first to recover, said in surprise, such pasta dishes are beyond the reach of the students who participated in the residential training activities. Even those Tatsuki graduates have to be inferior. Shopkeeper, can I ask you a question? Over there. Shinomiya Kojiro seemed to realize something, then he raised his head and asked Zhang Fan, say it, anything that can be answered, I will answer. Zhang Fan said calmly, that student Hadakoro's cooking. No, to be more precise, her French vegetable jelly was taught to her by you. Yes, she once ate vegetable jelly at my place, as expected. After hearing this, Sigen's expression was unusually calm, neither surprised nor happy, but if you take a closer look, you can see that his eyes have become deep and filled with a light of thought. As the first among the 10 elites who have graduated from Tatsuki for a long time, the fourth house itself can be regarded as the ceiling of combat power. Therefore, when faced with Dion Moshi's cooking, he was able to figure out the flaws and shortcomings in it, and use some reasons to fire her, but in the end, he didn't do that. The reason is that he felt a kind of cooking empathy from Dion Moshi after tasting her food. It directly evoked the scene when I went to an expensive French restaurant for the first time with my mother when I was a child. And it also touched some emotions deep in my heart. In the end, his emotions became complicated, and he decided to cancel the expulsion punishment for Dion Shihu. You can put it this way, from beginning to end, Dion Moshi's cooking was not better than Shinomiya's. Let alone convince him it was the extra emotional points that allowed her to successfully escape. Talented people usually have diseases, such as Nakiri Irina, Seiba Joichiro, Kojiro Shinomiya, Nagi Nakiri, Nakamura Thistle, Mito Yumei, Miyoko Hojo, Tadakoro Wei, even those who have never been to Izakaya, Tokimi, Mimasaku Subaru, Hoyama Ryo, etc. Therefore, sick people are waiting to be rescued and cured by the protagonist Zhang Fan. This setting can be said to run through the entire Izakaya and through Tazo's cooking. And this henna noodles just now, Shinomiya Kojiro vaguely discovered this, so he sighed deeply and had to admit in front of Zhang Fan, shop owner, in a sense, in the entire culinary world, you are definitely a rare genius in the world, and you are also a powerful savior. Oh, the pretentious Shinomiya thinks so highly of him. On the side, Dajima-jin was in disbelief. He knows the character of the fourth house best, and there are very few people in this world who can be recognized by him in his eyes. Most people are trash and hopeless social bugs. However, for Zhang Fan, but he can do it and bow down willingly. Time passes quietly as a stranger. Miyoko Hojo came here for the first time. Naturally, it was only when the Izakaya was about to close that she reluctantly chose to leave. On the contrary, Shinomiya Kojiro and others had to leave Tatsuki Resort early tomorrow morning, so after eating those henna noodles, they actually did not stay in the Izakaya for too long and went back quickly. Of course, the time we spent together was very short, but this small Izakaya left a very deep impression on them, especially Kojiro Shinomiya, who was in the bottleneck period of his life, gradually began to recognize himself from Zhang Fan, and finally knew what his next step should be. The taste of shiomei explodes in your mouth like fireworks. Meat is 8, shrimp is 5, vegetables are 5, and eggs are 5. That's it. This way, the ratio of meat to the other 3 ingredients is indeed 8:5, which is the golden ratio. Don't mention it. The siomei is made with this proportion. It ensures that the 4 ingredients do not interfere with each other, but can balance each other. With just one bite, it seems that all the flavors are condensed in this small ball of dough. Mom, I really envy you. You can actually eat this golden ratio of shiomei before me. At this time, the Izakaya was finally closed, and Zhang Fan, who had some time to spare, actually made some golden ratio shiomei. Firstly, these shiomei can be used as a late-night snack, and secondly, It is a reward for Arena and Kikuchi Sanoka for their hard work tonight. As for Nakari Arena, who has the talent of God's tongue, she was naturally conquered by Zhang Fan's cooking as before. She ate quite happily and happily, diddy, da. Just then, it started to rain outside at first. The rain was relatively light, and the crystal raindrops were like countless small pearls, rendering the entire dim land picturesque. But soon the heavy rain came, and it felt like there was a hole in the sky. All the rain started pouring down, and it even made a pleasant sound when it hit the windows. Zhang Fan, it's raining outside. If nothing happens, I'd better return to Spring Fruit Pavilion first. After taking a look at the scenery outside the window, Mujiazu Iwanguo stood up and said to Zhang Fan, Kikuchi, it's been really hard on you these days. Seeing that she was about to leave, Zhang Fan quickly took out a few xiaomei from the steamer, then packed them and handed them to her. In the past, if faced with this kind of situation, Mujiazu Iwanguo couldn't help but blush, and then refused with embarrassment. But now she probably has been with Zhang Fan for a long time, and the relationship between them is no longer so unfamiliar, so she didn't say anything and just took the golden ratio xiaomei from him. Then, she bowed slightly to express her gratitude, then picked up an umbrella and left the Izakaya. She's gone. What about you? Looking back at Arena, who had just eaten, Zhang Fan asked directly, that, it's raining heavily outside. The sudden question made Arena, who was still silent in the smell of xiaomei, stunned for a moment. Then a blush quickly appeared on her pretty face, and she murmured softly, okay, then I'll go and pack up a vacant room for you, and you can stay at the Izakaya for the time being. Seeing her like this, Zhang Fan didn't say anything, but turned around and went up the stairs to a room on the 3rd floor to tidy up. For now Izakaya, although it has been upgraded once, but there are still only 3 floors, and the 1st floor must be used to operate an Izakaya. The 2nd floor is currently vacant. In the future, as the Izakaya continues to be upgraded, some functional areas will be set up here, such as a coffee area, snack area, etc. Then, unless Zhang Fan agreed, all diners were strictly prohibited from going to places above the 2nd floor. As for the 3rd floor, it is naturally Zhang Fan's bedroom, bathroom, and several empty rooms. Ling Dong, the host successfully signed in once. Ling Dong, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the special recipe, 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Zhang Fan, who had just finished working, dragged his slightly tired body as usual and ran to the bathroom to take a hot bath. Then, just as he returned to his dormitory, the voice of the system rang in his mind again. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Zhang Fan was inevitably surprised to learn that it was such a special recipe in the poem To Judge Hangchuo of Yangzhou written by Du Mu in the Tang Dynasty. There is a line like, on a bright moonlit night on the 24th bridge, where can the beautiful lady teach me how to play the flute? From April to the beginning of the 9th year of the 7th year of the reign of Emperor Wenzong of the Tang Dynasty, that is, from 833 to 835 AD, Du Mu served as the official and chief secretary in the Huainan Jirishi Niu Sengru Mu, and met Han Shuo, who was the Jidu judge at the time. This poem was written by Du Mu as a gift to Han Shuo shortly after he left Yongzhou. Yongzhou is famous for its Huaiyan cuisine, the so-called 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Although the name of the dish is based on Du Mu's poem, it is actually from the hand of Wang Rong in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. The method is to cut a ham open and dig out 24 round holes, then cut the tofu into 24 small balls and put them into the holes respectively. Tie the ham and steam it. When it is steamed, all the umami flavor of the ham will be in the tofu. In the plot of the original work, Hong Kigan was naturally fascinated when he tasted it, and the steamed tofu also had a name from a Tang poem, called 24 Bridge on a Moonlit Night. Of course, this dish also requires the secret method of huifu point hand passed down by Wang Rong's family. You must have dexterous and gentle fingers and a lot of luck to cut a tender tofu into 24 small balls. It's a bit interesting. I didn't expect that the system would give such a sign in reward, although this special recipe is fundamentally different from the recipe in the Little Master of China. It is naturally not too much for Zhang Fan. Afterwards, feeling deeply sleepy, he stretched himself and prepared to fall asleep. Rumble, rumble. Just when Zhang Fan was about to fall asleep, a particularly dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire dark night as brightly as daylight. Then, there seemed to be a movement outside the door, which made Zhang Fan quickly open his eyes. Now there is an extra person named Arena in the Izakaya, so this movement must be related to her. Zhang Fan had no choice but to say, "Is that Arena outside the door?" "Yes, it's me, outside." The room door, Nakari Arena's slightly trembling voice was immediately heard. "It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet?" Zhang Fan frowned. How could this noble young lady still have the time to come to him at such a late hour? "I cannot sleep, and being alone, I suddenly felt a little scared," Arena continued softly. "Well, the door is unlocked, you can just come in. The closing time of this Izakaya is 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. This time is not very late, but for Arena, it may be a little uncomfortable, right? Secondly, since she is a little girl going out alone, she is definitely afraid." So after thinking about it for a while, Zhang Fan felt that he could understand Arena's current mentality a little bit. Crunch. There was a crisp sound of the door opening. Arena outside the door first looked around like a sneaky kitten, and then cautiously walked into Zhang Fan's room. "Haha, you're not used to living here, are you?" Looking at the pale Arena, Zhang Fan asked with a half-smile. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, another rumbling thunder fell directly, as if it was going to swallow up everything in the world, which was scary and terrifying. "Zhang Fan, help, help." In an instant, Arena's face turned even paler and she quickly screamed immediately afterwards. Under Zhang Fan's stunned look, she jumped directly onto the bed, lifted up the quilt and quickly got inside. Are you afraid of thunder?" In this situation, no matter how stupid you are, you can understand what is going on, so Zhang Fan can only feel dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Nakari family, who possesses the talent of God's tongue, would be afraid of thunder? If all the students in Tatsuki knew this, I'm afraid they would all be shocked. "I'm a little scared. No, I'm really afraid of thunder." Arena nodded vigorously in the quilt, her whole body still trembling. After that, maybe it was her body's natural reaction, she actually leaned against Zhang Fan. When she felt Zhang Fan's heartbeat and the less loud thunder outside, her tense and fearful emotions disappeared. "Slowly relax. What did you do when there was thunder in the past?" Looking down at Arena, Zhang Fan asked curiously. "If there is a thunderstorm, I will ask Nito Isako to come and accompany me, but today she is not with me. The only person I can rely on is you." Arena, her voice was as quiet as a mosquito. After all, Zhang Fan knew about her embarrassing fear of thunder, so how could she live in the future? But she still didn't understand how shameful and intimate the current actions between the two were. When she realized it, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her face turned even redder. Rumble, rumble, another thunder struck down. This situation made Arena, who was about to calm down, start to tremble slightly with fear again. "Well, look at this situation. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well by myself tonight." Arena, "Then tonight, I will accompany you just like Hisako." In desperation, Zhang Fan began to lower his head and whisper in her ear, "Do not leave me." Arena groaned and nodded. She moved the tip of her nose a little, and felt the exact same scent of Zhang Fan in this thick quilt. Well, it seemed to smell pretty good. Involuntarily, she hugged Zhang Fan even tighter. End of chapter. Chapter 175. Mom, am I in love? 9 a.m. Chunguding restaurant. A piece of air bread lying with a small piece of anchovy sashimi, coupled with the sweet and sour kumquat meat and kumquat peel. When he took a bite, he could feel the fishy aroma mixed with the sweetness of tangerine, which instantly whetted Kadazuki Taki's appetite. They all say, good wine goes well with good food. Let's start with a bottle of rosé champagne, paired with the hamachi anchovies we just ate. The taste is really intriguing and will never be forgotten. After finishing the appetizers, there was a bright and exciting plate of Alaskan king crab dishes. This dish uses fresh king crab leg meat, paired with avocado, 2-color pickled radish, and a drop of special cucumber juice in the middle. The taste of crab meat is delicious and glutinous, with a delicate fragrance in the mouth and a sweet taste on the lips and teeth. Finally, paired with a slightly stronger bottle of champagne just now, the floral and fruity aroma suddenly became prominent. The concentrated flavor of honey, candied citrus and minerals, combined with the king crab, completely enhances the sweet taste of crab meat on the tongue. In fact, in addition to the delicious food, what makes Taki Kadazuki feel gratified is that Haragode, which failed to receive a 2-star restaurant, did not sink into it, but was able to continue to provide such delicious French cuisine. It is indeed rare. Such good wine, delicious food, and beautiful scenery naturally made my friend Taki Kadazuki feel very comfortable. After that, Kadazuki Taki slowly came back to his senses. There was a burst of doubt in her eyes as she recalled the dishes she had just tasted. Then she thought about it and suddenly her expression changed drastically. No, it's really wrong. How come we haven't seen each other for just a month? Your cooking skills have improved so fast, Taki. My cooking has really improved a lot compared to before. Seeing Taki's shocked affection, Mujiazi felt secretly happy in his heart. Well, the taste is more harmonious. At the same time, it seems to have a little more human touch. It feels like it was copied from the Izakaya next door, especially the last sole meat, which is cooked at a low temperature, successfully locking in the fresh flavor of the fish while also retaining the delicious juices in the fish. Sprinkle a thick layer of caviar on the king wang grape slices, and then pair it with a white sauce made from king wang grapes, which completely elevates the special umami taste of the sole to a new level. After saying this, Kodazaki Taki stared at her blankly, and finally seemed to realize something, and said, Yuan Guo, have you had an affair with that Zhang Fan recently? Ah, you? Why? Do you have such thoughts? When Mujiazi heard this, his little face turned red instantly, and he quickly turned his head away, not daring to look directly at Kodazaki Taki. Intuition, Kodazaki Taki affirmed, well, actually, I have been working as a cook at the Izakaya every night recently. After all, my goal of reaching a 2-star restaurant this year has failed. I am not willing to accept it, but I also want to continue to become stronger, so I took this opportunity to learn cooking skills from him. Beside him, knowing that this matter could not be hidden from her after all, Mikashi Sono could only take a deep breath and confess truthfully, HMPH. I knew it, Kodazaki. Taki folded his hands on his chest and continued angrily, you are talking about learning cooking skills? You are obviously coveting his body. I think you're just a slut, Taki. I'm not like you said. Facing the ferocious Taki Kodazaki, Kikuchi lowered his head slightly and couldn't help but murmur softly. Seeing her like this, Kodazaki Taki suddenly became furious. You have always been simple-minded, so aren't you afraid that Zhang Fan will suddenly turn into a big bad wolf and eat you, a little sheep? I'm not afraid. He has a very gentle personality, and it's true that after following him, I learned a lot about cooking. Definitely, I'm too lazy to talk too much to a love-minded person like you. If she continued talking, Kodazaki Taki could not guarantee that she would be driven crazy, so she could only let go and signal not to discuss this topic again. For a moment, both of them were silent. The entire atmosphere of the Chungooding Western-style restaurant suddenly became very embarrassing. He slightly raised his head and glanced at Taki Kikuzuki. Seeing that she seemed to be still sulking, Kikuzi could only ask, Taki, you and I have only been apart for a month. Why did you come to my Chungo pavilion again today when you are free? The restaurant, what? Can't I come here often to see this friend of yours, Kodazaki? Taki rolled his eyes at her and said, no, I'm very happy and touched that you came to see me. Mujiazi quickly shook his head and replied, okay, there are some things I can't hide from you. As early as a few days ago, my Amarillo Western-style restaurant closed down. I am really desperate when I come to Chungoori this time, so I can only plan to stay here temporarily. After saying that, Kodazaki Taki's eyes gradually dimmed, and there were tears in his eyes. Maybe she never even dreamed that the restaurant she had worked so hard to run would be completely closed overnight. How come? Hearing the news, Mujiazi was so shocked that he covered his mouth. Taki, when I came here last time, I remember that you seemed to be preparing to attack a 2-star restaurant, but why would times have changed? Today, an earth-shattering event is happening across Europe. All the restaurants in the 5 Nordic countries, France, Italy, Germany, and Spain, where I am located, are being purged by a group of late-night cooks. They use the rules of the Shokugeki to bet on all kinds of things, even their most precious lives, and then start a culinary showdown in restaurants across the country. Kodazaki Taki murmured, with a look of despair on his face, the rules of the halberd, isn't that something only Tatsuki has? When Mujiazi heard this, he was slightly stunned and felt very puzzled. As we all know, the so-called Shaoki rules are only limited to Tatsuki Academy, and are intended to mediate various conflicts among internal students in the entire cooking world. Even in the entire Neon Kingdom, there are absolutely no rules for eating halberds. There are even many chefs who have never known food halberds in their lives, so here this group of late-night cooks he was actually using the Shokugeki rules to continuously destroy restaurants all over the world. Kikuzi felt that this was really outrageous. Hey, You underestimate their methods. I said they would even risk their lives. Naturally, there are many ways to force you to accept their halberd showdown. Let's talk about me. When I faced them, I naturally didn't give them a good look, and even refused their request to eat halberds, but these bastards actually forced me to the ground, and finally put a kitchen knife on my neck. They were just crazy, a bunch of lawless chefs. No, they were not chefs, Kodazaki. Taki said every word, with strong hatred in his eyes, but if you take a closer look, you can tell that her body is constantly shaking, as if she is afraid of something. What? This, why do they do this? Is there no one to take care of them? What about the WGO Food Organization? Isn't this organization always reviewing restaurants all over the world? If a rated star restaurant was destroyed by them, those executives wouldn't just sit back and watch, right? Mew. Jiazi was shocked again. Only then did she realize that the entire culinary world might really change. WGO, Yuan. Guo, should I call you naive? Or stupid? With such a big thing happening in the entire culinary world, without the WGO behind it, do you think those late-night cooks would dare to be so lawless? Would they dare to act so wantonly? Kodazaki. Taki said in a bad mood. You mean, Kikazi? Swallowed, and suddenly thought of Nagi Nakiri, who often came to the Izakaya in his mind. It shouldn't be. Her anorexia was cured by Zhang Fan. Logically speaking, she should have no hostility towards the entire culinary world. Could it be? At this moment, Mu Jiazi felt a chill go down his back. She finally realized that behind this matter, there might be a plan hidden that could change everyone's destiny, and this plan is most likely secretly controlled by Shinichi Nakiri. Taki, what are you going to do next? After being lost for a while, Mu Jiazi raised his head and asked Taki, didn't I tell you, I plan to stay in your Chungoding during this period and live with you for the time being? Kodazaki. Taki replied helplessly, actually, you can consider the one next door. Looking at her deeply, Mu Jiazi expressed the wish in her heart, stop it. I know what you mean. Let me make it clear. Even if I starve to death on the street or jump from the spring fruit pavilion, I will never seek refuge with Zhang Fan, let alone have anything to do with the Izakaya next door. Kodazaki. Taki hurriedly interrupted her and declined. Interesting, Taki, why are you so prejudiced against Zhang Fan? There's really nothing bad about being in an Izakaya. I can see him conquering and influencing every diner around him in his own way. I can also learn a lot from him. Hey, didn't you just say that the cooking I make now is very different from before? Mu Jiazi smiled. You don't have to say this in front of me. I've made up my mind anyway. That's what he said. But at this moment, Kodazaki Taki recalled in his mind that when he was at the Izakaya, he witnessed and tasted the dishes made by Zhang Fan. Then, she remembered how desperate she felt when facing the late-night cook, and how eager she was for Zhang Fan to rescue her. What's wrong with me? Finally, Kodazaki Taki's heart was filled with excitement. Time, go back a little bit. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, the Izakaya next door, the thunder and heavy rain last night have all dissipated, and the sun gradually rising from the east has added a bit of warmth to the earth that has been wet with rain all night. At this moment, in Zhang Fan's dormitory, the sunlight coming in from the window just reflected Nakiri Arena, who was sleeping soundly in Zhang Fan's arms. Her eyes were closed, her breathing was light, and her sleeping posture was a bit inelegant. She buried her head tightly in Zhang Fan's arms, and even though there was still a trace of drool dripping from the corner of her mouth, she even put one of her beautiful legs on his belly. It looks like a little kitten that is sleepy and can only cling to its owner. Then, she finally slowly opened her eyes. It is as long as a stream of autumn water, and as clear as the gurgling stream in the mountains, making people feel ashamed at first sight. And she, who had just woken up, first groaned softly, then subconsciously wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and then the hazy scene in front of her became clear. Last night, after that, she saw Zhang Fan next to her and was so frightened that her whole body trembled. I vaguely remember that last night, I had no choice but to run to Zhang Fan's dormitory because I was afraid of thunder, and ended up getting into his bed in a daze. Afterwards, she had no choice but to glance at Zhang Fan secretly, and saw that his sleeping face was like an uncarved gem under the sunlight, so innocent and beautiful. She couldn't help but couldn't believe it. The big bad guy, even the way he looks when sleeping is so elegant and handsome. I said, since you're awake, don't you want to leave as soon as possible and pretend that this thing has never happened? but you insist on observing my sleeping form on the bed. Just. When Irina was in a daze, Zhang Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and then lost his breath. You're awake. In this situation, Irina was naturally frightened and grabbed the quilt tightly, then buried her head very low and asked in disbelief, I woke up a long time ago, I just kept pretending to be asleep. Zhang Fan, looking at the startled Irina Nakiri, couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Then he directly lifted off the quilt, stood up and went to the window, stretched under the sunshine, and turned around and said, you can continue to rest here, I will wash up first, and then make you breakfast. Ma, I'm sorry to bother you. Irina, who was still clutching the quilt tightly, could only say softly in shame. Finally, under her gaze, Zhang Fan finally left his dormitory, and as the tall figure completely disappeared from her sight, Irina felt that everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. Really? What on earth am I thinking about? She moved the tip of her nose slightly, smelling the familiar fragrance of the quilt, and then felt a little warmth in the place next to her. Irina felt even more upset, talking to herself like a little woman. Perhaps she, who had been emotionally blank until this moment, began to vaguely realize it. I don't know when. Yes, it should be said that it was after the residential training, especially the unexpected encounter with her mother Nakiri Manaji at the Izakaya, which made her feelings for Zhang Fan even deeper, especially now. Every time I face him, my already throbbing heart will be affected involuntarily. Mother, does this count as being in love? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.